Chapter 361, Tracing Back to the Origin of Mankind. In the blink of an eye, the underground lava world had entered a period of industrial development. Black and white televisions, telephones, and even small cars, the entire human society had gradually entered the steel forest of high-rise buildings. Su Ji was still in the secret laboratory of the base. No matter what, they have completely developed. Su Ji sat quietly in front of the desk in the laboratory at the base. He was sitting on a white bench with a window behind him, looking at the detailed and thorough investigation reports. The office in front of him was like an army. 37 laboratory assistants in white coats stood solemnly. Each of them had a black square system chip attached to the back of their necks. These system assistants that were created should be recycled. The laboratory of the god of creation base should be destroyed now. After all, there is no longer any meaning for its existence. Hwalala. Su Ji stretched out his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through. The black system chips were quickly retracted and stored into Su Ji's black space ring. Bang! The furry beasts in front of him quickly collapsed and fell to the ground with muffled groans. Because they had been attached to him for too long, they had become brain-dead beasts. As tools, they had also successfully died of old age. It's starting, a new civilization. I'll do my best, using the resources of several worlds to build your foundation. Let me see how ridiculous you are. Boom! Su Ji strode out of the laboratory and heard an explosion behind him. A huge river of lava fell from the sky and covered the entire laboratory. The entire laboratory was destroyed in the beautiful red fireworks. Other than the time when he created the land of lava, he had no longer descended in his true body. After all, the third doppelganger mirror image had been successfully formed these days. It sat in the office like a wooden statue, and he would occasionally descend and open his eyes to check on the research results. The mirror image did not have self-awareness. It was only convenient for him to move and arrive, a fixed teleportation coordinate. However, it's only been 100 years since the initial development of a world, and it's already catching up to Earth's civilization. It's already in the Middle Ages, and this is only the beginning. Su Ji strode forward, dressed in an exquisite black wizard's robe. The technology side was indeed scarier than the supernatural side. After all, in the transcendent realm, the system of power had to be constantly deduced. That was the body's adaptation, and it needed to be perfected by generations. Furthermore, even if one officially started cultivating, to become a level 7 heavenly emperor, even if one had excellent talent, it would usually take more than 200 years. However, the development of technological civilization did not need that. As long as one had a smart enough brain, super fast computing power, and various external materials and conditions, one could madly advance the technology tree and create even more terrifying modern technological weapons. However, Su Ji did not want to pay any attention to them. He just waited quietly. They're developing their technology while I'm doing my own research. The last research project of the Research Institute is now complete. Su Ji lowered his head slightly and looked at the dark red octahedron crystal in his hand. My last subject is how to take over a system. Su Ji was still very interested in this project. He wanted to try to become a silicon-based life form. This project had only been completed now. I can already fuse with this mirror image clone. Su Ji's face was serious. What was a mirror image? The mirror image clone had a physical body, which was a type of the ancestor of sorcery's true body. The ordinary true body of an ancestral sorcerer would grow 8 arms and other dharma forms out of thin air, becoming tall and mighty, and their body size would increase by countless times. However, the mirror image clone would separate the extra arms and flesh from the body, turning into a human. Of course, the size of the miniature mirror image was like a pimple that had separated from Su Ji's body, or even smaller. Then, since the mirror image had a real physical body, a body of flesh and blood, it could naturally modify itself and change the flesh and brain inside into crystals. Boom! A crack appeared in the space, and the light of the teleportation formation flickered. I have to change my brain. At this moment, a vast giant appeared and stepped on the giant trees. The young man in a black coat took out a small stool and sat down. He looked at his ant mirror image and took out a scalpel smaller than a needle. He slowly bent down and began to open his head. I'll modify myself. 3 days later. The mirror image opened its eyes. In front of him was a light blue system panel. Recycle bin, my computer. He tested it and found no problem. Although I've transplanted it, this talent doesn't belong to me. If this mirror image dies, there won't be any more when I'm reborn. Su Ji had returned to his original body, and the mirror image was very interested. It sat down on the spot and began to program the computer. On the desktop of the computer. In less than 3 days, Snake Eater, Minesweeper, Do Dizu, Chinese Chess, Go. Don't ask Su Ji why he knew computer programming, C language, and so on. It was because Hermes, the god of wisdom, was a tool for reading. He had no self-intelligence and was learning like crazy. After playing 2 rounds of Fight the Landlord, he was immediately very satisfied with this new brain of his. Su Ji set off on his journey safely. He was not in a hurry to stop them. He wanted to see their future first. To what extent will a technological civilization develop? Empire Year 131. Levis Octagon Building. This was the city of technology, Mokrash City. In the distance, there was a hot lava river that emitted golden light, illuminating the entire city of technology and providing electricity, making the whole city form a very magical mechanical and steam city style. There were already some motorcycles on the ground. There were even biker gang members who were dressed exaggeratedly and fashionably, madly racing their cars and chasing each other in the streets and alleys. What will this beautiful world be like after my death? Stagnant. He held onto his walking stick and mumbled, feeling extremely worried. He had never thought that he would be so smart that he could single-handedly push forward the substantial development of human civilization. Levis was already 32 years old and had been awarded many awards and medals. He even had the highest lifelong honor of 2 human empires, a royal professor, the supreme director of the Academy of Science and Technology, and a great sage of mankind. However, in this world of the human empire where the average lifespan was 30 years old, no matter what position he was in, he was already a white-haired old man. He held a cane and stood trembling in the laboratory. He clearly knew that his life was coming to an end. He suddenly felt a little emotional and began to count the rough times in his life. Born in the slums, he was beaten and scolded in his childhood. He secretly studied knowledge by himself and was finally discovered by the young lady of the Wisai family who came by chance. She provided the funds and set up an electric power research institute in the Mikiya ranch. In the end, he lived up to everyone's expectations and discovered electricity at the age of 7. As a result, he was sponsored by countless sponsors and capitalists. Later, the capitalists from the East and the West helped him with everything they had and established Levis Power. Even now, it had already developed into the largest financial group in the human empires of the East and West. It had the world's top technology, medical care, wealth, and secret technology. It was even 30 years ahead of the ordinary people. My life seems to be glorious enough. He turned around and sat calmly in his chair. His mind was filled with the shareholders and council members who were fighting over him. They were prepared to quickly divide his inheritance and disband Levis Co., Ltd. After his death, the company existed because of him. If he died, he would naturally lose his core competitiveness. Splitting up the wealth was the best choice, which was also the standard practice of merchants. Even the entire Levis company was not in his hands. The wealth, shares, and decision-making were all in the hands of the shareholders. He was just a scientist controlled by capital from the beginning to the end. He wanted to escape, but it was very difficult. This is the ugliness of humans. He just smiled. The white-haired old man in a dignified black suit slowly came to the roof and sat in the newly developed small steam jet. He stood straight and flew in the air, overlooking the people coming and going on the street. I'm not afraid of death. I've been too tired all my life. I didn't enjoy life. I've been doing research in the laboratory all this time. Maybe it's good to end it like this. I just feel that I can't bear to part with you all, and I'm afraid that my life's work and research won't be put to good use. I also want to see how far the technological civilization of human society can develop in the future. Wisdom is the greatest strength of mankind. Teacher. A man behind him couldn't help but say as he looked at the old man bitterly. This man was known as the man closest to God. Levis, who was known as a transmigrator from the future era, learned the languages of 2 human empires at the age of 1, invented electricity at the age of 7, and switched electricity at the age of 12. After that, in all major fields, he simply made people dumbfounded. This was an era of rapid advancement in technology. This was a glorious era of technology that only belonged to one person. It was hard for him to imagine how the technology of human society would stagnate after his teacher's death. Even if his teacher had left behind many research institutes that could still function normally after his death and benefit mankind, even setting up the Levis Prize, those abominable capitalists would directly divide the Levis financial group after his teacher's death. All the research institutes would fall apart. This was the tragedy of a scholar. It was also the greed of humans that hindered the progress of society. They only focused on the present and did not consider the future of their descendants. If I could give my teacher a young body to live another life, how good would that be? The research assistants behind him could not help but smile bitterly. They were wearing white coats and looking at the old man who was overlooking the entire city. This god-like old man had a brain that was comparable to that of a god. "Can you give me another young body?" Levis' body trembled. He lowered his head and returned to the seat of the plane. He looked at the X-ray image of the brain that he had been studying for a long time. If it was a normal person's brain, modern technology would definitely not be able to succeed, but... Another year passed. Levis was dedicated to studying the medical field and open-head surgery. On the 14th of July, the secret operation that even the major shareholders did not know about began. In front of the sterile operating table in the hospital, under the white light, an old man lay quietly on the operating table. Beside him were young assistants holding scalpels. "I want to live a second life. A body transplant is equivalent to some kind of head surgery, is it possible? Could modern medical technology achieve that? If it can really be done, then our technology can touch upon eternal life." Ka. With a crisp sound, the white light slowly shone down. With the injection of the anesthetic needle, Levis gradually lost consciousness. "I'm not sure if I can succeed. The premise of all this success is my brain. It's really a pineal gland, and it's currently impossible to transplant a flesh and blood brain." This moment was the closest Levis had ever been to death. In the blurry white light, his mind seemed to be on a merry-go-round, flashing past life experiences. Time reversed, and in a trance, he actually saw his own life. A young man who enjoyed the glory of the world, who held a trophy and enjoyed the cheers of the crowd. The young wind chaser who was studying electricity in the ranch. A pitiful childhood in the slums. At first, he thought that this was the end. However, a strange scene appeared in his mind. A human slave was being forced by the lord of the mine to dig for minerals in the dark mine. That is my father. How can I see my father's memories? In his confusion, he read his father's memories and saw the first half of his father's life when he gave birth to him. When he thought that his father was done, he saw his grandfather again. Then, Levis saw his ancestors one by one, and finally, he saw the memories of his human ancestors. Levis trembled. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes, and it was unbelievable. In fact, the special characteristic of silicon-based life was inheritance. The AI chip's brain was different from the brain of flesh and blood, which led to the accumulation of fragments of the ancestor's memory from generation to generation, allowing him to trace it back to a long time ago. Who am I? Who am I? What? Levis could not help but ask himself in the white fog. I have a fast mind. I have terrifying intelligence, I have an unbelievable hypermemory. I can remember every day and time when I was 1 or 2 years old. Even now, I have even remembered the memories of my ancestor. Before ordinary people die, they will have a merry-go-round. On the other hand, my merry-go-round allows me to see the inherited memories left behind by my father and generations of ancestors. He fell into a daze, as well as unparalleled fear and shock. This was unknown and terrifying. He suddenly felt that he was very terrifying. He was not even the same species as humans. The difference was like that between gorillas and humans. But perhaps, this scene. It can confirm the point of view of evolution. That's human history. We humans have witnessed the entire historical change. His breathing became rapid as he looked at the scenes around him. His father's memories and his grandfather's memories seemed to be flashing through the corridor of his memories as he strode forward. This is an opportunity. I don't know what caused this unscientific supernatural phenomenon, however, all the so-called unscientific things were things that current science could not explain. But this is a good opportunity. I want to go back to the ancient times. Search for the most ancient memories of the humans on this land. The species evolution theory that he had written 7 years ago. All kinds of plants and animals evolved because of the environment. He had once inspected the same kind of beetles in 2 forests and found that they had changed their colors because of the different environments. The theory of evolution had a scientific basis. It was based on big data. It was natural selection and survival of the fittest. All the living creatures on the earth were evolving, transforming, and mutating. I'm verifying science. He saw the regression of time. His ancestors. As time went back, modern people who walked upright gradually became shorter and became upright people. They were even shorter than humans, with an average height of only 1.4 meters. They had huge fists and liked to run while pounding the ground with their fists. They also spoke in a visual language to scare beasts. He saw the ape-men again. That was the era when humans had not shed their hair. They liked to live in the lava caves in the desert and liked to roast meat. That was the era of slash and burn farming. His ancestor was a majestic furry ape-man. He saw those terrifying giant beasts again. The killing that moved mountains and filled the seas seemed to fill the sky with gods flying. The ancient humans trembled and could only hide further away to avoid being affected. This is origin. Those terrifying, unknown life forms. Levis was in a daze. On the operating table, the old man who had his brain removed was so excited and shocked that tears flowed down his face. Abnormal brainwaves. It's like I'm dreaming, my brain is thinking. Tears. Who can tell me? Why were they crying? Did you guys touch the relevant nerve position when you were operating the knife? I'll remember this. We can't fail, Mr. Levis, he has the spirit of science. God-like wisdom. It will determine the future of humanity. On the operating table, the lights were turned on, and the doctor in the white coat walked back and forth. His voice was getting more and more urgent. Levis was still in the corridor in his memory, striding forward. He was like a pilgrim from the ancient times, determined and steady. His steps were tracing back the ancient times and witnessing the huge wheel of history. He wanted to see the glory of the origin of mankind in the history of evolution. The origin of humans is that humans evolved from gorillas. They kept transforming into humanoid apes and standing apes, and that's how modern humans are today. Then what kind of life form did the orangutan evolve from? Was it a reptile? Amphibian? We are spinal animals, the origin of life, the common ancestor of all spine-like creatures. Are they fish? Levis became more and more excited. His body on the operating table in the real world started to spasm and twitch because of his excitement. There's an abnormality in the operation. Impossible. We've simulated it many times. Mr. Levis' consciousness and brain have indeed completely integrated into the pine fruit's body. Warning. Do you want to stop the experiment? It can't be stopped. How could it be stopped? All of you, continue, continue. The person in charge was roaring loudly. His lips under the white mask were trembling, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. Urgent cries rang out from the surroundings, one after another. People came and went on the operating table. They were extremely nervous, and the air was filled with tension. But Levis no longer cared about this, because as time went back, he saw a terrifying scene. It was a golden desert with sand everywhere. A mysterious young man in an exquisite black robe stood by the lava river, holding 2 gorilla babies in his hands. His whole body was bathed in the golden lava, like a god. He held the 2 crying babies high, as if he was holding up the magnificent light of the whole world. Sacred, glorious, vast, like the murals of the gods of ancient religions. Suddenly, the mysterious young man spoke in a god's language that was difficult to understand. It was as if they were praising the future of the 2 gorilla babies and giving them their blessings. Under Levis' extreme shock, he heard the great god's soft voice. I've finally got it. I can relax tonight and go out and play Hearthstone with the idiots in the wizard community. Chapter 362, An Era of One Person. Levis looked at the history of human beings and came to the origin of human life. However, he did not see any strong evidence of the evolution of species. Orangutans were evolved from other lives. Instead, he saw a strange scene, the mysterious young man who was holding up the 2 gorilla babies. He immediately fell into madness. What does the mysterious language he spoke mean? It seems to be some kind of blessing for these two human ancestors. The language was very light, as if it carried a sense of relief from a heavy burden. It was difficult to imagine what it meant. He's an ancient human with supernatural powers. That was impossible. He immediately denied it. Humans were weak and it was impossible for them to have a supernatural body. This was something that he had already proven after countless medical body research. But was that really the case? He thought of his special brain, the mysterious pineal gland in his mind. It was as if it had opened the forbidden zone of God and stimulated his special potential. He couldn't help but be suspicious. In fact, Levis was not wrong. They did not have the Rubik's Cube gene or the evil eye gene. These transcendent genes indeed did not have any transcendent powers. They were similar to the ordinary people on Earth. Their system genes did not directly grant them transcendent powers. Perhaps, the people in the picture are from the future? Levis' voice was hoarse. Could it be that the technology of the future humans had already achieved the ability to travel through time and arrived at the highest technological civilization? Could it be that the future humans had come back to improve human genes? But that would create a time paradox. He tried to explain it with his own scientific knowledge, but it was impossible to explain. At this moment, he was at a loss. The evolution of species that he had published in major newspapers and scientific research institutions might have been overthrown. If this scene were to spread out, what kind of terrifying storm would it cause? Levis, the white-haired old man who was known as the backbone of human technology, was silent. He knew that the newspapers, the media, the human empires, and the television channels would go crazy. Humans were unable to accept such a terrifying truth. Since you can't accept it, then let's bury it. Voila! Levis' consciousness gradually blurred, turning into a vast expanse of white. When he opened his eyes again on the bed, a female assistant in white around him shouted, "Mr. Levis is awake! Mr. Levis is awake! Give me the mirror!" Levis stood up. Soon, a mirror was placed in front of him. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw that he was a young and handsome man. It's a success. This is a brain-dead vegetable. It's not a brain transplant, but the pineal gland of both parties. Levis looked out of the window in a daze. I've come to her body. The assistants next to him were stunned. They could not imagine that Mr. Levis had been reborn and even obtained eternal life. He was actually not excited. This was mankind's cross-era medical progress. In the past, Mr. Levis would have trembled with excitement. Levis just smiled and did not say anything, because he had seen the man who seemed like a god with his own eyes. He looked at the assistants around him, and his eyes gradually became sharp. Are you all ready? It's ready. The people around him quickly replied. Empire Year 132. A terrifying piece of news came. The pillar of humanity, Mr. Levis, has passed away. Instantly, the entire world started wailing. The newspapers, news, and media went crazy. In the beginning, people didn't believe that the man who created the era had wisdom close to that of a god. If it was him, he would definitely surpass mortals and have the lifespan of a god. It was not until people sat in front of the sofa and looked at Mr. Levis's body on the black and white TV, dressed in a neat suit and lying in the coffin, that they realized this terrible and cruel fact. Mr. Levis, he was really dead. The human empires of the West and the East lowered their national flags and mourned. This day was destined to be a very sad day. Levis's corpse was buried in front of the octagonal building in Velia, the capital of the human Western Empire. The empire's president, various high officials, and local lords were all dressed in neat black military uniforms. This is a tragedy for mankind. We lost everything. In front of the podium, the president was crying. In less than a month, the Levis financial group quickly disintegrated. The talents of the major research institutes were madly divided, and the shareholders took away their interests. The entire group was divided into various forces of all sizes. They also began to frantically snatch the experimental handwriting left behind by Levis, the man closest to God. It recorded experimental technology that surpassed human civilization by hundreds of years. Ball lightning. A lava power station. Earthquake generator. In fact, half a month later, a Tungus earthquake occurred, and countless people who lived in that mountain range died. Some people said that it was to snatch and test the semi-finished research left behind by Levis. However, the semi-finished research was very dangerous, but those financial groups did not care about human lives and directly tested it, which led to the Great Earthquake. This is a meteorological weapon. Just as people were frantically snatching, a super small private financial group was established. It was called the Super Research Institute and was quietly expanding. Empire Year 137. The super research institutions were spread throughout the two human empires, and many high-level officials had become members of the institutions. Empire Year 141. The Super Research Institute had realized the lava thermal power station and secretly opened up the border between the two empires, the long lava river in the middle. They no longer needed to follow the wall in the sky. They built the tunnel in the lava river, forming an underground magma pipe that could withstand the high temperature of the lava. Moreover, the tunnel had a terrible power generation effect. Lava was the basic energy source of this world. Their use of lava had already reached a terrifying level. On the contrary, some electrical appliances such as televisions and light bulbs were still in their extremely primitive state and had not been developed yet. Empire Year 143. The Super Research Institute had gradually emerged from the water. At this time, no one could stop this behemoth. A middle-aged man stood up and said, "I'm Levis." The entire world was in an uproar because the name Levis was already a legend. The Levis financial group of the past was suddenly in a state of chaos. Countless shareholders of the former major corporations came out to criticize and curse him for being an impostor who disrespected the founder of human science, Levis, the father of electricity, the father of medicine. In response to the overwhelming criticism, he only said, "Levis is just a code name. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not trying to gain any glory. Time will prove everything for me in the future." After he finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. Chapter 363, Rapid Technology. The news of the disappearance started to spread like wildfire. In the streets and alleys, the newspapers, media, and television of the two human empires were reporting it like crazy. Is it real or fake, Levis? It's very likely to be true. The Newman Daily wrote, "The Super Research Institutes today have a lot of the shadow of the Levis Financial Group. It has a terrifying technology iteration upgrade." Dongfang Daily also wrote boldly, "As we all know, the Super Research Institute is very mysterious and terrifying. It happened to appear after Mr. Levis' death. Did Mr. Levis fake his death to escape the control of the setup?" One by one, the television hosts were also giving their speeches. Afternoon news. So, what kind of dirty secrets did the Levis Financial Group hide? You want Mr. Levis to use this method to escape from your control. Now, Mr. Levis, do you really control the current Super Research Institute? Do you think it's your own independent research force and not under your control? At the villa. In front of the TV, Levis only smiled faintly when he saw this. He did not expose the other party's ugliness. Now that he had gone through a life and death experience, his reputation had long been fleeting. He directly applied for funding from the two human empires and asked for a piece of land. In return, he would provide the latest research technology to both countries, and the two human empires agreed. Levis named this area Technology Area 51. It was very mysterious and ordinary people could not enter at all. Then, he took out 13 technologies and changed the entire world. A huge super research institution science fair appeared, inviting countless media personnel and executives from various countries. Here, they saw amazing technological innovation, on the color television. 3-color CRT technology? The old man, who had dedicated his life to the television company, instantly quieted down. He touched the television as if he had seen his lover and couldn't let go. Incredible, simply incredible. This is beyond the realm of black and white television. Color television. That's a color television. He quickly informed his old friends, the colorful structure that we have been assuming exists. It really exists. What? It's the legendary color TV. This is impossible. The color television technology is too precise. It's not something that can be achieved by modern machinery. An old man who had heard the news came crying. After seeing the real color TV, he knelt on the ground and almost lost his voice. This was the field that he had been researching for his entire life. This old man was already too old, and his thinking was old. He had thought that he would live with regret for the rest of his life. He did not expect to see the technological progress of mankind in his later years. This is wireless signal technology. It was an old man with authority in his field. He was holding a black walkie-talkie that looked like a brick and talking to his assistant hundreds of meters away. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This is impossible. I've been researching this field for countless years. I've studied wired signal transmission. Our country's scientific academy team has developed fax machines and even wired phones. Only the boundless domain had not achieved any results. This is a theoretical technology, how can it be so mature? This is a lava car. A cool, streamlined, Gothic-style car with a bright red design, like Batman's tank, caught everyone's eyes. Oh my god! This was too exaggerated. Using lava as energy? This box made of special material could withstand the temperature of the lava? It's made of the same material as the underground tunnel that connects the two great empires. A fat rich merchant made an extremely exaggerated gesture. What? In the future, there would be additional lava stations along the hot lava river. Would it be enough to add lava when the car arrived there? Is this an unlimited source of energy? The solidified and cooled lava rectangular blocks in the energy box can be directly taken out and thrown to the side of the road. There will be specialized people who will recycle the blocks and use them as good building materials to build high-rise buildings. Many professors and scientists cried. We are witnessing a new era of lava technology. Time was rapidly passing. Levis continued to develop civilization and advance technology. However, it had taken him more than 10 years to establish a super research institute and research various new technologies in the expo. The body he had obtained back then was only in his teens, but now he was in his 30s again. The second reincarnation is about to begin. He took a deep breath. However, some of his research assistants had followed him from young to old and even died of old age. A month later, he had another surgery. Levis looked at his brand new young body. I can't take the next reincarnation. The aging of my body can be replaced, but my mind is also aging. I feel that my thinking speed is slowing down. Computers also had a lifespan, and the electronic circuits would age. Empire year 147. Levis had lived his third life and turned back into a young man. He once again appeared in front of the public and television, causing a huge uproar. Many schools and students' parents had set Levis as their target. Levis was simply a god of mortals who kept creating miracles. Looking at the time, Mr. Levis' lifespan has long exceeded that of a human. The third life. Yes, this is unheard of and heaven-defying. How could a human have such intelligence? He's like a living god who's constantly opening up civilizations for the mortals of our land. The two human empires were in shock. Countless media outlets had already deified Levis. Some presidents, higher-ups, lords, and tycoons wanted Levis reincarnation technology, but they were told that it could not be used unless the pineal gland mutated. They also did not dare to use force to verify its authenticity. Levis had a terrifying new weapon, and the power of a super research institute had infiltrated every state agency. He was already the uncrowned king of the two human empires. Levis, on the other hand, was still researching. He had no wife and no children in his life. From the moment he walked into the laboratory, he knew that this was his home. He had taken root here and would never leave. This is my third life. This is my last life. I want to start a new era of technology for all living beings. His brain was already starting to get muddled, and his super-fast thinking speed was starting to slow down, his efficiency decreasing substantially. What's the direction of the research this time? Just use my brain for research. What exactly is the secret of the human pineal gland? He laughed. However, even Levis did not expect this. This time, he had been studying in seclusion for more than 10 years. He was too old, and his thinking had begun to slow down. He was not much faster than ordinary people. He was immersed in it every day, and when he woke up, it was already his later years. Empire year 161. When Levis looked at his work, a brand new large computer, he was still in shock. I'm really fighting against the heavens. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I had been one step slower, I'm afraid I would have died of old age. I've brought all the results to the ground before I've even completed the research. He suddenly felt a little lucky because this time, he had studied his own brain and had the possibility of living a fourth life. The next civilization will be the electronic machinery civilization. This civilization is made by imitating my human brain. Since they use electricity, it can deduce data and has a computing ability that surpasses that of humans and is comparable to mine. It can read and store data like a human brain. When humans arrive at this civilization, the entire world can become one, form a network, and communicate with each other. He strode out of the laboratory, and the era had completely entered the computer era. Chapter 364, Entering the Forbidden Origin Zone. This was a new technological civilization. Levis' achievements were beyond words. It was as if he had single-handedly created a technological civilization. Furthermore, he had studied the structure of his brain and could easily make up for some of the breakpoint in his brain, which was also known as the hard disk's broken path. Of course, repairing it would be like wearing torn clothes. It could only extend one's life by a little and live a fourth life. I have pushed the civilization of mankind forward by countless years. I've defeated the heavens again and lived another life. On this day, a hearty voice came from the core building in Area 51. It was heard by all the researchers in the land. They were extremely excited and quickly spread the word. Computers were starting to become common. Moreover, this computer was not the kind of old computer that was bloated and bigger than a washing machine. It had a more advanced circuit mode from the beginning because its brain structure was the most optimal circuit structure for mankind. Countless people began to praise Levis. He even wrote a song, The Spirit of the Times. Without him, the entire human civilization would probably still be living in the medieval farming era without electricity, using iron and explosives. Without him, there would be no convenient electricity, and every house would be extremely convenient. Without him, there would be no planes, cannons, internet phones, and television. In this life, Levis did not go into seclusion. He had researched his entire life and felt that it was too tiring. He had spent his entire life serving the entire human civilization and advancing human life. Every time, he was struggling on the edge and was lucky enough to survive the next life. But the next time? His brain had already aged to the extreme, and he had barely managed to repair it. He no longer had the confidence to live. After all, it would be difficult to break through if one's thinking was completely slowed down. It was a vicious cycle. In this last life, I don't want to fight with the heavens anymore. I've lived a few lifetimes and it's already unimaginable for ordinary people. I want to go and be an ordinary person. Levis sighed. He didn't want to fight for it, he didn't want to take it. However, there was still a mystery in his heart that was deeply rooted in him. The world where people had fled from in ancient times, those giant beasts, and that mysterious young man. He had been astonishingly intelligent and talented all his life. He understood that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Thus, he took up the responsibility and dedicated his life to contributing to the future generations and mankind. Most of his time was spent on research. In fact, he had always wanted to let himself go for once and live for himself based on his inner thoughts. However, he was not really willing to waste his precious time. Every minute and every second was fighting for his life with the times. He began to wander around the two human empires. He had spent most of his life in the laboratory, and it was only now that he had personally witnessed the changes he had brought about. It was like a completely different world from the medieval era of city-states and tribes. Due to the high temperature of the lava river, the entire mechanical city was surrounded by a faint white cloud. Many cars were driving on the ground, and some bread-shaped aircraft were even flying back and forth in the sky. It was like a molten city of machines. There were many scythe-shaped, cone-shaped buildings that were filled with a sci-fi and ideal charm. The humans here were always hot. They wore very few hot shorts and short sleeves. Wheat-skinned girls were racing on motorcycles, sweating hot sweat as they sped past. Some wealthy merchants were even riding airships in the sky. Guns, and transportation have always been the two human empires' most advanced technology. Now, computer technology, which has never existed before, has successfully appeared. Once it has sprouted, it will quickly develop itself. Levis looked at the world he had created. On this day, Levis walked around the human city and was satisfied. He made an announcement on TV, I will step down. Any position in the human world, the honorary supreme marshal of the two empires, the dean of the Academy of Science, the head of the Super Research Institute. After today, I'll just be an ordinary old man. Boom. On the television, countless viewers were in an uproar. No one could believe that their one and only god had stepped down. Levis did not wait for the crowd to react. I will be an ordinary old rich businessman. I will explore the ancient forbidden world, the land where we humans originated, the place where we were born. Someone is willing to travel with me. The TV viewers were all stunned. They didn't expect it to be so sudden. According to the legends of the ancient ancestors, there was a terrifying super life form there. It was a forbidden area that must not be entered. Otherwise, it might attract those terrifying monsters and cause them to descend on human territory. This paradise was not easy to come by. Levis said, "We won't be coming back on this trip. We don't want to bring back an unknown disaster. There's no way out, it's an adventure that's going to cost you your life. The members must be above 25 years old, young people are not allowed to participate." In a 30-year-old's lifespan, a 25-year-old was equivalent to a 40 or 50-year-old person. Everyone was silent. Mr. Levis was going to announce the end of his life. Many people suddenly stopped talking, their hearts filled with complicated feelings. Finally, Levis said the most sensational sentence in front of the TV. "We will use radio technology to conduct a remote live broadcast. I will reveal the truth to the whole world on this journey that will lead to certain death. What is the origin of our human history and civilization? It was indeed the theory of divine creation. Or is it the evolution of species?" This was Levis' dream. From that day on, the mysterious figure he saw kept expanding in his memory. It was rooted in his mind and could not be removed. It even became the only barrier in his heart. "In the final moment of my life, I don't want to struggle and live another life. I want to do something I like. I want to choose my own life and go on a trip to that mysterious forbidden area. I want to know the origin of humans. I want to know what the mysterious creature meant when he said those words to the two babies." He murmured, and his turbid eyes gradually became firm. This was the desire and dream of a lifetime that he was willing to exchange for with his death. In an instant, the entire country began to discuss. Broadcasting that terrifying land? That would be too terrifying. What did Mr. Levis mean by the origin of humans? Wasn't it the biological evolution that he had deduced? Weren't humans evolved from orangutans and apes? However, Mr. Levis' voice was filled with doubt from the beginning to the end. Many people had heard that Mr. Levis had been on the verge of death several times. He seemed to have seen some terrible near-death experience and began to mumble and conduct some theology and soul research. And now, this giant of science seemed to be more and more immersed in the field of theology. What happened? The moment he stepped down, the leader of science threw himself into the field of theology? It seems that science is a profession, and theology is a real hobby? This was simply too shocking. Their god of technology, who had brought them such a prosperous era of science and technology, had actually become extremely interested in religions and superstitions. Empire Year 165. After another 4 years of preparation, the group of elderly people began their final journey. They were the elites of the old, the top of their respective industries. Unwilling to die of old age alone, they brought the most advanced equipment from the two empires, carried mountaineering bags, and some advanced equipment, and set foot in the ancestral forbidden zone of the human race. "We want to open up a path for mankind. The glory that we once lost, we have re-established it here." When Levis and the others opened the underground cave that was still sealed and walked out of the surface, they instantly saw a brand new vast green grassland, a new world. "Here, we will find the origin of mankind." Boom! Long. A giant bird that looked like a Jurassic dinosaur quickly streaked across the sky. The terrifying orm made this group of old people tremble. On the other end of the television, there were many mechanical steel cities. People were sitting on the couches and watching the live broadcast. When they saw this scene, they could not help but clench their hearts and their minds went blank. So, there really is such a terrifying life form that is close to God. Chapter 365, The Era of Live Streaming Technology. The strange bird flew across the sky. Its dark red wings, which were as solid as lava, slowly spread out. The entire land was instantly covered by squirming shadows, mountains, forests, grasslands. What kind of strange bird is that? It's so huge. It's comparable to a 7-story skyscraper. It was emitting an extremely terrifying power. It can tear our entire civilization into pieces. A white-haired old woman in a white shirt took off her gold-rimmed glasses and looked up with a cane in her hand. At this moment, the pride of mankind was shattered, and they realized the weakness of civilization. History will remember this great moment of mankind, the romantic and beautiful era of miracles. There was a white-haired and dignified gentleman who slowly held onto his walking stick and carried a mountaineering bag. However, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he admired the scene. "Alina, we were right. This land bears witness to our final love. What a beautiful life this is." An Eastern man and a golden-haired old woman hugged each other and sighed in admiration. They were also shocked by this romantic and boundless scene, and it became the most beautiful journey before they died of old age. Most of the people present were senior members of human society. They were no longer afraid of death and respected Mr. Levis. They wanted to enter the unknown forbidden origin world with him. To the entire society, it was the greatest honor of life to be buried with the legend of human science and die of old age. Many of them were adventurers who loved outdoor sports. They had the spare time to manage businesses and financial groups, climb dangerous mountain terrains, enter rivers, and dive into the deep sea, but they had never seen such a shocking scene. Organize the equipment. Radio radar, scan the surrounding environment. Drone, take off. Scan the surrounding map for the super life forms with high heat. Hurry up! Hurry up! Dig a secret base underground and apply the invisibility coating. These unknown life forms might have the ability to scan. This is a brand new life form. Perhaps we should add new content to our evolutionary theory. We need to find a branch of the lava river. We need to set up camp so that we can have an unlimited supply of energy. Otherwise, the war chariots and weapons would just be a pile of scrap metal. The green-colored mechanical war chariots stopped one after another. Some of the mechanical rectangular war chariots even started to transform rapidly. Huge shovels that looked like excavators appeared and started to dig underground. Ding dong! In the capital of the human empire of the West, Velia, the big screen in Times Square was broadcasting this shocking scene live. On the streets, the elderly and children, Westerners and Easterners, all stopped in their tracks and showed a look of disbelief. On the television, a handsome host in a black suit was explaining. He was also a little dumbfounded. "Dear respected audience, the era of all mankind has changed because of this. The exploration team led by Mr. Levis has arrived. That's the origin of our human race. Our ancestors once escaped from there. What kind of life code is hidden there? I'm looking forward to it. But no matter what," the host roared in excitement, "Imperial Calendar, Year 165, 8th of July. History will remember this great moment. We humans. We've discovered a new continent." Clang! In front of the black and white television, countless people knocked over their cups. Some high-end families had even used the latest LCD computers to watch this magical scene. "Oh! My true lord! That's a strange bird that's as big as a skyscraper. Is this world too crazy, or is our mind in disorder? That's another world? Is it the religious frescoes in the ancient myths, the origin of lava fortil gas? Heavens! A mythical creature actually exists. No wonder Mr. Levis would lose his composure." All of humanity watched the live broadcast on the television and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They seemed to have opened the door to a strange world. Terrifying mythical beasts shuttled back and forth, and clouds and mist lingered, exuding a vast, ancient, and mysterious aura. To the people living in the modern urban society, with the development of technology, cars, planes, and cannons, the world was already similar to the ordinary world view of the people on Earth. Even the level of technological civilization was roughly the same. It was already difficult to accept such extraordinary things. It was as if people had suddenly discovered the 8th continent on the 7 continents of the entire Earth. A group of aliens lived on this new continent, and they had terrifying supernatural powers that were similar to the revival of the supernatural. This was a storm. On the internet, someone quickly spoke up. "It reminds me of a new online novel that has just emerged in the past few months. Wuxia novels, flying on roofs and vaulting on walls. It can travel in the air. The kind of novels that don't need to be published in traditional newspapers and are published on the internet. Ha ha ha. I've also seen it, the recent series of Plum Blossom Fist. He fell off the cliff and found the 3 Plum Blossoms skill. Then, he found many beautiful women. Oh my god, there should be laws on the internet. This kind of novel is mixed with colors. We shouldn't be making huge profits. But this one in front of us is much more powerful than those wuxia novels. Su Ji walked down the street and sat down on a wooden bench in a fountain square. Next door was a milk tea shop. A group of people surrounded the TV in the shop and watched the legendary broadcast crazily. Some young people riding motorcycles screamed loudly. They were extremely excited and brimmed with the aura of youth. After all, black and white televisions were already common, but only the rich could afford color LCD screens. In order to watch more clearly, they would choose to watch it in some beverage stores and bookstores. An expensive color TV had also become a standard for shops to attract customers. Su Ji sat down and opened the God of Creation browser on the light blue desktop of his personal computer. Naturally, he could connect to the wireless signal of this human technological society and even hack into their internet. They're still stuck in the primitive category of wuxia novels, so the pleasure point is very low. There were no fantasy or xiangxia novels. I really want to make a novel and post it on the internet, so that they know what's really fragrant. Su Ji smiled faintly. At that moment, under the live broadcast of the historical event of mankind, Levis and the other old men had built a temporary technology base. They brought the best internet technology and military lava technology to explore these lands. They even discovered some strange creatures and supernatural animals, which caused screams in front of the TV. People were excited to the extreme. In front of the TV, everyone's face started to turn serious. After collecting the surrounding terrain data, the human army began to explore the ancient land and hunt some low-level giant beasts. In an instant, they suffered heavy losses and many people were killed or injured. Chapter 366, Live Broadcast. Those wild beasts were too terrifying. It was very difficult for firearms to penetrate their skin and armor, and they required countless troops to fire at them at the same time. Their vitality was extremely tenacious, and they could even burst out with all kinds of unimaginable extraordinary powers. Fire, hailstones, tornadoes, and even spiritual attacks. 22222. As the muzzle of the gun glowed, a dog-like beast madly advanced in the rain of bullets. The new B-91 tank has been destroyed. 13 casualties. News came one after another. Not only were the viewers watching the live broadcast excited, Levis also clenched his fists tightly. This giant beast is the limit of our hunting range. We must take it down. After losing 1/3 of their forces, a fiery red dog-shaped giant beast had its limbs broken. Its body was covered in bullet holes and was locked in a cage. Blood was dripping from it as it looked at Levis with hatred. Goo goo goo. A strange language came out of the beast's mouth, as if it was roaring. Levis looked at the scene in front of him and took a deep breath. This is incredible. These giant beasts have terrifying intelligence and their own language. The surrounding elders were also silent and filled with sorrow. They had not thought of living when they came here, but they did not expect to die so quickly. It's hard to imagine what kind of life form this is. Its muscles and armors are comparable to the toughest lava alloy that mankind has ever made. This giant beast's blood is boiling hot and scorching. It can even burn the fragile skin of us humans. It has an unimaginably huge physique. The blood has already been sent for testing. Sounds came from the surroundings. Levis was still staring at the roaring beast. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation reverberated in his head. Stupid, unknown transcendent beast, you're provoking me. Let me go now. My father is the third godly general of the Holy Emperor, Misho. He will annihilate your entire race. Levis' mind was in shock. Sound could be transmitted to the mind, and it could actually be communicated using brain waves? This was divine sense? Was it really an ancient mythical being? You said I'm a magical beast, he could not help but ask. What about the others? People? You call those creatures humans? Stupid magical beast, don't lie to me, although you look the same, you're not of the same species. You're not human. The giant beast growled, there's a magic core in your brain, but nothing else, humans are just ordinary low-level beasts, and you. It was a magical beast in human skin. This is the difference in the essence of life. Magic cores? Did he mean the pineal gland? The old Lewis's body trembled. What about the Holy Emperor? Who is it? The giant beast did not seem to be very intelligent. It was extremely proud and spoke of the common sense of this world. Stupid human-skinned magical beasts. Each of the 13 lava regions is vast and boundless. The Sacred Emperor is one of the 7 strongest experts in our Stonewall region. It's the great ancestor of the Lava Dragon clan. From the beast's mouth, Levis learned that the Holy Emperor was a Tier 6 powerhouse and had already fully matured. According to the ancient memories, there was only one supreme god in the 13 large domains who had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. After all, humans hadn't developed for a long time, and behemoths like them had only been around for a short time. Peak geniuses like the Sacred Emperor had great aptitudes. As time passed, they might become Heavenly Emperors in the future. This giant beast race was called the Moakar beast. They were a sub-dragon race and were only at the 4th rank. With their lava talent, they could gain intelligence at the 4th rank, but their reproductive ability was low. 4th rank. It's already very difficult for us to kill them. The planes and cannons kept firing, and we lost half of our troops. Levis took a deep breath and felt that it was very terrifying. A 4th-grade demonic beast with individual ability would be a huge threat to human society. Then, 5th rank? 6th rank? It was hard to imagine. We humans are still so weak. Levis was shocked. Then, what is the language you are communicating with in my mind? This is something that only a high-level demon beast with a magic core can communicate with. The 2 great magic cores from both sides will directly communicate through their consciousness. The magical beast said arrogantly, "This is an ancient divine language. It's the words of the origin. They form our consciousness and souls. It's the construction of our great talent, it grants us endless power. It has a great name. It's called Sea language." In the modern human society, when Levis announced some information to the entire human race at the military base, the people in front of the TV instantly boiled over. Oh! Sea language! Is this the language of God? It formed the consciousness and soul of a transcendent talent? Since there's a godly language, the legendary God actually exists. Everyone in front of the TV clenched their fists. Some schools even suspended classes. In the multimedia classroom, high school students and middle school students put down their textbooks and stared at the multimedia screen. They felt that their worldviews had been overturned. A 4th-grade magical beast already has the power to destroy our city. The streets, the tall buildings, everything will be destroyed. Then a Tier 5 is enough to destroy an entire city. A Tier 6, perhaps. This is a dream. It must be a dream. This kind of unscientific thing. Human society fell into a slight panic, but they still believed in their god, Levis. He had developed the entire era of technology and brought them hope. He had created miracles one after another, and he could do so now. In just half a month, human society was still closely watching the live broadcast on television every day. This was related to the life and death of mankind. Next, Levis killed the behemoth, took out its magic core, and began to study it in a trance. They had moved to a more secretive location. Levis had studied their magic cores and found that they were a type of supernatural energy that was very similar to his pineal gland brain. As he studied them day by day, he was so immersed in his research that he was almost ready to use this power. The entire empire's internet was also rapidly developing because of this cross-century live broadcast on television. People began to establish it and discuss it on the forums. Other than the suppression class weapons like nuclear bombs, it's similar to the modern civilization on Earth. Su Ji just smiled and secretly posted the source code of the Weibo software and disclosed it on the forum. It quickly became popular in the form of a Weibo, a personal Weibo, and a small forum attached. It was a very trendy model in line with the development of society. Many people commented on the forum. Oh! The god of Levis will definitely be able to obtain everything. According to the military's live broadcast, Mr. Levis has already obtained some magic cores. Perhaps we will be able to defeat the demonic beasts soon. I've decided, I'm going to major in mechanical energy in college. To study the extraordinary power of magical beasts. However, just as the entire human society and the people of the 2 human empires were cheering, at 9:64 p.m., everyone watching the live broadcast felt their hearts clench. This was because they saw a huge magical beast break into the underground military base. It was the father of the Class 4 magical beast that had been killed. This was a terrifying Class 5 giant beast. The resistance of the entire army was destroyed in an instant. Heavens! How did it find this place? A chubby middle school student with a face full of freckles shouted as he sat in front of the sofa. This doesn't make sense. A civil servant put down his briefcase. Perhaps it's some kind of special spell that can track and find auras. Are we humans going to die? The forum was flooded with messages, and some people were even in despair. In the live broadcast, a fierce battle began. In the tunnel of the newly built base, there was a crazy exchange of fire. Old men with guns and shells were madly bombarding the terrifying giant beast. Cover Mr. Levis! For the glory and future of mankind! 2, 2, 2. One by one, the old men roared and even drove the tanks to crush the passage. They were all the higher-ups of large corporations. They were CEOs, helmsmen, and even controlled 80% of the human empire's social lifeline. Among them, there was even a retired president of the Eastern Empire. The president should not have stepped down so early. He stepped down because he was old and wanted to follow in Mr. Levis' footsteps. The top intelligence of humans wanted to do something meaningful before they died of old age. Explosions, roars, and chaos. I can't lose. The woman pulled her child and sat in front of a black leather sofa. She watched the TV and clenched her fists. A group of young biker gang members, dressed in gaudy clothes and tattooed tattoos, were speeding on the streets, causing many passers-by to curse. Suddenly, they stopped, and the motorcycles looked at the big screen in the fountain square. That night, humans did not sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the entire human base was basically destroyed. Only a small number of people protected Mr. Levis in a small lava plain and managed to escape. Human bases were destroyed. The entire human force that entered was too weak and was easily destroyed. Modern technology could not resist a level 5 creature, and only Mr. Levis was left. Boom! 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 In the dark night. At this moment, a plane landed in the wilderness. Mr. Levis, an old man covered in blood, walked down the woods with a camera and a live broadcast pole. He was surrounded by primitive bushes and rainforests. He smiled bitterly at the camera. I've underestimated the fearsomeness of that world. They might have all kinds of superpowers that science can't understand. They might be able to find the base based on the aura. They might even be able to read human memories and investigate human souls. The entire human society was watching the television nervously. Perhaps, very soon, they will use this to find our human society and attack. As soon as he said this, everyone in front of the TV fell silent. Everything was because of my selfishness. My thirst for knowledge in the pursuit of science made me think of this world. I studied the extraordinary giant beasts, searched for the origin of humans, and wanted to find out if a legendary human existed. Now, I still have to continue my research. I don't know how long I can hold on. I'll broadcast this to everyone until the last moment. Don't come in and think of a way to save me. Don't enter this terrifying world. We ancient humans couldn't defeat them in the past, and we can't defeat them now. Besides, they might not be able to find our underground entrance. Levis lay down. He was too tired and began to rest. The next day, he began to live stream creating technology and researching machinery for everyone. In the next few days, under the panic of the people, Levis directly hunted some wild beasts. He brought machine guns with him, but he narrowly escaped death several times. During his continuous research, he even moved his residence a few times to replenish fuel and energy. He was struggling on his last breath, and the people were frightened. Levis' wilderness survival and technological research would determine the future of the entire human race. We can help. Yup. The wireless communication device is still there. Mr. Levis, you can communicate with us. You have gathered all the wisdom and power of us humans. We can help with the research. All human research institutes, mobilize. At this moment, a message appeared. It was a Weibo account with the name Holy Emperor Michael. There was a screenshot of a golden dragon with its huge body sitting in front of a computer, typing on the keyboard and holding the mouse with its dragon claws. It looked a little funny. The caption of the picture was, My subordinates have already offered you strange things to me. You low-level creatures are really interesting. Society? Mechanical? Planes and cannons? Especially this internet, it's very interesting. I'm going to invade your world, please wait and see. Suddenly, the entire Weibo was in an uproar. The world was developing in a strange way. In the mysterious and vast origin of lava, the god of humans, Mr. Levis, was doing a live broadcast of survival in the wild for all of mankind. On the other hand, a giant dragon had plundered human technology equipment and directly declared war on human Weibo. Instantly, the Weibo of Holy Emperor Michael was in an uproar, and countless people came to watch. This Weibo status was liked by 19,501 people. 74,243. Number of followers, 17 million. It has suddenly soared to the highest number on Weibo. Big boss, spare me. Kowtow. Holy Emperor Michael, please let us humans go like farts. Trembling. They're a bunch of human spies. We, the Middle East Civil Science University, would rather die than submit. Civil Aviation University of Mechanical Engineering, all teachers and students declare war. A mere dragon. Invade our world and let you see the power of technological cannons. The entire Weibo was boiling with excitement. Su Ji was sitting in the cold drink shop, scrolling through Weibo and eating his drink. He was suddenly a little speechless. The development of this world was a little special. Previously, there was the president's Twitter to rule the country, and now there was the giant dragon Weibo to declare war. Chapter 367, Destruction and Conversation. It was a very strange scene. A giant golden dragon sat in front of a human's computer and declared war on the two human empires on Weibo through human internet communication devices. It was grotesque and variegated. But it was only natural. Any superior life form that was still in the primitive beast world would be like this, and this golden dragon would definitely study human technology and equipment, and be curious about the technology of computers. How will it develop? Su Ji sat quietly in the milk tea shop and sipped his milk tea. He felt as if time had passed peacefully. He sat on the chair and looked out at the street through the glass. You've escaped, but you still have to face it. This giant dragon, how dare he post on the Weibo of our human society? Let's see if we don't curse him to death. In the distance, a group of young people surrounded the television and shouted. There was even a computer in the milk tea shop, and countless people were crazily scrolling through Weibo. The young people these days were no longer obsessed with mechanical tanks and mechanical motorcycles, but were addicted to the internet and television. Sir, don't you want to watch TV? A sexy and hot girl was holding a cup of milk tea on the table. No, I won't. Su Ji looked at her. The hot girl was stunned. She actually sat down on the opposite seat and smiled. You're really special. It's the first time I've seen such a charismatic young man. We're changing with the tide of every era, just like the era of Mr. Levis Electric Power Company, the era of mechanical lava, and the current internet era. And the incomparably terrifying new world before us. The hot girl turned her head and looked at the cheering young men, as if she had seen the trend of the times. And you're not cheering at the TV like them. Su Ji was stunned and looked at the woman. You're very special. You don't go with the flow. You're even more special. How should I put it? You have a very special and mysterious aura, and your long robe and clothes are very handsome. The hot girl said. It was a wizard's robe. There were many strange clothes in this world, and the berserk culture was prevalent. A bunch of specially dressed mechanical motorcyclists raced all day long, even flying in the sky of this mechanical city. No matter how he dressed, he would not look out of place. The hot girl smiled and said, let's get to know each other. My name is Caroline. My father is an Eastern businessman from a distant place. My mother is from the Anir region and is also of Chinese and Western descent. She is of mixed descent, just like Mr. Levis. However, he is not as smart as the god of humans, Levis. Su Ji looked at her. This world was very passionate, and it was very normal for girls to chase after him. You think I'm hitting on you? Caroline laughed and shook her head. Don't misunderstand, the man I look forward to the most is Mr. Levis. In this world, love is not the only thing. There are many things worth pursuing, such as science. I am a celibate like Mr. Levis, and I will not marry in my life. Of course, if the person is Mr. Levis, I will consider. Pursue science? Su Ji looked at her somewhat sparse hair and nodded. This is hereditary. Carolyn was stunned for a moment before she laughed and scolded him. She seemed to be a very talkative and friendly young lady. She had the enthusiasm of the locals. The lava world, perhaps because of the hot weather, was very hospitable. Caroline looked at the lively TV and said, "It's hard to imagine what will happen in the future. What kind of fate will mankind face? Or if we obtain those terrifying individual mythological powers, we will also have strong people and become very strong. A technological civilization or an extraordinary civilization? Which one do you like?" Su Ji slowly stirred the milk tea with a blue straw. "What's the difference?" Carolyn was curious. "These are two different paths of civilization. The difference is huge." Su Ji explained, "In the era of science, everyone is almost equal. We rely on the power of external objects. Artillery, firearms. Even in the future, when people developed extremely advanced technology, they would be able to obtain eternal life through self-modification of their bodies. They would have powerful individual strength, astonishing mechanical spaceships, and the ability to perform space-time jumps. They would still be equal individuals, and each individual would not be too exaggerated or special. No matter how technology would develop, it would be the same as it was now. Some people would apply to be police officers, some would learn how to pilot spaceships to protect the border, some would apply to be teachers. Extraordinary civilizations are individual civilizations." "Individual civilization?" she asked. Su Ji took a sip of his milk tea. "They have a pyramid structure, with a strong man who rules over all life. It's an era of individual heroes, and they're high and mighty. Do you see that dragon? His world was like this. He was known as the Holy Emperor, ruling over a piece of land and deciding the life and death of all transcendents. Because of his great strength, no one could disobey him." Carolyn seriously thought about the advantages and disadvantages of the two civilizations and smiled gently. "So that's how it is. In our era of technology, a tyrant will definitely be overthrown, but individual civilizations cannot be overthrown? Are they feudalistic? Was it a tyrant dictatorial? A very profound understanding. If I had to choose, I would choose individual civilization." Her eyes flashed with longing. "Perhaps it's because I've never come into contact with such a world. I'm very curious and looking forward to it. Or perhaps I'm more of a hero, and I'm influenced by Mr. Levis." Su Ji just smiled. She was a very interesting woman. Perhaps, it could become the trigger for an era. In the next few months, Su Ji would occasionally come over to drink milk tea. Caroline also became a frequent visitor. The two of them often chatted, but not long after, a war broke out. The Holy Emperor, Michael, the Lord of the Giant Dragons, at the front line led the giant beasts and successfully found the underground tunnel in this land. After confirming the location, he began the invasion. For the human empire. Boom! Artillery shells, firearms, planes, and tanks were all being fended off by the frontline troops. The Golden Dragon, Michael, declared war on Weibo. Screenshots. It was still taken from the front camera of the computer. In the picture, there was a lava cave filled with golden metal. A giant golden dragon sat on a small folding stool, looking at the computer screen with relish. Its dragon claws were holding the mouse. This round sitting posture caused its body to be bloated and round. "Human, surrender. Become a member of my army. Accept my rule. I will give you preferential treatment as slaves. Bring me your milk tea, wine, and web novels." "Right. It's that plum blossom fisman that's still being serialized, quickly update it. And you human women are so attractive. 3 plum blossoms, give me 100 beautiful women." The human empires were speechless. They immediately vomited blood. Oh my god! This was the fearsome nature of the internet. Who knew how this majestic, terrifying, and invincible golden dragon learned about human society from a pile of trash information on the internet and became so interested in it? However, this was an opportunity. After all, it was a stupid beast, and its way of thinking was very different. The higher-ups of the two human empires held a meeting and quickly made a request. "We've already taken the author of the Plum Blossom Fist hostage and are adding chapters. We've even invited many web novelists to lock themselves in a small dark room and write any novel that you're interested in for your excellency, the great holy Emperor Dragon Michael. On Weibo, it said coldly, stupid humans, as long as I conquer the entire human race, you will be my slaves. I will have everything I want, glory, beauty, wealth, power. Oh my god! Was this a Chuyunibyo body? He had even learned this? What else did it learn from the internet? Some of the country's leaders were heartbroken. They should have dealt with the chaotic internet a long time ago, but now they were suffering from it. A terrifying war had erupted. The military factories of the two empires began to operate. The firepower of a human army of over 100,000 was too terrifying. Even a Saint Emperor Dragon would not dare to be exposed to such an environment. It would deal a fatal blow to him in an instant. It would not die, but it would be injured. If it was injured, it would be coveted by other lords, and it could only be boiled in warm water. In less than half a month, a large number of human elites had died. A total of 70,000 people had died in battle, and the entire human society was in an extremely tense state. The destruction of civilization was about to arrive. At this time, Levis was still struggling to survive in the outside world, even constantly avoiding the people sent by the Holy Emperor. Just a little more, he growled. The old man was wearing a white coat and was studying the rank 4 magic core under a microscope. If I can succeed, I can use the power of the magic core to build mechanical weapons and unleash the power of a rank 4. If I can secretly attack the rear, there might be a chance. However, they were still too slow. The war that broke out at the front line was too tragic. Suddenly, Levis' message flickered. The old man turned on his computer and saw a message from the Super Research Institute. It was the content that he had asked the institute to investigate. It was a photo. In the photo was a milk tea shop. A young man in a black wizard's robe was drinking milk tea quietly, and a hot girl was chatting next to him. It's him. Levis' mind went blank. That temperament, that dress, and that figure were so deeply imprinted in his memory that they had become an eternal barrier in his heart. He would never forget that mysterious and unknown language that he had used to hold the two ancestral babies. He had been exploring and analyzing the possible meaning of that sentence. Not in the land I came to, but in our human society. His withered hand began to tremble as he gripped the mouse tightly in excitement. He was unprecedentedly silent as he immediately typed into the computer, "Talk, I request to talk to him." Levis was broadcasting live in front of all human televisions at all times, and this moment was no exception. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. What was this? What was happening? Mr. Levis, you're so excited after seeing a photo? And he even requested to talk to this young man? Instantly, countless local and national television stations were fighting to report on it. Chapter 368, An Unknown Existence. At this time, the entire city was in a panic. The terrifying magical beasts had attacked the modern city and had just destroyed the third largest city of mankind, Vonside. What about the future? Too many people had died. It was like the end of the world. They had never been as nervous as they were now as they watched the war broadcast on the television. This was because the opponent they were facing was an unprecedented, mysterious transcendent being. A giant golden dragon? Modern weapons could not kill him at all. At the same time, on the other end of the live broadcast, the god of humans, Mr. Levis, wanted to see someone at a critical moment in his research. Mr. Levis' expression was like that of a hungry traveler in the desert. His eyes were bright and he saw a pool of hope. Who is he? Why did Mr. Levis request to talk to him? These two questions surrounded the minds of everyone in front of the TV. At this time, in a remote city in the Anir area, countless soldiers and media had surrounded the entire Mia district. Hello, everyone. This is the Central TV Department, one of the eastern countries. I'm reporter Su Na. I'm from the Anir area in the west and I'm here to bring you the latest news. According to the news, Mr. Levis has requested to speak to a mysterious person here. We don't know what exactly happened, but we will follow up in real time and do a live broadcast. A hot Asian female reporter kept reporting to the camera. When Mr. Levis was about to talk to the mysterious young man, the media was running at full speed and exploded in an instant. Mr. Levis had actually done such a strange move at the tragic moment of the war. The possible meaning behind this was too great. Could it be Mr. Levis's secret plan? This young man was his favorite student, and he had mastered some special knowledge? The eyes of the entire world were focused on this remote western land. Countless satellites embedded in the sky walls were filming, and drones were shuttling between high-rise buildings. This world placed great importance on scientists. The appearance of any scientific genius would cause countless television and news media to broadcast, and they would also receive generous treatment. Countless capitalists, consortiums, and even the state would invest in them. This was the case in front of them. In the milk tea shop, Caroline was sitting across the table and chatting with Suji. All of a sudden, those young men from the motorcycle gang who were sitting in front of the TV and shouting stopped. The people who were sitting on the other side of the computer also went silent in an instant. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their expressions excited and complicated. It was as if everyone's face could become the best micro-expression actor, fanatical, reverent, envious, admiring, and shocked. They all looked over at the same time. What are they doing? Caroline was shocked and quickly put down the milk tea. Don't tell me it's those robbers from the biker gang in Westfall. Was this shop going to be held hostage? My family is very poor. Don't rob me. Suji, however, looked around, and his expression changed slightly. He had already connected to the internet from his personal computer and understood the whole story. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Technology is so advanced. It's developing too fast. I didn't expect that satellite surveillance would be installed in such a remote place. On the lava stone wall in the sky, there was a satellite with a man-made camera. The satellite provided a satellite network, which was a signal tower and also came with road and city monitoring. Clang clang clang. The street outside the milk tea shop was instantly blocked. Countless long cars with TV stations printed on them appeared at the intersection. Lava-spurting aircraft were also flying back and forth in the sky, making it look like a sci-fi mechanized city from the future. The group of biker gang members in front of the TV suddenly screamed. Oh! Oh my God! It was unbelievable. Mr. Levis wants to have a conversation with our milk tea shop. Hurry up and put on your makeup, we're going on TV. Thank my mother. Thank my father. This is the most glorious moment of my life. They were really at a loss. Suddenly, they didn't know who took the lead and began to fix their makeup. Thus, one by one, they followed the trend and quickly took out a small mirror and began to fix their appearance and clothes. Suji cast them a glance and was a little speechless. Oh my God! What's happening? Looking at the rapidly set up cameras outside, as well as the countless streams of people and drones, Caroline's mind went blank. A bank robbery happened nearby? A notorious murderer is hiding here. A voice came from afar. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Kanai, and I'm here to report the latest and most complete information on this mysterious man. He's dressed in a black long robe, very fantasy-like and retro, as if he's dressed in a different world. He's handsome and delicate. A handsome middle-aged host in a black suit was holding a microphone. He couldn't hide his excitement. Caroline was startled, and she turned her head in disbelief. He's looking for you? You're the only son of wealth? No, no. It was impossible to mobilize a large number of people even with great wealth. Are you Mr. Levis' illegitimate son? A group of TV stations surrounded the milk tea shop like crazy, but they were very aware that they did not enter. Instead, they filmed from a distance outside the milk tea shop. They were very polite. The person in charge of the Super Research Institute walked in with small steps. It's Kanai. Sitting in the empty milk tea shop, Caroline's expression was no longer calm. This was the proud disciple of his idol, Mr. Levis. He was also the head of the Super Research Institute and the heir. At this moment, Caroline was even more certain of the identity of the illegitimate child. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation between sir and madam. May I have a seat here? Said Kanai. He was a polite middle-aged man, giving off the feeling of a gentle noble. Suji nodded. Kanai sat calmly across from her. This was a table for four, and since Caroline and Suji were sitting opposite each other, Kanai naturally sat next to Caroline. Caroline was so shocked that her body trembled. She hurriedly pretended to casually pick up the milk tea, but she was screaming in her heart. She felt as if she had been ordinary for the first half of her life. Every day, she went to work and got off work, and then she would drink milk tea. Now, she suddenly felt as if she was living in a novel, all of which were bizarre and grotesque. Su Ji was speechless. He cast a glance at the television station and the news media outside, then looked at Kenny, who was sitting politely across from him. "Can you tell me why you're here?" "Kakat. Kakat." Outside the milk tea shop's transparent glass wall, many media outlets were taking photos. "My teacher, Levis, would like to speak to you." Kenny placed a black laptop on the table and flipped open the screen. On the other end was Levis. It had been a long time since he last took a bath. His hair was a mess, and he was covered in mud. He was in a dark cave surrounded by mechanical parts. Su Ji looked at the white-haired old man who was worthy of respect. He had dedicated his entire life to human technology and social civilization. He had endless wisdom, great ambitions, hot-blooded arrogance, and even wanted to fight against the heavens. He wanted to push forward the development of civilizations one by one with his own strength, but he had done it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire era belonged to him, Levis. Human history is developing. He is the only one who still looks the same as he did in the past. Levis' throat was dry. He looked at the great existence who was quietly hiding in the milk tea shop. The years of human development seemed to have left no trace on him. He seemed to symbolize eternity. After a moment of silence, Levis said with a longing voice. "Can you tell me who you are? How long have you been in human society?" "Humans. Why are you here?" On the other end of the screen, Levis could not help but whisper and tremble. This was the question that he had been pursuing for his entire life, the biggest obstacle in his search for the path of science. He asked all the questions that he had accumulated over the years in one breath. At this moment, he was like a sorrowful old man, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. This included the mechanical war chariot biker race, Caroline, Kenny, who were still dressing up and posing in the distance. Human society was in an uproar. What was the meaning of this? He asked this mysterious young man, how long had he been hiding in human history? What was the origin of humans? It was as if he was asking about a mysterious ancient existence that had witnessed the entire history of human civilization. Su Ji just watched Levis quietly, as if the weight of the entire human society was far less than that of him alone. He laughed and said, "You finally found me, Levis. These 3 questions. What do you think?" Levis was silent for a moment. He trembled as he asked the question he had in the past. He said, "You are a god." "God. You've stayed in human society for the entire history. Humans appeared because of you, is my guess right?" Shua. Outside the milk tea shop, countless cars and people instantly fell into dead silence. When the entire human race was in danger of extinction, Levis asked a mysterious human in a milk tea shop and made suspicions. Everyone in front of the TV widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 369, however, I refuse. Mr. Levis' words had revealed too much. Because of this young man in front of him, the god of human beings, Levis, began to explore and research theology. Was it because the young man in front of him had become a major shadow in Levis' scientific life? Mr. Levis called him a god? Could it be a god from the legends? The entire Weibo forum went crazy. So Mr. Levis, who had been studying the path of science, suddenly turned to look for theology and explore the field of theology because he discovered something terrible. He discovered this incredible young man while studying some corner of human history? Heavens! This was too bizarre. I guess I forgot to eat bread for breakfast. In the end, he was so hungry that he fainted. A fantasy appeared. At this moment, even Holy Emperor Michael expressed his surprise on Weibo. "You humans, what are you trying to do to trick me? Do you think I'll be fooled? This was impossible. I don't believe it at all. But let's just wait and see." Anyone who saw this scene on TV would feel as if their hearts were clenched and they couldn't breathe. At this moment, the entire human empire was silent, silently waiting for the mysterious man to speak. Su Ji looked at the trembling Levis, then at the cameras and TV stations around him. He was still very calm. He felt that the person he was chatting with for this afternoon tea had changed from Caroline to Levis. It was simply a different person. He was already used to this. Su Ji just stared into the white-haired old man's panicked eyes. As the smartest man in the human race, Levis, what is a god in your eyes? What is your definition of God? On the other side of the screen, Levis was deep in thought. The old man's lips trembled. He seemed to be in a state of extreme tension. He did not answer, but was thinking, giving himself an answer that he would explore for his entire life. Su Ji was not in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the biker gang, who were so excited that they were about to faint. What do you think a god is? You're asking us? The biker gang members were stunned. They were so scared that they fainted. This was an inquiry from a god who might be great. Some of them fell limply to the ground, and most of them had their minds blank, not knowing what to say. Among them, there was a tattooed muscular man who bravely stood up. He had the courage that ordinary people didn't have. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands in a strange religious gesture. He shouted, "Great God! I believe in the existence of God. I'm a devout follower of the Lava sect, which is popular in the Minika region. According to the ancient legends, there were countless beasts on the earth, and there were two great gods in the New Age, the god of giant beasts, Finba, and the god of humans, Manis. Finba was the ancestor of all beasts, and Manis was the ancestor of all humans. In ancient times, god Manis created clay figurines with lava in the land of lava, for Dargas, and created the oldest human. The gods were eternal. The gods were indestructible. God gave life to the people on earth, gave them wisdom, gave them fertile fields and the entire world, and gave them the right to choose the future. In the face of disaster, the gods will descend and protect us." The biker gang shouted, full of fanatical belief and respect. "Is this your definition of God?" Countless television and media outlets surrounded Su Ji's milk tea shop. They thought quietly for a moment, and then spoke again under the attention of television stations all over the world. "If this is your definition, I will fulfill your definition. If you believe in God, God will exist. God will show supernatural power to bless all living beings and give you strength. If you don't believe in God, I'll leave." Su Ji looked quietly at Levis on the other end of the screen. The choice of this disaster was in their hands. If they chose to believe in God, he would solve this disaster and take the opportunity to guide them on the path of extraordinary. Of course, the choice was on them, not him. Su Ji looked at Levis quietly and said, "Human, tell me what your choice is." Shua. The entire world was in an uproar, and countless people were in an uproar. "He's actually a real god. Oh my God, God has come to save us. He can defeat the behemoth. The gods cannot be defeated." In front of the TV, countless families, men and women, hugged each other on the sofa and cried tears of joy. Too many people had died, and disaster could have been avoided. Levis remained silent. Television stations and media all over the world were broadcasting it like crazy. Countless people were sitting in front of their televisions, breathing rapidly. On the other side of the land of origin of lava, within a cave, a golden dragon was seated in front of a computer, followed by many powerful transcendents that were emitting terrifying auras. Suddenly, Levis raised his head, and his eyes were burning with flames. "You asked me, the definition of God. I've found my definition. In my opinion, God is a living being with great power. Only when there are people can God exist. If everyone in this world is God, then there will be no God. If everyone is equal, without the power to surpass people, there will be no God. You're blaspheming the gods. You are destroying humanity. God will punish all living beings on earth." The brawny biker suddenly let out a low growl. He was so excited that he couldn't be any more excited as he suddenly pounced over. Kaney quickly took out his electric baton and dodged nimbly like a secret agent. He electrocuted the biker's lower abdomen, and the entire biker fell to the ground twitching. "I'm sorry, great God." Kaney stepped back and stood elegantly to the side. He whispered to the few biker gang members and major television media who did not dare to act rashly, "The teacher's choice is the choice of our super research institution. It is also the choice of us humans. Never doubt the man with the wisdom closest to God." Levis. Su Ji did not care about the chaos around him. He just continued to look at Levis quietly, waiting for him to make his choice again. Levis suddenly stood up. The eyes of the white-haired old man who had dedicated his life to science were burning, as if the demonic barrier in his heart had been shattered. "I was once young and frivolous. I had three main purposes for the establishment of the Super Research Institute. Science has no gods. Science, not superstition. Science can't explain it. It's just that it can't be explained now. The surrounding people held their breaths. Levis suddenly took a step forward. To this day, I still believe in science, just like I believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. In my opinion, the so-called gods are the last humans of the prehistoric civilization. He stared at Suji, an ancient and unknown existence. He continued to make reasonable speculations about science and gave speeches to major TV stations. Because of a terrifying civilization extinction disaster, the rotten prehistoric civilization was destroyed. In prehistoric times, they had a civilization that we could not imagine and had power beyond our imagination. In the end, the last human who survived became the continuation of the human race. He stared at Suji and said, "It's undeniable that he possesses a terrifying godly power. That's something that our current technology can't achieve. I can't understand it. But in my opinion, the future technological civilization of the Isodaeans will be as powerful as prehistoric times. We don't need to believe in God and search for their path to become another one of them, because one day, we Isodaenians will walk out of our own civilization and become gods." Ishtar was what they called the human race. In their language, Isodar meant lava, burning, and it was accompanied by warm and wonderful emotional colors. The people of Isodar were just like their character, warm and hospitable. In the past, they rarely used this term because there were only humans in this world. They usually used the Eastern and Western races to describe the differences. However, at this moment, it was enough to witness Leva's seriousness. Suji immediately laughed. He laughed very happily and stood up in satisfaction. "Levis, you're a special person." Levis continued, "God, you are giving the humans of our world a choice. If we believe in you, it will lead us to walk on the path of the prehistoric civilization and become the second prehistoric civilization. And this, I refuse." Chapter 370, A Conversation Between a God and a Modern Man. And this, I refuse. Boom. There was an uproar. The eyes of the whole world were focused on this. They were shocked by this sentence. The conversation between humans and ancient gods at this moment was destined to be remembered for eternity. The streets, the residents in the high-rise buildings, and the TV screens in major shopping malls were all showing this scene. Mr. Levis' words instantly ignited the entire modern human civilization. "Oh!" Suji smiled. "Levis, is this the reply of the people of Isodar?" He looked around the milk tea shop. This human technological society's current progress was very similar to Earth's. It could even be said that it was another Earth's technological civilization. The internet, television, and perhaps even Dobeo would appear in the future. However, no one expected them to have such ideas. Before the disaster and extinction, he could resist the temptation at his fingertips. The backbone of this race was extremely strong and upright. It could even be said that they had a kind of stubbornness and pride that would rather die than submit. They believed in science and did not submit to theology. In the end, Suji had some admiration for this race and civilization. He had originally wanted to get them back on the right track, but it seemed that some pleasant and helpless accidents had occurred. After saying this, I suddenly regretted it. I know what I've abandoned. The future of mankind? Life? Would it lead to extinction? Yet, it's as if a heavy burden has been lifted. Levis panted heavily. His white hair and old body sat in front of the computer and laughed in a low voice. "We have lived on the edge of the lava river since the era of our ancestors. Generation after generation, we have left a deep passion for forging ironware. Machinery, gunpowder, and explosions are the lava romance that is engraved in our bones. Ha! The fire-like heat, pride, passion for machinery and war chariots, the culture of the biker tribe, that is the people of Isodar. We Isodanians develop technology and study all the principles of the world. Planes, cannons, gunpowder, and explosions are our way of life. Technology allows us to look into the future, not cling on to the past. We don't believe in superstitions, but believe in the truth of materialism. There is no need to inherit the stories of our predecessors. Let what should be buried in the earth be buried forever in the past. We give science civilization. We do not believe in God, heaven, or earth. We only believe in ourselves. We will eventually surpass history. The footsteps of us Isodeans will never stop. We will reach the heights of history. Su Ji was stunned for a moment before he smiled again. This is the last choice. The realm of theology, extraordinary power, you really? You don't want it? Su Ji stood up abruptly. Leave us, perhaps you're rejecting me now because you don't know what kind of extraordinary power I have now, a power that surpasses the entire mortal world. Boom! It was as if Su Ji's entire person was covered in a flaming firmament. The blood-red flames burned heavily, and an ancient aura surrounded the flames. His eyes were red and gold, and there was no joy or sorrow in them. He was like an ancient god who had revealed his true form. His endless power covered the entire heaven and earth. He stretched out his hand. The drones in the sky, the reporters from the outside world, the cameras, and all the humans in the milk tea shop were all frozen. No one could move. Boom! The sky was covered with bright red clouds, as if they were on fire. They covered the entire sky of Chile, shrouding the high-rise buildings. It was like a thunderstorm that was about to fall, and the vast and boundless heavenly might was like that of a demon god. The entire world instantly held its breath. This was divine might. Oh my god! This is a power that surpasses science. This doesn't make sense. I used to believe in science. Even gods have appeared, so atheism should be subverted. What's there to be afraid of? This is what a god is. It's even stronger than that dragon. Seeing this scene, countless people in front of the TV gasped. Oh! Oh my god! He really was an ancient god. In front of the computer, the giant golden dragon's mouth turned into an O shape in shock. He stuttered, and his dragon claws that were holding the mouse began to shake. There were junior high school students who were looking forward to it on TV, middle-aged men in white-collar clothes pursing their lips, old people and women. All of them revealed incomparable shock. The gods of ancient times had the power of true gods. Everyone had the dream of being a hero, to become a god high above and rule over all living beings. In the eyes of the whole world, a god was standing in the halo like an ancient sculpture, looking down on all living beings. After thousands of years, he looked down on life as if it was very light, as if he was high up in the blue sky. Suddenly, a vast and ancient voice came, as if it had existed since ancient times, majestic and vast, such power, you. Do you want it? We Isodolans. Don't. Levis's eyes were filled with determination. His spine was as straight as steel as he said, Kani. This disciple is here. Kani stood up with his computer in his hands. His face was solemn as he waited for further instructions. Levis's eyes were burning with passion. He no longer looked confused. It was as if he was going to press forward from now on. Record the history of this moment. No matter if it is the destruction of our civilization or what kind of future we will have, today will be a great turning point. It was obvious that he was prepared to fight to the death. Su Ji just smiled. This reply was very unexpected, but it also made him feel a different kind of happiness. It was a kind of joy that had not been seen for a long time. I hope you can make it in time. I can see the day your civilization succeeds and walk the path that belongs to you Isodeans. With your terrifying science and technology, you can change the world and not be defeated. I will. Levis took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Ancient God, thank you for coming. It was you who let me understand my true heart and break the God in my heart. I only feel that I have an indomitable future ahead of me. I have been wholeheartedly researching technology. The language of my previous God, see, I have always been at a loss. I think that it is an unknown theology that cannot be analyzed by modern times. I am not determined to analyze it with science. Now I'm confident that once I've mastered the C language's password, I'll be able to analyze the root of the entire extraordinary magical beast. Kakat. Kakat. As soon as he said that, countless flashes lit up outside the milk tea shop, and photos were taken one after another. Su Na, a reporter from China's Central TV Department 1, was extremely excited. She had personally taken this photo of the human's wise man, Levis, communicating with the ancient gods. Her name would be remembered for thousands of years. Although the people of Isodar respected the ancient gods, they did not worship them. They only believed in science and would forever pursue it. At this moment, some of the Isodarian people were also crying. They had rejected the help of the ancient gods. They felt regret and bitterness, but they felt more relieved. They couldn't abandon the path of science and the life and culture that had been deeply rooted in their bones. The people of Ishtar, a modern race that lived in the lava mechanical city, had a culture of mechanical hooligans, exquisite mechanical chariots, mechanical steam airships, modified parts, and competitions. All of these gave each of them a stubbornness and feelings that seeped into their bones. No matter how dark it is, we still believe in science, just like we believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. Willis, the 7th President of the Human Empire of the West. Boston. When people opened the ancient historical remnants, they found that the people of Isodar had abandoned the most advanced technology in the world. They only used ancient stone slabs and black murals as a way of recording, and wrote the historical chapter of the Isodar Chronicles. Year 165 of the Empire. Levis found the ancient gods. After asking and communicating with them, the proud people of Isodar refused the help of the gods. Chapter 371, The Era of Mechanical Magic. The conversation was over. The computer was slowly closed, and Caney stood up solemnly. His entire body was still trembling in fear because of the vast and boundless power. Only when he was the closest to this ancient god did he feel the more terrifying it was. But he still stood straight. Like a soldier, he bowed slightly and said, "A respectable ancient god. Thank you for your help to the people of Isodar. No matter what, we are extremely grateful." Suji just smiled and watched Caney leave. Levis had chosen a very good heir. This was the first time he had seen a race and civilization that did not worship gods but believed in them. Every civilization in the past, after recognizing the existence of gods and witnessing the arrival of miracles with their own eyes, quickly prostrate themselves. Only this civilization was different. They were very special. After Caney left, the television stations and major news media outside the milk tea shop were very hesitant. They did not know if they should come in and interview this ancient god, or if they dared to come and interview him. Suji stood up and left immediately, disappearing from where he was. It disappeared. Heavens! What kind of power is this? The media reporters outside were stunned and rushed in frantically. Hello everyone, this is the Eastern Countries Central TV Department 1. I am reporter Su Na. We have clearly seen that this mysterious super ancient god has disappeared. Now, let's interview the biker gang in the milk tea shop. A beautiful reporter immediately interviewed a biker and asked this mysterious god how long she had been in the milk tea shop and what special actions she usually did. The gods like milk tea. The biker gang was still immersed in excitement for a long time, and did not come back to his senses. Suddenly, he shouted out loud, ecstatic, as if he had discovered a big news in the century. Gods like to drink milk tea. Oh! It's too scary. The reporter was speechless. If he didn't drink milk tea in the milk tea shop, was he here to use the toilet? However, even though they were dumbfounded, they also expressed that they could understand. If it were them, they would also be scared to death and excited. There were also people interviewing Carolyn, who was at a loss. They excitedly handed her a microphone and asked, "May I ask, what is your relationship with the gods?" "We're just ordinary friends who got to know each other at the milk tea shop. We just chat occasionally," replied Carolyn hurriedly. There were even some brand new biker gang members who rushed over. He directly snatched the table and chair by the glass window of the milk tea shop, mounted the mechanical motorcycle, and left. "We're rich." Auction. The seat of a god. The storm was very strong. When he reappeared, Suji had changed his clothes and appeared on a modern street. It was as if he was a traveler in time and space, walking through the entire modern city. There were cheers all around. They had witnessed the gods and marveled at the terrifying and vast miracles. They felt that it was very wonderful. Although some people felt that it was a pity that they had missed out on such a power, no one was worried. In the shops, the people around the TV were discussing the greatness of the gods, but no one blamed Mr. Levis. They believed that Levis would never make a mistake. This is a race that is overconfident. Their national spirit is almost condensed on Levis. Suji walked with small steps and could not help but praise his talent. Levis is a special person. He has the ability and enough prestige. He represents all mankind and makes decisions. The most terrifying thing is, everyone actually thinks that Levis can represent them. His prestige was so high that it was simply inconceivable. It was because Mr. Levis was already their god. He opened up a great civilization era after another. Electricity civilization, mechanical and steam civilization, internet civilization. To them, it was like a god talking to another god. The god of technology was just talking to the ancient gods. There was no need to doubt the decisions made by their god and the leaders of their civilization. And now, Levis was only choosing the path for the next era for mankind. Was there a need to question it? No need. Levis had already created so many great eras, and they were all placed in the past. The times had developed to this point, and they could not start over again. Su Ji's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. So, how far can you go? 3 months passed. After a few probing attacks and seeing that the ancient god had completely disappeared, the Dragon Emperor Michael no longer had any fear and launched a fierce attack. He also provoked the humans on Weibo to destroy their morale. Large numbers of human soldiers were killed. On the other side, in the ancient land of lava, in the underground cave of the hidden snail house, at this moment, a wild cry came from a pile of machines. I see. The old man's white hair was disheveled, and he looked fanatical, like a mad scientist immersed in research. See language. It's the language of the beginning of everything, the language used by the gods to make up life, and the distant code of life. It's like a string of keys that can analyze any difficult to understand encrypted information and analyze what they call magic cores. A magic nucleus is the crystal brain of an extraordinary magic beast. It's an 8-sided crystal that stores their soul and power. As for me, I can write in C language, just like a program, and modify their brains. He continued to study it. Looking at the modified lava steam plane, he said, I can already use that grade 4 magic nucleus as a weapon and write the neural command to release the innate attack. I can release their innate abilities. As for the charging of magic nuclei, we can use the human method, the lava generator. I can only modify the plane here. On their side, they can totally make battle armors for the exoskeleton armor. He kept thinking and suddenly laughed. The next era after the Internet era is the era of mechanical magic. He immediately passed on the blueprint and design ideas. At this time, the two human empires had already paid a heavy price for using guns and cannons. They had killed many extraordinary magical beasts and obtained their magic nuclei. They quickly built the machines according to the blueprints. Boom! A 7 to 8 meter tall mechanical giant was running on the ground. This was a set of 4 Class 4 monster cores. With these 4 cores, their battle power would exceed that of a normal Class 4 magical beast. Furthermore, they could charge up like crazy, and in an instant, they would become a terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. What's that? How could he have the talent of us magical beasts? Some of the transcendent magical beasts started to panic. They stood on the mountain range and looked down at the entire battlefield. This war began to tilt in favor of the humans. Humans began to use the essence crystals of the magical beasts as weapons, constantly killing them in a frenzy to create even more powerful weapons of war, using war to sustain war. Before you die, try to self-destruct your magic cores. Michael started to lose his calm. Soon, the presidents of the two human empires, as well as the upper echelons of major corporations, became members of parliament and started a plan, the Human Redemption Plan, to save the god of mankind, Levis. They were going to save Mr. Levis, who was wandering outside. This was a very irrational action. The current Mr. Levis was too old. He had less than 10 years to live. The main mecha of the human race had entered the enemy's territory. It was no different from a narrow escape. The human race had just barely been able to resist the battle, but now, it was in danger again. The human race might even be heading towards extinction because of this. However, the people of Isodar were as passionate as lava, but they were also paranoid and crazy. Save Mr. Levis. A group of the most elite human troops formed a rank 5 magic nucleus, together with 4 rank 4 magic nucleus mechanical armors. They secretly crossed the border and killed their way into the enemy's territory. They also secretly contacted Mr. Levis. This was destined to be a tragic war. As a result, humans suffered great losses. In the end, after a long journey of a month, the god of humans, Levis, successfully returned to the modern city. The entire human society cheered. He didn't sleep that night. Empire Year 167. With Mr. Levis' return, the two empires set up mech armor academies and officially recruited soldiers. In the same year, due to the stalemate and slowing down of the war, internet culture became completely popular. Online novels and online games began to appear, entering an era of internet explosion. An online game called Legend of Warcraft made the term internet addiction officially appear. Internet cafes were becoming more and more popular, and there were always lively scenes in the cafes. Some middle school and primary school students who couldn't afford the internet fee would gather around a person to play on the computer, and they would even give him advice on how to play. Empire Year 168. The Holy Emperor Dragon, Michael, once again made a statement on Weibo. A screenshot was posted. It showed a golden dragon in front of a computer, holding a mouse and playing a game. Secretly scout the enemy camp. Who knew that not only are your online novels interesting, but this game is also really fun? Who's going to top up my Legend of Warcraft? His account was 9B86, he was a wizard, and his character was called, Holy Emperor, lowly humans, if you don't top up my account, I'll make you all my slaves after I've completely occupied your human countries. I'll note down the person who recharges me and award him with merits. To a dragon, or even all the magical beasts in the lava land, a long life was very boring. He didn't even need to cultivate. They could become extremely powerful by eating, drinking, and walking every day. They could reach the 5th or 6th rank when they became adults. Such a life was too boring. The internet and society of humans, even games and novels, could simply make them addicted. Likes, 1,351. Stomp, 986,541. The entire Weibo was filled with curses. Get lost. How could that ancient lava world still secretly use the network of our human civilization? Speaking of which, the quality of the military's computers is so good, how come they didn't break down after so long? I strongly suggest that the military implement a real name system on the internet to prevent outsiders from stealing the internet. The Southern New Human University has declared war on Michael. Fat Dragon Die.jpg. The Isodeans had a very bad temper. They immediately began to move their mouths. The screenshot of a golden dragon sitting on a computer immediately turned into various prank emojis. After the development of the internet, chat emojis were naturally born. Damn it! Damn it! You actually dare to uglify me! It sat in front of the computer and suddenly became flustered and exasperated. The pride and dignity of a dragon and a superior felt greatly humiliated. Although this dragon had high intelligence, it was still inexperienced and did not know the importance of Xiao Xiang Quan. He immediately suffered a great loss. Although there were no such ridiculous netizens in this world, and they were still simple and honest, the Isodalians' violent temper made them very excited. It was rare to have a keyboard, but it could bring glory to the country. Who wouldn't take the opportunity to strike at such a great event? Michael became more and more anxious. He wanted to relax and log into his character in the Legend of Magical Beasts. He immediately smiled and found that a large amount of money had been transferred to his account. In the end, there were still humans who secretly topped up money for him. After all, there were always traitors in such a large race. I will remember your game IDs. It was immediately very satisfied, but as soon as it appeared in the main city, it found a group of people watching it, and they were madly typing. Oh! It's here! My foreign friend from the Far East, he's here! Kill him! Ha 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 ha! My Western friends are also very enthusiastic. We've been waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, and I've finally arrived. Michael? It looked at the computer screen in a daze and was instantly dumbfounded. Can't you just enjoy the game? However, on second thought, it laughed coldly. It was not possible to PK in the city. This was not the wilderness, so they could not do anything to it. However, the next second. System notification, due to today's special occasion, city PK mode is activated. Michael's face turned black. He smashed the keyboard like crazy and shouted. This was cheating. This was cheating. These despicable and shameless inferior humans. It was simple and honest. In this ancient land of lava, strength had always been the most important. It was supreme and had powerful talents. In this simple beast society where there was no intrigue, where had he seen such a scene? Corpse whip. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Ha ha ha, I didn't even go to work. When I heard the news, I took a day off and came to the nearby internet cafe to fight a boss. I'm the same. Our boss told us to put down our work and log into the game. Brothers, the game officials have already made a statement. Those who topped up money for it had to hand over their personal information to the country and be dealt with as traitors. We'll talk about it after a few years. In an instant, it was surrounded and killed by a bunch of players of various classes, and it became a corpse on the ground. What was even more infuriating was that the moment the red screen of death appeared, a notification flashed, ding. Damned dragon, your account has been permanently banned in this game. Michael gritted his teeth and blue veins popped out. Damned humans! Hatred! He was almost screaming out of hatred. On this day, Michael personally went to battle, and the war broke out again. The killing was very fierce, and large numbers of lives rushed to the battlefield. It was called the legendary Battle of the Blood City. Because the game account of the Dragon Emperor Michael was maliciously piked by humans, a war between two races broke out on the internet. The people of Isodar were still fearless. They had a lot of people and their reproductive ability was very high. Furthermore, they were a group of lunatics. The war had been going on for half a year, and 130,000 soldiers of the Ishtar family had died. The reproduction rate of humans was too terrifying. The exchange of numbers was an advantage that extraordinary magic beasts could not hope to achieve. They're not afraid of exchanging a life for a life. This was crazy. This is crazy. It was as if Michael could see their angry roars. It was hard to imagine the pride and stubbornness of this race. They weren't afraid of the sacrifice of the current generation at all, and thought that they were fighting for the future of their descendants. They could vaguely see Levis' shadow in them. They were influenced by Levis's personal charm. Everyone in the entire era had such a strong personality and spirit. A single person can influence the spirit of an era. As a high and mighty ancestor of the Golden Dragons, it was the first time he felt fear because of a group of insignificant ants and the mysterious old man, Levis. What a group of magical life forms! Every single one of them is incomparably weak, not even comparable to a wild beast. However, they have mastered an unimaginable weapon known as technology. They can control machinery and sit in the cockpit. Even the weak ants possess terrifying power. For the entire ancient land of lava, this was an unexpected race form. In this battle, Michael began to retreat. He was the first to retreat. He was very rational. There were 7 beings as powerful as him in the stone wall region. If his strength was damaged too much, he would not be far from death. Chapter 372, Glory and Ordinary. Empire Year 169. Levis further studied sea language, the language of the gods. Using the crystals of the magical beasts, he invented the magical core computer and created the virtual reality online game with his talent in illusion and charm. A game called The Mechanical Revolution was born. After logging in, real people could control machines to fight. They could also buy parts, design parts, and modify them. There were many ways to play, making everyone a soldier. This was also the embryonic form of a virtual reality civilization. Empire Year 179. The era was advancing madly. The people of Isodar had an amazing talent and passion for lava machinery. Every one of them was an expert in mechanical modification. They began to try to domesticate a low-level first-rank magical beast, the little wind mouse, which had the innate magic core of accelerated wind speed. With this magic nucleus, they replaced steam as the engine, giving birth to large-scale low-end magic mechanical tanks and magic motorcycles. Everyone knew that a brand new magical civilization was gradually maturing with the energy of magic nuclei as its foundation. Eastern Central TV Department 1's Walking into Science program. Our Mr. Levis rejected the help of the ancient gods. We chose our own civilization and opened up a new era. It was truly an incredible miracle, but it was also a matter of course. This was because such a miracle had already occurred 2 to 3 times before. Electrical appliances civilization. The lava mechanical civilization. Internet civilization. And even the mechanical magic civilization of today. New Media Daily. Walk into the childhood and life experiences of our god of Isodar, Levis, and watch the life of the greatest sage in human history, the greatest scientist in human history. The civilization of virtual reality, machinery, and lava were the romance of the Isodaeans. They had already gone from being a motorcycle gang that was passionate about modifying mechanical tanks to a motorcycle gang that was passionate about modifying magic-powered mechanical armor. The cyberpunk mech cities were brightly lit, and a faint white-hot wind surrounded the sky. Black steam pipes were densely packed on top of the black blade-like buildings, like squirming black blood vessels. Black mech fighters and robots flew across the sky. The wealthiest power couples in Hollywood and how they manage their money. The wealthiest power couples in Hollywood and how they manage their money. MillionaireClubs.in. Empire Year 181. Levis, an old man, suddenly gave up all his research in the past year. He quietly left the institute, avoided all the media and targets, and went to the cemetery. An old man's assistant, who also had white hair, pushed his wheelchair. Levis stopped in front of his father's grave and slowly came to his disciples' graves. On the tombstones, there were familiar names. Mitchell. Ladish. Su Liangdan said. Baizioki. Their memories flashed through Levis' mind. Many of them had followed the footsteps of his scientific research and had even completed brain transplants for him time and time again. Then, they gradually died of old age. The research assistants were changing, and he was the only one who remained. He walked to the end and saw a name written on a tombstone. Caney said. I've understood sea language, the mysterious ancient language of the gods. My life has been extended by another 10 years. I can repair it as much as I want, but my brain is already broken. I didn't expect you to die before me, Caney. You actually died of cerebral thrombosis. He was already sitting in the wheelchair, facing the steam and wind, looking up at the sky. The mysterious flesh and blood brain is still an area that modern science can't conquer. In the distant sky, magical mechanical airships with round, white Eternals lamps at the bottom were flying. I thought it was over for me. He wanted to relax in his last life and search for the origin of the ancient lava, but he did not expect. In the end, I still chose to continue my research. I can't stay idle. In each great era, the people he was once familiar with had left forever. Only he, as a human scientist with a special intelligence and brain, continued his research and forever stayed at the forefront of humanity. He opened up one era after another and finally ushered in the rotten era of mechanical magic. What's the next era? I don't want to know anymore. Voila! Facing the distant wind of steam, his mood suddenly became particularly calm. His life was too tiring. His achievements were enough to write more than half of the history of human civilization. He had a superior intelligence that humans never had, a brain that was almost god-like, and his achievements were unprecedented. He was destined to be the god of the Isodarian people. Has there ever been anything you wanted in your life? A deep voice came from afar. This old white-haired man, with wrinkles all over his face and sunken eyes, turned his head shakily. It was the still young ancient god. He leaned quietly under the tree in the distance, and under the shade, he crossed his arms and looked at himself quietly, as if he was an eternal life, watching this short period of time. He just stood there, letting new life and destruction happen. Great life, no matter how many times I see it, it's always amazing. I knew you would come. Levis laughed freely and said in a hoarse voice, You're asking me about the meaning of my life? Perhaps not. I've always been on the move, and I've never even had the time to think and plan for myself. Levis, an old man, sat in a wheelchair and quietly looked at the branch of the lava river in the distance. I had a girl I liked back then too. She was a blonde rancher who loved to smile. I met her when I was studying electricity on the ranches. I didn't agree to her confession of love and watched as she married a farmer. The reason why I didn't get married was because I guessed that my future would be very bitter. This path was destined to be very bitter, and now the truth. It also proves that I'm right. If I hadn't been alone from the beginning to the end, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to take it. Su Ji just smiled and listened to him quietly. This time, the two of them did not appear in public. There was no media attention, and they did not talk about the future of mankind or the choice of civilization. Instead, they talked about some seemingly trivial matters. Do you know about the plain beneath our feet? More than 100 years ago, this was the Maikiya ranch where I invented electricity. It was very simple back then, and I was sponsored by a few financial groups to set up an electric power research institute on a piece of land. There were many farmers and herdsmen here at that time, but now, this ranch has become a cemetery. Many familiar people are buried here, and my entire life has been buried here." His expression calmed down and he told Su Ji about his past relationship in detail. It was a very beautiful first love. For Levis, it was the most wonderful time of his life, even though it was plain for Su Ji. However, the most special thing about first love was that it was unforgettable. It was often an ordinary and unrelated relationship in the eyes of others, but every time the person involved talked about it, tears would flow down his face. Su Ji was still a good listener, and he had long developed a very good habit. "Why don't you choose to live your next life? You might be able to live a good life in your next life." Boom! The steam-powered windmill spun in the distance, stirring up a gentle breeze that scattered across the withered yellow grassland. "Maybe in the last few years, if I work harder, it's possible for me to develop new technology and live another life. But I don't want to live anymore. It's too urgent to fight for my life with one era after another, and it's suffocating. I look forward to a beautiful death." The old man chuckled lightly. He held the wheelchair with both hands and looked up at the lava river in the distance. The red glow shone on his face. "A long time ago, in my spare time, I kept thinking of a scene. I will wear a black suit, lie quietly in the coffin, put my hands together, and enjoy the eternal sleep of life. I'm actually looking forward to it, and even I can't understand that feeling." Su Ji looked at him quietly. Levis's intelligence was terrifying. He could have tried to live, but he had given up. She could understand Levis' feelings. This man, who seemed to have endless wisdom, was actually full of desire and longing in his heart. He wanted to relax. He was as fragile as a child. God had given him terrifying wisdom and talent, but he had to shoulder a heavy mission. He did not choose to escape. He used his wisdom and dedicated his life. This kind of life might be a kind of pain, and he had long wanted to free himself from it. Perhaps, he had been heading to the ancient lava land for a long time, just waiting for this moment. However, he was delayed again because the Isodar people of this era needed him, so he stopped for a while. Su Ji did not respond. He just looked at him quietly, accompanying this old man who was worthy of respect to his last moments in the world. "Actually, I've also thought of becoming a high school teacher." The white-haired old man muttered to himself, to have the same summer vacation as a child. At this moment, he was no longer the confident and arrogant Levis, who refused the help of the gods with absolute confidence. He was like a talkative old neighbor with white hair, sitting on a bench and telling you the story of time. Su Ji listened for an entire afternoon, and he also talked for an entire afternoon. His voice gradually lowered, turning into an almost inaudible murmur. "Now that the sky is clear, it's time for me to leave." Hwalala! The steam-powered windmill in the distance was spinning slowly, and the wind was blowing. In front of the grave, the white-haired old man in a wheelchair had a calm expression, and his smile was forever frozen on his face. "You don't want glory, but you want it." Su Ji leaned against the tree. He looked past the silent old man and at the vast prairie on the other side. For a moment, he seemed to see the group of young sorcerers who pursued the truth in the distant past. "To send you off." He pointed at the sky. Boom! The sky suddenly froze, and countless lava-colored air waves formed an aura, dyeing the sky red and hot. A huge figure soared into the sky. It was a white-haired old man sitting in a wheelchair, as if he was sitting on a divine throne. The huge and vast shadow looked down at the entire mechanical city. "That's an ancient god, a miracle." In the mechanical city of the mechanical windmill plain, countless people on the streets were suddenly shocked. They looked up silently at the white-haired old man's shadow and seemed to have realized what was happening. They frantically took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the sky, and some people couldn't help but cry. "Mr. Levis! It's great that we've been acknowledged." Chapter 373, God's Post-Celestial Realm. Year 181 of the Empire, 24th of July, 6:07 am. The people of Isodar would never forget this moment. Levis, the father of human science, had passed away peacefully. The ancient god had come to see Mr. Levis for the last time. Our civilization has been acknowledged by the ancient gods. This also means that the path that Mr. Levis has opened up for us will not be weaker than the once brilliant ancient human civilization in the distant future. But we humans have suffered unprecedented losses. In front of the TV, the hosts were reporting. The news, media, and reports were overwhelming. On this day, many people sat on the sofa in front of the TV. They felt an unprecedented loneliness in their hearts. Their minds were empty, as if they had lost a certain faith and worship. The feeling was very faint, but it carried a very uncomfortable sense of loss. It was as if a treasure that you had always thought would accompany you forever had suddenly disappeared. Boom! 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 It was the unique rolling sound of a mechanical motorcycle. The entire mech city was filled with street racers. They were like meteors, racing madly through the city, mountains, rivers, and grasslands, as if they were venting their frustrations. The wind howled in his ears. The surrounding scenery was rapidly flowing backward, as if it was racing against time. Mr. Levis, you've been alive for nearly 200 years. It has lived for 7 generations and can be considered a true god. It has always been the leading scientist of mankind and has always protected us. There are no gods in this world. Science had firmly told us that there was no god, but now it did. Our God is the spirit of the people of Izadain. His name is Science, which also means Levis. Before this, we were primitive society. It was Mr. Levis who brought us into the era of technology and made the primitive feudal society understand the value of electricity. He made computers, the internet, machinery, television. He pushed forward countless times of great civilization. Without Levis, we would still be in a primitive society. Many old and white-haired human scientists, the backbones of various major scientific and technological fields, walked out of the laboratory. They ignored the dissuasion of their assistants and went to the cockpit. They put on their white lab coats and sat in the mechanical war chariots, becoming a member of the street motorcycle gang. They sped through the huge steep curves, mountains, and fields. These scientists had almost gone crazy. Just like the ordinary citizens, at this moment, almost the entire world was filled with biker gang members. White-collar workers, wealthy businessmen, civilians, doctors, and teachers. They didn't ask for their names and just flew past shoulder to shoulder, pouring out all their emotions of being on a rampage. The people of Isodar were a strange race. They had lived near the lava for generations, which led to their passion for forging and machinery. They were hot-blooded, romantic, emotional, hospitable, and emotional, but they did not have the rationality and calmness of scientists, which made them very special. According to their level of scientific civilization, they had long since broken away from the low-level mechanical motorcycles and street chariots. However, perhaps this was also the popular motorcycle culture. Street racing and magical mechanical chariots were still popular, giving their civilization a unique cyberpunk sci-fi style. The buildings on the streets were all densely packed with metal pipes, and there were beautiful neon lights. Countless ultra-modern and exquisite mechanical chariots were flying. Riding a motorcycle on a steep mountain road, a deep doubt was engraved in the hearts of all the contemporary genius scientists. Can we really shoulder the future of the people of Isodar? The spiritual leader of an era has left. Will the people of Isodar fall? He asked. Mr. Levis, alone, could affect the spirit of an era. What about the future? The hearts of the people of Isodar were empty. They were an extreme and hot-blooded race that was born near the lava. At this moment, in order to vent the excitement in their hearts, many of the elders went crazy and started a war. The last time we entered the ancient lava land, Mr. Levis led a group of old people and did not die. But now, Mr. Levis has passed away. We old people are also willing to live and die with Mr. Levis. Some young people wanted to join in. Only the old have the right to look forward to the future. A war had erupted. The people of Isodar made a crazy decision. Regardless of the survival of mankind and the gains and losses of interests, they directly attacked the ancient land of lava. Holy Emperor Michael also roared, "Damned human! You guys are crazy! You are seeking your own destruction!" He roared. "This is not beneficial to both of us." He posted wildly on his Weibo, declaring peace and justice. You think you're invincible? The ancient lava land had 13 regions, and our Stonewall region has 7 ancient existences as powerful as me. You've attacked my territory, and if we fight to the death, you'll also die. I'm just a small part of the ancient land of lava. The world outside is huge, and you humans are as insignificant as I am. The giant golden dragon kept making noises. He looked at these humans driving the mechanical tanks and attacking crazily. They were from the sky and on the ground. It was hard to imagine how crazy this race was. They were simply a group of unreasonable lunatics. I'm willing to negotiate. said Michael. The war of the Ishodans was still raging. I'm willing to form an alliance. Let's form an alliance. Michael spoke again. There was still no response from the people of Isodar. They were silent, like a silent volcano that was about to erupt. Alliance. I'm willing to form an alliance. Michael roared. In the future, the Isodar Chronicles also recorded this incredible moment. This war was an unprecedented catastrophe for mankind. The modern population of the Isodar people had been reduced by 4 times. As for the older generation, almost all of them had died and were buried on the front lines. In this modern urban society, there were only young people left. As time passed, the archaeologists of the future could not find the root of the extinction that affected the entire war of species. Did the dragon provoke the people of Ishtar, or did a conflict occur that was the trigger of the terrible war? In the later generations, they had very vague records of this terrifying ancient lava civilization. They even searched for a long time before they found a passage called God's Great Day After Heaven, which was suspected to be the reason for the outbreak of the entire war. If the god dies today, the people of Isodar will live until 3 days later. To tell the life of the god to other races, we will proudly tell the story of our Lord with the powerful charm of technology. Chapter 374, The Phone Call Between the Ancient Lava Land and Human Society. According to common sense, after Levis' death, people should have kept his body. A group of scientists would begin to dissect his miraculous brain, even cutting it up and storing it in formalin. To find out why he opened up God's forbidden zone, opened up the pineal gland's potential, became the intelligent man closest to God, and was able to perform a brain transplant that ordinary people couldn't do, and successfully lived a long life that was several times longer than humans. However, he didn't. Their emotions triumphed over their rationality. The presidents of the 2 human empires issued a statement. Mr. Levis, you have done too much for us humans. There is no need to desecrate the body of the person we respect the most. Even if this, dissecting his brain's secret may give us the power of God. Let every citizen have a god-like brain. The future of mankind will be a brilliant civilization that will surpass everything. And this? I refuse. Boom. The entire earth cheered, and countless people sat in front of the TV and screamed. If we lose the honor and dignity of the people of Ishtar, and do whatever it takes to abandon our principles, our morals, and our rules, then we are the lowest of beasts. Tell us, are we going to be beasts? Boom. We have our own pride. The people in front of the TV cheered again. In fact, no matter if someone really wanted to dissect Mr. Levis and wanted to become the second Levis, to possess his longevity and wisdom, they could not show it. Desecrating Mr. Levis was an act against humanity. He would be directly executed. Even if the presidents of the 2 countries asked, they would be instantly pulled out of politics and sent to the execution. This was the human prestige that Levis had. Levis was buried in the Maikiya Ranch, which was the beginning of the technological civilization, and now the Maikiya Cemetery. A grand burial ceremony was held under the watchful eyes of the world. In order to prevent people from desecrating Levis' body, the large organizations sent the most stringent guards, instantly becoming the most heavily guarded cemetery. Su Ji's mind was very calm. Even after witnessing Levis' departure, he was still depressed. He was a genius with talent comparable to Medusa, Ermin, and the others. His future achievements were extremely promising. But in the end, Su Ji did not force him to stay and respected his wishes. Furthermore, Su Ji was suddenly a little curious as to how far this race could go. Of course, paying attention to their historical progress was only one of the main tasks, not the most important. At this very moment, he walked on the dark red land, surrounded by all kinds of strange mountains and vegetation. There were even unimaginable extraordinary abilities. This was a vast land that humans could not reach, a paradise for extraordinary magical beasts. This piece of land is really huge. It's not even half as wide as it used to be, but it's already the Magus world, the ancient world. It's more than 30 times the size. What did 30 times mean? The number and diversity of such plants and animals simply exceeded the sum of all the previous worlds combined. There were even some extraordinary races that were born with higher grades. Once they reached adulthood, they would reach level 6 and possess great wisdom and strength. They were almost perfect great life forms such as Chimera, Griffin, Giant Dragon, and Hydra. However, their reproductive ability was extremely low, and each race currently had less than 100 people. In the vast and deep ocean, there was the Naga race. The Nagas were only at the second rank when they reached adulthood. Some of the more outstanding geniuses were only at the third rank. Their reproductive ability was relatively higher, and they had already begun to build ocean empires. They rode and controlled some ocean beasts, such as whales and sharks, and started a simple and crude ocean civilization. Su Ji took a look at the sea but did not approach them. If I get close to them, I'll definitely worship them as great gods, right? After all, not everyone is an Isodarian. In the depths of the earth, the dwarf goblin clan appeared, and their reproductive ability was extremely strong. However, they were generally only at rank 1. They were greedy and lecherous, not even letting off some wild beasts, such as their mounts, the wolves. Su Ji observed them once and suddenly felt that they were very scary. They rode wolves during the day and at night. They were a brutal race that had not broken away from their animal instincts. It even made people feel like exterminating this disgusting race. But Su Ji still endured it. Their existence was reasonable. They couldn't possibly go extinct to the point of diversity just because they didn't like them, right? Their terrifying idea of reproduction also made them develop wildly. This land is 100 times larger than the primordial world. It's destined to become a vast superworld, a land where countless races reproduce. The human race used to be one of them. Su Ji continued walking and said with a smile, it might not even be 100 times. It might be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. If we continue to go deeper into the Earth's core, with an area as large as a provincial area, we can develop an underground civilization in the true sense of the science fiction novels that are commonly seen on Earth. His expectations were very, very high. In the future, perhaps many gods would be born here. In fact, it was not just a level 8 mythical creature. With a large number of level 8 gods, there might even be level 9 transcendents. After all, it was only possible for a life form of the next level to be born under the huge base of the previous level. How many gods were there now? Therefore, it was very difficult to reach level 9. This world had placed a lot of hope on Su Ji. It had even given them the best talents, written into their conditioned reflexes, where they would automatically meditate and forge their bodies. As for the 3 fused realms, this mature sandbox of the extraordinary world, if it can withstand the crisis, the future gods will also completely form a stable channel for the birth of. The true age of the gods will appear. Su Ji kept weighing his thoughts. There really weren't many sand pits now. Up until now, other than the universe sandbox and the ancient tree world, he only had 2 large-scale transcendent sandbox. The 3 realms and the lava world. However, it had also completely matured as a rank 8 mythical life form and was moving towards stability. It was time to look forward to a rank 9 mythical life form. After all, he had been stuck at this level for a long time. A level 9 life form is another qualitative change. Su Ji took a deep breath. He wore a wizard's robe and acted as an observer of research and experiments. He walked across the land, observed new life forms, and modified the forms of some life forms. From time to time, he would give birth to new inspiration and make them more promising. A new, thriving world. Su Ji was very satisfied. Opening up a sandbox deep underground was one of the best choices he had made. On Earth, the best sandpit was here. And this land had already given birth to the first powerful life form, a level 7 heavenly emperor. It was also the giant beast, Finba, that was the first to be tested. Su Ji walked around and was a guest in the Temple of the Sun in Finba. Although he had erased the memory of creating him, in Finba's memory, he still felt fear for Su Ji, the mysterious ancient god. This was because he still remembered the scenes of his youth when he was being thrown bells and trained to feed a puppy. This is a very new special gift. You can take a look. Perhaps it can help you relieve your boredom. Su Ji had brought a computer. God, what is this? An elegant lion-like giant beast with a slender body and golden scales was prostrating in the temple. It was surrounded by golden murals made by the giant beast servants. In order to pass the time, it usually slept. However, while it was in deep sleep, it was also inevitably getting stronger, so strong that it was unimaginable. After all, Su Ji had done the most complete experiment on him, which could be considered to have created the most perfect biological template. Su Ji also wanted to see how much potential a life form like this would have. His trump cards were very strong, and he wondered if his pride would lead to his low achievements. After all, a strong person only had to rely on their heart, followed by their talent and talent. Take a look. Su Ji sat next to it and taught it how to turn on the computer. This place was too far away, and there was no human network, so they could only play single-player games. Half a day later, the supreme god of the ancient lava land was still intoxicated. This light destruction god 3 was amazing. Necromancers, whoosh 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 whoosh. Su Ji had nothing to do, so he played a few words with it online. Finbar was immediately confused. God, why don't you use a computer? Because the computer is in my head. Su Ji laughed. In his mind, there was a light blue desktop with a program installed on it, and he was playing online with it. Why? Finbar was puzzled. Your brain also has the potential in this area. It's just that you haven't developed it yet. My research shows that only 10% of a living being's brain is used, and the rest is not developed. Su Ji had sent over a computer to secretly wake it up. It was time for the giant beast's civilization to progress. If you can do it, then you can also install a game program in your mind and play games like that. We can play games too? Finbar was shocked. His eyes rolled around, as if he had a new idea. Su Ji did not see its expression. He just suddenly received a call from the Mechanical Magic Cyberpunk Human Society. It was a special person. What happened? Finbar excitedly rubbed his claws. It's fine. You can play by yourself. I have to go and do something. Su Ji left the temple and walked into human society. Chapter 375, The Magical Beast Contract and the Kiss of the Gods. Caroline was lying in front of the red wooden table. The old woman looked out of the window into the distance. In the security booth at the gate of the community, an old man was looking down at his mobile phone, seemingly following a web novel. Below, there were parents pushing a baby stroller, laughing and talking as they walked along the edge of the shade of the green belt in the community. There were strong young men doing pull-ups on the bars of the fitness equipment. Caroline suddenly lowered her head and looked at her phone. In the end, she still dialed the number that she had left for her to communicate with. She had originally thought that it was an account of a like-minded friend that she had met in the milk tea shop. In the end, after that day, she did not dare to make any more calls. No matter how bold she was, how friendly she was, how rude she was, how she chattered, and how much nonsense she was spouting. They didn't dare to disturb an ancient god. Will you come again? You're the first one I want to share my research results and my science with. Caroline looked at the little wind mouse in front of her. She had once talked about life's ideals and the research direction that she had dreamed of with the young man from the milk tea shop in high spirits. It was as if she had found a confidant. Among those motorcycle gang enthusiasts who were passionate about machinery and civilization, it was too difficult to find a lover in their own circle. But from then on, he became unattainable. More than 10 years had passed, and she was already too old. She already felt that her days were numbered. She was no longer the once heroic and beautiful teenage girl. Her entire body had become wrinkled and loose skin, and her bright and charming eyes had become extremely turbid. She was now a white-haired old woman wearing a pair of black-rimmed presbyopic glasses. Will he come? She opened the book in her hand nervously. As a member of the older generation who had lived through the internet age, she did not like e-reading like the young people. She liked the feeling of paper, which had an incomparable sense of heaviness. Why are you suddenly calling me? Are you going to treat me to milk tea again? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. Caroline turned her head to look, and with this one look, she was completely dumbfounded. It was still the same familiar voice. The young man was still standing there lazily and leisurely. However, at this moment, he gave her a completely different feeling of shock because the feeling of his identity was different. You don't recognize me? It's me. Su Ji laughed. Why are you still speaking in this way? I still can't believe that you're an ancient god. Tears welled up in Caroline's eyes. This handsome and powerful mysterious young man had not changed at all after so many years. The only person who had changed was herself. Caroline was extremely excited. Language. Do you still remember the sea language we talked about before? I remember. Su Ji laughed and sat in front of the chair calmly. He looked at the hot girl who used to be very friendly, high-spirited, and passionate about science. He had just gone out for a meal in reality, came in to see Levis off, and played games with Finba, but she had already become extremely old. She was too old, and she was going to leave this world like Levis. Voila! Suji stretched out his hand, and 2 cups of milk tea appeared before him. He sat opposite him, just like he had done in the past. This once familiar scene caused tears to flow down Carolyn's face. She sat opposite him and completely abandoned any differences in status. She continued to chat about the topic of the past and treated them as ordinary friends. All these years, we humans have been studying sea language, the magic cores of magical beasts, and modifying their machinery and armor. That was the romance of men. But the romance of us women is not mechanical. Suji listened quietly. This fellow was still the same as she was in the past. She started talking like a madman, regardless of whether you could understand her or not. Furthermore, her preference for science was really too unpopular. It was estimated that over the years, there were not many people who were willing to listen to her chatter except for Suji himself. This person loved to chat and was very friendly, but he was the kind of person who would instantly lose his friends once he chatted. You must be lonely. No one listens to your science. You've really suffered all these years. Suji took a sip of his milk tea. I'm telling you. My research finally bore fruit after all these years. She shouted. Is it still the same topic we talked about back then? Extraordinary civilization and scientific civilization. An individual heroism. I said I believe in individual heroism, but I insist on combining extraordinary and technological civilization. However, it would not be like extraordinary civilizations where a single god ruled over everything and sealed off all hegemons, because every single citizen was a god. Then, everyone's power would be equal, and no one would be the master. Yes. We humans can't cultivate, but we can control machines and gain power. My research topic is different from theirs. They control machinery, but I control life. Research life science. Turn people into gods. She pointed at the little wind mouse in front of her and was ecstatic. Look! What a wonderful life! Their magic nuclei were equivalent to their brains. Once they understood the structure of sea language, they would understand their consciousness and composition. However, it's difficult for us humans to understand the fundamental principles at present. Otherwise, we can rewrite their brains, nerves, and movement patterns, transforming their brains like a program. Suji nodded. Ever since the chip had gained consciousness, it had become an octagonal crystal chip. It had undergone a mutation, which was equivalent to the birth of a soul. Even Suji, its creator, could not completely understand it. This was the charm of life's constant evolution. We can't read their minds, but I can find resonance. She pointed at the little wind mouse as if she was showing off. I don't study machinery. I used a specific sea language, as if I was hypnotizing it, to continuously deepen its brain. In the end, I rewritten a program in its brain and made the magical beast listen to the commands of humans. She said. Stand up. The little wind mouse stood up. Run. The little wind mouse ran around the entire room. Release acceleration. The little wind mouse released its innate ability. What's this? Suji was a little surprised to see this. What did he just see? He was actually looking at an extremely weak human commanding a Tier 2 magical beast, little wind mouse. He felt that it was a little hard to imagine. What kind of ghostly thing had she researched? Every species has a different sea language. This is the little wind mouse's. I'll read it to you. She was extremely happy and recited a strange language. She then took out a small electric baton with a special electric frequency and struck it at the little wind mouse's forehead. It seemed that she could rewrite the program in its mind. Black technology. Suji was shocked. The modern scientists of the mechanical civilization studied the application of magic nuclei to build their machines. This was their mechanical armor romance. They also dissected magic cores to understand their composition. However, this method was equivalent to dismantling the main computer. However, this feeling that Carolyn was feeling right now wasn't as if she had dismantled the main computer. Instead, it was as if she was a hacker who had hacked into the other party's computer. Implant a virus and Trojan horse. Take control of the other party's computer. This is a completely opposite path of scientific civilization. This thought flashed through Su Zhi's mind. The sea language I use to control magical beasts is called a contract. Caroline said, just read the divine words of the contract. It's implanted into the brain with a special electrical signal tool, and you can sign a contract with a magical beast. Read the sea language and sign the contract? Su Zhi was shocked. He could not help but ask, then, what about high-level magical beasts with consciousness? You're indeed the one who understands me, you've asked the right question. Caroline quickly said excitedly, those magical beasts below the 4th rank without intelligence can be contracted. It's impossible for a high-level demon beast to do so unless they're willing to let go of their resistance and open up their minds. Of course, when we were low-level magical beasts, we signed a contract and raised them to level 4 and above. We gained wisdom, so we can't betray our master. Su Zhi looked at the white-haired old woman and was shocked. There were too few people who had naturally awakened perfectly. The probability was as low as 1 in 100 million. There were less than 100 million people in the human race now. It was already very good that Levis was born by chance. As for this hot girl, the reason why he paid attention to her back then was that she did not awaken because of a single chip error in her brain circuit. There were many people like her, but it was 1,000 miles away if they were to lose even a little. But even so, there were only a few thousand people in the entire human society who were one step away from awakening. They were considered the smartest group of humans. At that time, he thought it was interesting to see her babbling. She didn't like the motorcycle gang, didn't like machinery, and liked to study life science. He didn't expect her to be so stubborn and to study this topic for a lifetime. He had really picked up a treasure. You see. Are my research results okay? Isn't it amazing? Caroline's eyes were cloudy. This white-haired old man looked forward with hope and longing, as if he was waiting for a confirmation. Su Zhi knew what she was after. She had idolized Levis since she was a child. She went to school and got into college, pursuing the same path as Levis. After she became an adult, she also immersed herself in the field of science. She also hoped to get an affirmation, and the highest affirmation in the world came from the ancient gods. And the friend who had encouraged her and talked about her dreams in the milk tea shop. It's a very impressive research. Su Zhi laughed. Caroline's old eyes trembled, and her eyes suddenly became wet. She kept wiping her tears and said, "Hee, am I receiving the same great glory as Mr. Levis before he died?" Su Zhi looked at old Caroline and stood up. He looked at the row of books on the shelf and sized up her house. It was a mess. Even a homebody would not be so dirty and messy. "Caroline," Su Zhi suddenly said, "do you still want to pursue the science of life?" Caroline was startled for a moment before nodding her head heavily. Her eyes flickered with a burning ambition, and she didn't try to hide it at all. "Yes. This is what you deserve after working hard all your life." Su Zhi looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. He suddenly walked up, bent over gently, and kissed her on the forehead. "I'll give you some time." With that, Su Zhi stood up, turned around, and left the room. Caroline was stunned. She gently touched her forehead, which had been kissed, and said, "Mr. Levis, he has a brain that is said to have been kissed by a god. And I also." Her memory seemed to be awakening, and her thinking speed was accelerating. "My brain has also been kissed by the gods." It was as if countless electrical signals were surging in her mind, opening a forbidden door. She instantly felt that her thoughts were moving at an unbelievable speed, just like those hard disk computers that did calculations in an instant. Her father's memories and her grandfather's memories kept running through her mind. They were the memories of her ancestors from generation to generation. In the end, she traced back to the origin of mankind and saw a terrifying scene. It was a golden desert, and a mysterious young man in an exquisite black robe was bathed in golden lava like a god. He held the 2 crying babies high. "I've finally got it. I can relax tonight and go out and play Hearthstone with the idiots in the wizard community." Boom! Her mind exploded. This is a god. A verbal blessing to humans. At this moment, she clearly understood the truth of Mr. Levis' pursuit of theology when he was young. As long as an intelligent human had awakened his pineal gland and opened the forbidden zone of God, he would see the memories of generations of ancestors and the first moments of mankind. They would all hear this. And what did these words mean? It was the truth that all modern scientists who had awakened their wisdom had spent their entire lives exploring. Carolyn was both surprised and terrified. She suddenly discovered that the entire world was extremely bright and slow, and her thinking speed was unprecedentedly clear. Is this the world in Mr. Levis' eyes? She suddenly realized that her clothes had become loose. She stood up and went to the mirror. Her long golden hair was dazzling, her milky skin was delicate, her body was curvy, her face was firm and sharp, and her dark red eyes were deep. I've become younger. Chapter 376, A Battle of Wits and Courage. I've planted another seed. I hope that it will bloom into a bright flower in the future. Suji walked around the streets and said, Caroline worships Levis very much and is pursuing his path. She is also a scientist who has dedicated her life to the path of science. Her ideas are the same, but they are different. Because I once explained to her the difference between extraordinary civilization and technological civilization, she wanted to study the combination of the two civilizations, using technological means to develop extraordinary, studying life science, and using the human body to turn people into gods. She was very ambitious, and could even be said to be whimsical. She was a lunatic who wanted all the people of Isodar to be gods. To become a Protoss that was based on technology. God race. Suji smiled. At that time, he was wondering if she could be the catalyst of an era, so he chatted with her for a long time and became her friend. He didn't expect her to really succeed. The streets of Isotarian had completely turned into a futuristic sci-fi style. In the surrounding shops, there were transparent glass covers with various models of miniature and exquisite mechanical armor and motorcycles. They were made of black metal and had a smooth and exquisite aesthetic. There was a round wheel at the bottom, slowly rotating on display with the model of the machine written below. A few middle school students in different attires were leaning against the glass cover. Wow! The BQ-194 is so cool. It's the latest model developed by Master Lin Ziyi this year. It's a quad-core processor. He was so handsome. I can't afford to play it in reality, but I wonder when the mechanical revolution will be released in the market. It'll be good to have some fun. You think too much. We can't afford it even in the mechanical revolution. Even my dad can't afford some of the more advanced models. My dad is a senior engineer with a monthly salary of 7,000 yuan. Any man's heart would palpitate at the sight of it, and women couldn't resist it either. It was just like how they all liked super sports cars that were so cool that they could explode. The mechanical energy mecha master profession was born and became the most popular profession, replacing the soldier profession. Countless people wanted to join the army, defend their country, and own a mechanical armor. Some civilian mechanical organizations had also entered the ancient lava land to hunt. At this moment, the game Mechanical Revolution had allowed many ordinary people to possess strong and high-level mecha skills. As long as they trained a little and overcame the dizziness and gravity of the actual operation, they could directly be sent to the battlefield and become an excellent pilot. The Mechanical Revolution has brought the people of this world into an era where almost everyone is a soldier. Suji strolled along the streets and looked around. He sat down on the edge of long bench in a fountain square, feeling very comfortable and content. He bent down and lowered his head to feed the pigeons. This is scientific civilization. They were very different from extraordinary civilizations, and while they possessed extraordinary power, they were almost equal. They will have different social classes, high-ranked elites, and powerful warriors. The top group of people will have the most advanced secret and special mecha, but in the end, it will not be exaggerated to the point of qualitative change. They will have the power to dominate the entire civilization. Their tyrants will be overthrown, and if the civilians want to rise, they will join the army or go to famous universities. These are all ways to make a name for themselves. Equality was relative. To the extraordinary civilizations that were used to this, the celestial emperors ruled the world. The technological civilization was already a world where human rights were equal, and the ordinary people lived very comfortably. To Suji, it was also good to occasionally explore the path of another civilization. It was also very good to develop extraordinary powers in the form of a technological civilization. The mechanical magical armor could study the extraordinary in a scientific way. He had already placed the extraordinary lava land and extraordinary powers in front of him. He wondered what kind of results they would come up with by using science to study theology. Su Ji tried logging into his account for the Mechanical Revolution and immediately started playing a fighting game. After all, mecha were also his romance. Compared to the dullness of the extraordinary civilization, the scientific civilization was much more interesting. The games and entertainment that were popular among the commoners allowed him to come in often to relax. However, he couldn't even beat an elementary school student. After all, even elementary school students in Isodar were mech experts. The gaming experience of a newbie was terrible. Su Ji, on the other hand, did not mind. It was only natural for him to be abused now. He did not know how to do it at all. Perhaps he could ask Hermes to help him learn some mechanical skills in the future, and he would get back at Hermes sooner or later. Let's wait for a few more years. After suffering 8 consecutive defeats, Su Ji immediately logged out of the game. Find an advanced and top-notch mechanical armor company and custom-make a mech model. It's the kind that can withstand vacuum pressure and travel in space. He was only at the 6th step in real life, so he couldn't enter space and withstand the terrifying pressure. Even if he were to reach level 7 Heavenly Emperor, Su Ji could only stay in space for a short period of time. Therefore, the emergence of this civilization just happened to solve this problem. Thinking about it, driving a mechanical armor and traveling in space was indeed a very comfortable feeling. Developing a magical civilization and absorbing their knowledge, machinery, and armors, the excitement and shock were hard to imagine, not to mention creating a new world. After briefly logging out of the game and leaving the lava world, Su Ji had his lunch in the living room as usual. He felt that the difference between the two worlds was the lowest. They were almost the same, and there was no huge difference like in the other worlds. After lunch, he walked out of the living room and came to the door. He sat down on a chair and came to watch some of the strange creatures that were causing trouble. The god of creation is here again. Brothers, don't panic. Continue to survive and develop. A group of monster-like guys were hiding in a corner, as if they were discussing some kind of scheme. This was a very common scene, but Su Ji was starting to get a little serious. Should I let them in? Or should I say, when should I let them in? Su Ji was starting to get a toothache. His first reaction was that these animals would definitely fine. God. Dirty. Ran. The people of Isodale were a hot-blooded, wolf-like race. Just look at the atmosphere on the internet. It was very academic and very serious. There were no ridiculous pictures or funny jokes. Take a look at our internet and this group of jokers. They're howling in the forum all day long and are full of trouble-making energy. Su Ji was deeply suspicious that he would immediately lead them astray the moment they entered. It was like a husky sneaking into a pack of wolves, and the entire network would probably be lost in an instant. It would drive madly, pull its IQ to the same level, and then beat you with its rich experience. The teasing emperor was so terrifying. Mechas, modern civilization, super advanced technology with the internet. If they could get on the internet, the chances of them causing trouble would be greatly increased. This is different from the previous extraordinary civilizations. Su Ji's teeth hurt a little. This was a serious problem. Furthermore, there was an even more serious problem. As long as a human had awakened their pineal gland, unlocked the potential of their brain, and awakened the system, they would be able to trace back the human memories of their ancestors and see the origin of mankind. An ancient god raised the baby high and said, "I've finally got it. I can relax tonight and go out and play Hearthstone with the idiots in the wizard community." Even with the addition of the modified Carolyn, only 2 people had awakened. This sentence was still the most confidential secret of the human race, and it was basically impossible to reveal it. However, it was not impossible for them to discover it. What should I do with this? There was no way to do it. Su Ji was not worried that he would create an astonishing flaw by leaving behind those words and expose all his secrets. Instead, he had already thought about the future. The Spore Evolution Forum would go crazy. I see Chinese again. Oh! Oh my god! This is the second Easter egg after a Deo Lord and a deity who can speak Chinese. The planning team has a conscience. I blew up. As expected of the game's new dungeon. This setting of a super ancient god seems to be very interesting. He has come to our Earth. As expected of the heavens and the myriad worlds. The game planning team had finally accepted an advertisement. It's time to eat. How much did Hearthstone pay you? I'll give you double the honor of kings. This was the shriek of the players in the crowd. Suji did not do anything but play a few rounds of Hearthstone and was blown up again. What about the secret research institutes in the major countries and the high-end players? On the other hand, they would go completely crazy and be so shocked that they would sweat. This is indeed the universe. We didn't guess wrong. The truth has proven itself once again. It's not just Deo Lords who have come to our earth. Even in the human society of Chilii, there are terrifying super gods who are hidden on earth and live among the ordinary people. This is too scary. This god knows how to play Hearthstone. Quickly send someone into the wizard community and investigate the people who love to play Hearthstone. How do we investigate? I'll slap you with the back of my hand, God. How could he be bad at a game? I'll definitely investigate the group of people who are the best at playing. Suji looked at his record of 3 consecutive defeats and fell into deep thought. They won't be able to find me. Chapter 377, New Closed Beta Announcement. Based on his many experiences of being imagined, Suji had already imagined what they were thinking. They would use the Hearthstone in the words to find him, a god hidden in the crowd. This was something that had a high probability of happening, but they would not be able to find him. Noobs could hide their dazzling brilliance in the crowd. In fact, this was also a characteristic of this group of players. As long as there was a loophole, they would not think that it was a loophole. How could a game that transcended time and exceeded human imagination have such simple loopholes and flaws? There must be a deeper meaning. What they needed to do was to dig out the huge secret hidden within. They had already fallen deeply into the trap that they had set for themselves, unable to extricate themselves. After some deep thought, Suji eventually gave up on the idea of letting new players in immediately. He felt that he was already a mature god of creation. At the beginning, he was also confused by these people's crazy imagination. He stood there in a daze and his mind was filled with, what the hell happened, and now, he had learned to fight with the players in terms of wits and courage. He had secretly strangled their exaggerated imaginations and their exaggerated characters that had no history in the cradle. Don't be in a hurry to let it in. Let's wait for a day or two. Suji thought about it for a moment, then continued to lay out and build a budding supernatural sandbox. These 1 or 2 days would be enough for the people of Isodar to develop rapidly for a while. Let civilization take off completely. The speed of science and technology development was a huge leap. It was terrifyingly fast. In the next 1 or 2 days, since the new lava world has been opened, we will definitely need a large number of species with extraordinary potential to be released into the vast world that is 100 times larger. I have to prepare for a rainy day. During this period of time, he would take the opportunity to open another closed beta and let in some new players who had been preparing for a long time to prepare for the lava world in the future. Once Carolyn really does what I've been waiting for, the time will be ripe, and it might be their turn to take the stage. After a few moments of thinking, Suji made a decision: the 6th closed beta. Suji looked at the sorcerer world. With the birth of these monsters, they killed each other and gradually produced a group of top existences. Some monsters even had the terrifying combat strength of a celestial emperor. The disaster continued to grow. The era was still brewing a disaster. There's no such thing as perfection in this world, cute girl. You should have thought of this long ago. It's common sense that there are good and evil in the human heart. After a few glances, Suji gradually retracted his gaze. He sat on a chair in the orchard. The sun in the countryside was still bright and resplendent, and the trees were green. He looked at the little ants in front of him who were working hard to transform. He took advantage of the noon time to make an announcement. Alright, let's release the new version update. On the entire Spore Evolution sandbox, a new notification came. Spore Evolution Closed Beta version 0.6 has been officially updated. Another 30 beta tester slots will be opened. The maximum number of online players will be 270. 2. The internal test will still be in the form of biological papers. 3. The end elimination system will still be implemented. In this 6th beta, the last 80 players will be eliminated from the 240 players in the previous period. The specific number of players to be eliminated is 4. The wizard community will be expanded by 500 people to 1,500 characters. In an instant, the entire forum was in an uproar. Wow! It's been updated. Another cute newbie is coming in. I wonder what kind of scary boss will come this time? Woo, I'm going to die. I've been eliminated. I'm going offline now. I'll go out and see everyone's reaction. Ha ha ha, I also want to quickly post the instructions for a newbie. To build the image of an older brother. Wahahaha. Each batch is more intense than the last. I can already see the newbies going bald. Su Ji sat on a chair. As the most popular character in the game, he looked down at the little ants in the distance and discussed with each other on the game's background wall. With generations of game improvements, they could already receive information from the outside world so that they wouldn't miss out on important things in reality while playing games. Now, it was a real virtual reality immersive online game. Some people were happy, while others were crying. However, the joy was only to welcome the newbies. Many people were crying because they were about to leave. Su Ji sat on a chair and nibbled on a red apple. Zerg sub-brain, you'd better watch out this time. Don't make any more mistakes. Seasoning species, some useless papers, should I include them too? The sub-brain asked. As long as you have potential. I want to read all the special papers. Don't look down on seasonings and delicacies. Su Ji propped his hands up and said, I'm not doing this to satisfy my personal desires, but for the sake of the world. We want a rich and diverse world of food. We Zergs are no longer a violent race that prioritizes combat power. Without combat power, as long as it's special, interesting, has potential, and delicious food, we want it all. Alright, Zerg Empress. The Zerg sub-brain's voice came. Su Ji's actions were swift and decisive. He posted an update notification at noon, telling everyone that their game was about to undergo closed beta testing again and that they had to submit their thesis by the day. It was very illogical. In addition, according to the old rules, the review would be completed the next morning, and the new beta players would be released. If it was a normal game planning team, they would have been flamed to the point where even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. But now, everyone had long been used to the unpredictable ways of the planning team. Ha ha ha. In the past, he would have a day to submit his thesis. Now, he didn't even have a day. But do I fear it? The Guangdong people were fearless. Gourmet species. We are the strongest. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Last time, that idiot Mew Mew successfully opened the door to a new world for me. Cantonese +1, let them see our power. The species thesis of our gourmet province. Even if it's a god, I'll eat it for you to see. Picking nose. The newbies are trembling. I've met my match this time. Ha ha ha. My thesis will definitely break out of the encirclement. Screenshot of balding.jpg. The brother above, I can tell at a glance that he has a foundation. They are our strong competitors. I'm impressed. That day, in just an hour, Su Ji received a lot of messages from the website. Thousands of papers filled his mailbox, and in the next few hours, the number of papers that were being applied for gradually decreased. It was obvious that they had already made preparations a day ago. Under the screening of the Insecta sub-brain, Su Ji also saw some new and powerful new species. He immediately found them fresh and interesting. The most novel and shocking thing was a paper that the Insecta nest sub-brain deemed to be completely useless. The paper was called on the feasibility of creatures with overclocking thoughts and species that could control time. Chapter 378, Mind Overclocking Technology. This useless paper was supposed to be eliminated by the Zerg sub-brain, and Su Ji should not even have been able to read it. However, because of Su Ji's previous reminder, he kept it. Overclocking of the mind, a species that controls time. Su Ji sat in his chair and continued to review and read through the thesis. There's a terrifying hypothesis in the thesis. It uses some special means to accelerate the neurons of the brain to achieve overclocking thinking. The acceleration of a living being's thinking is equivalent to the deceleration of time in the outside world. The paper wrote, if it can be said that the primordial humans have the power to control space, then this is a great race that can control time. They have time talent, and they are transcendent beings that surpass everything. This guy is awesome. Su Ji was stunned, and his mind went blank for a few seconds. He kept reading and could not help but be surprised. The theory of time relativity is pretty good. However, in an instant, he understood why the Zerg sub-brain, an artificial retard, had judged that this species paper that transcended the era was useless to the current Zerg and intended to eliminate it immediately. Because we Zergs already have this characteristic. Su Ji cupped his cheeks in his hands. He actually wants to create a species similar to us Zergs. Su Ji pulled up the information. It was a university student in his 20s. He was a neurology otaku who studied medicine. He had black-rimmed glasses, but his hair was surprisingly thick and curly, which was very illogical. This person is indeed terrifying. He actually has such a groundbreaking idea and has even paid for a practical plan. Su Ji kept looking through the life structure of the species and gasped in admiration. A mechanical voice came from the Zerg sub-brain. Mind overclocking is a technology from an advanced civilization. It's not a talent unique to us Zergs. In fact, the current human scientists have already proposed a similar idea to speed up the thinking speed of life and extend life through other means. This human is only putting it into practice. Ah! Su Ji was stunned. As the current Zerg Empress, what do you think is the difference between a high-leveled civilization and a low-leveled civilization in the vast universe? Is it technology? The sub-brain asked. Weapon? Destructive power? Or are there any other reasons? Su Ji thought about it. A truly advanced civilization was something that modern people could not imagine. They would have weapons beyond imagination, weapons of the law of causality. A time weapon? Quantum weapon? But no matter what, it'll definitely be able to easily and silently destroy mankind. In fact, in an instant, humans went extinct without even realizing it. Actually, there's no need to make any more abstract guesses. Zerg Empresses, you've been neglecting a lot of things. We Zergs are a true advanced civilization in the universe. If we, an advanced civilization, want to destroy Earth, what will happen? The sub-brain of the bug tribe said directly. What if we Zergs want to destroy Earth? Su Ji was stunned for a moment, and a serious look of thought appeared on his face. It seems that the nuclear weapons of the current humans are very powerful. The celestial thearch will definitely not be able to withstand them. Even a god would be severely injured in an instant if he were to be hit directly. The current nuclear weapons in every country could destroy the Earth countless times. It was impossible for gods to fight head-on. They would die without a doubt because gods could cross the universe, but they could not blow up stars, but in fact, it's not calculated that way at all, because our time is too fast. To us, the entire human society, the people on the streets, in the cars, in the supermarkets, are all still statues. Su Ji continued to organize his thoughts. If they really fought, even if a Type 4 or Type 3 expert of the bug race attacked, it would be a destructive disaster, let alone a god. They would all be motionless and unable to resist. Boom! Su Ji's mind suddenly exploded, and an unbelievable thought suddenly emerged. This is the difference between a high-leveled civilization and a low-leveled civilization mind overclocking technology? That's right. The sub-brain of the Zerg replied, the gap is huge. Any of the lowest-level living citizens from the advanced civilizations in the universe, even if they are very weak and are far less lethal than your weapons, as long as they master the mind overclocking technology, they can enter and leave as if no one is there. With your forbidden weapons, one person can easily destroy all of you and leave with ease. A lower-class citizen from a high-leveled civilization can destroy a planet's civilization without having to carry any weapons of their own civilization. Su Ji was shocked. Perhaps, in the vast universe, this was the difference between a high-leveled civilization and a low-leveled civilization. High-leveled civilizations had already crossed the threshold of a new world. They lived in special latitude cosmoses with a time flow rate. Not only did their technology develop at a terrifying speed, but the renewal of their civilizations was also extremely terrifying. They could also directly attack civilizations in the lower dimension of time from the higher dimension of time at any time. Let me ask you, you're a still life in front of me, how can you resist? Destroying you is none of your business. The sub-brain said, only civilizations with the combat power of a level 8 civilization can be considered as advanced civilizations. They have begun to have thought acceleration technology, but the difference between each civilization's thought acceleration is very large. It may be several times to more than 10 times. There are also different levels of costs due to the thought overload of the brain. The brain will become bloated, deformed, and have the characteristics of a big head. Big head's trait? Su Ji was stunned and thought of the big-headed aliens commonly seen in movies, the little grey men. The sub-brain continued. In order to avoid the cost, some higher-leveled civilizations will enter a space with specific acceleration to live. As for civilizations with level 9 combat power, they could generally have more than 50 times the speed of flow. As for the speed of thought, it's 100 times faster, which is 100 years per day. This is also the limit of the speed of thought for living beings. It can't break through the threshold. Furthermore, some of the more advanced level 9 civilizations were able to accelerate their thinking and cell division at the same time, causing their body and thoughts to be in sync forever. We Zergs were once one of the supreme races in the universe, and we can do this. This is because the acceleration of the mind and body is an innate ability of our race. Su Ji was silent. It turns out that our natural talent for accelerated suicide is such top-tier space technology. This was too terrifying. Other civilizations need to develop to the level of an advanced civilization to be able to do so, but we are from an advanced civilization from the beginning and have innate abilities. If we don't accelerate the thought process of a level 8 god, the sub-brain replied. With their terrifying knowledge and level, they will also develop some means to accelerate themselves, but it will not be too high of a thought multiplier. Su Ji listened to the analysis. Does it mean that as long as the gods such as Ermin, Phoenix, and Emperor Chi reach the level, I will be able to speed up my thinking? As the level of life increased, the speed of thought also increased. Was this the necessary path for higher life forms? Su Ji felt that it was a little coincidental. These gods really lived up to the saying, one day in heaven was 1 year on earth. After a round of analysis, Su Ji's knowledge suddenly increased. He had really been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. It was difficult to imagine what kind of brilliant world advanced civilizations were in the universe. It was black technology that lower-level civilizations could not imagine or understand. However, it was useless to listen to so much. Su Ji's reaction was very simple. It's none of my business. I use this technology to quietly farm and create the world. He looked at the paper again. In that case, this paper on potential species that overclocked our thinking is of no use to us because we have already accelerated to the limit of our ability to think. It's impossible for him to use this to reproduce another species to accelerate his thinking. This species is destined to fail. Su Ji thought for a moment. But we still let him in. He's a talent. Su Ji cherished talents. These bald geniuses were all his treasures. Chapter 379, Painted Skin. Even though there's no way to succeed, let this player in. After Su Ji and the sub-brain had a casual chat, he skipped the paper and sat on the chair to continue reading the next paper, looking very casual. In fact, the mind overclocking technology had also solved one of Su Ji's long-standing doubts. He had always thought that the Zerg's talent was ridiculous. Why did the previous Zerg Empress die? Even though she was flying around and conquering the universe, the time acceleration of 1 day and 100 years meant that all the life forms and races of the other civilizations on the other planets were still. How could they possibly defeat her? It was obvious that Su Ji had only been thinking about it from the perspective of the Earth's civilization, which was a meaningless thought. It turned out that the speed of thought acceleration was one of the most important criteria for a high-level space civilization. Even though the Zergs were born with it, other high-level space civilizations had similar technology to compete with it. At that very moment, Su Ji felt that with the Zerg sub-brain's explanation, a grand and magnificent world view of the universe beyond Earth was rapidly being perfected. The difference between silicon-based life and the Zergs was the mental overclocking technology. Although Su Ji was now in a remote corner, the knowledge of the universal civilizations would undoubtedly give him more ideas about building an extraordinary sandbox world and broaden his horizons. The higher he stood, he had more ideas about the future of creating an extraordinary sandbox for civilization. The civilizations in other universes were developing. And instead, he was creating the development of civilization. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and the tiny rays of sunlight shone on the forests and mountains of the sorcerer world, gilding them with gold. Su Ji sat in front of the desk in the living room, still looking relaxed and comfortable. This thesis is not bad. Sitting on the chair, he confirmed more than a dozen papers. Suddenly, he saw a particularly interesting creature. Disguised demons. It's actually a picture of a supernatural species that imitates pufferfish. What kind of creature was a pufferfish? In addition to being delicious, it also had a special characteristic. When it encountered a threat, it would quickly inflate its belly like a balloon. Su Ji looked at the drawing and found that it did not look like a pufferfish, but more like a super balloon fish with round eyes. Its skin was very special and elastic, with the characteristics of transformation and camouflage. When this balloon expands, it will be dozens of times bigger than its original size. It can also change the shape of the balloon and has the skin characteristics of a chameleon, which can disguise many lives. These players always have a lot of amazing innovations and surprises. This species, for example, can turn into a human. Su Ji was stunned for a moment and could not help but show a look of surprise. It looks like she's one of those super simulated silicone inflatable girls who cost tens of thousands of yuan. At first glance, it looked like a real person, but it could walk and sit up. However, once it was touched, it would be exposed. When the wind blew, it would sway with the wind. After all, it was a weightless balloon. It was light as feather, and it would definitely scare people to death in the middle of the night. Isn't this a Chinese ghost story? Su Ji still found it very interesting. This was a natural-born ghost. This balloon fish was the 100-face monster, a painted skin creature. Su Ji continued reading and saw the words. This creature can not only change the appearance of most creatures at will, but it also has a large number of extraordinary forms. By absorbing the hydrogen in the stomach, one could fly in the sky and become a hydrogen balloon. Inhaling the explosive gas could be used as a self-destructing balloon. When you inhale laughing gas, you can breathe out fragrance and use it as a poisonous weapon. Su Ji was once again very surprised. This balloon creature had many wonderful uses. This year's new players had produced another amazing talent. Finally, there was a sentence. In the current 3 realms, the variety of grotesque, demonic, and ghost monsters is still too few, people's imagination is not rich enough, and their understanding of fear is not deep enough. So, I specially created this painted skin species and went in to scare people. I directly transformed and promoted Sadako, alien, hanging ghost, black and white impermanence, Ultraman, and other traditional horror cultural images of Earth. To support the sky of our freak world. Su Ji was speechless. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of strange attribute did this person have? A scary genius? The primordial world was already full of danger. You even specially came to join in the fun? Su Ji's expression gradually became speechless. When the forest was big, there were really all kinds of people. Another crazy troublemaker is coming in. It was impossible to throw another one into the primordial world. It was too chaotic there. What would happen if he threw another one in? If this player could really transform into a painted skin creature, he would be thrown into the lava world. After all, it was 100 times the size of the primordial world. It was vast and boundless, and it was truly difficult to find its end. They did need a large number of transcendent species to be thrown in for diversity. They represented a total of 13 great transcendent domains, and each domain was larger than the current primordial world. Furthermore, they were still expanding their territory. Some players might not even meet. Su Ji was like a staff reviewer of the Transmigrators Management Association. He read the application papers for a few more hours, circled some very special species, and was ready to throw them in. Obviously, there were quite a lot of delicious species this year. They were all affected by Mumu's silence, but those with potential were all let in now. After the review, Su Ji had a tiring meal. He ate a good meal and then took a bath. He went to bed and slept very comfortably that night. The next morning. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the list of new players who had been reviewed was announced. They were allowed to log into the Evolution Sandbox. Between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, new players came online one after another. I'm finally in. Where is the God of Creation? I want to see the God of Creation's fame. Eat an apple. A group of spores in the ocean, who had just evolved to have eyes, were all shouting and shouting. They were extremely excited. This world was new, shocking, and the infinite possibilities of the origin of life had given them an unprecedented impact in their lives. However, Su Ji did not sit in his chair on the first day of the 6th test, allowing people to watch. The new 6th beta testing began. After he was done with the new public beta for the day, Suji went straight to see what kind of surprise the lava world had brought him. He wanted to know what kind of surprise Carolyn had brought him. Empire, year 188. It had been 7 years since Mr. Levis had passed away. Humans had lost the man who was closest to God, and the development of technological civilization began to enter a stable era. Although there were occasional advancements in technology and breakthroughs in various new levels of technology, it was already considered very slow. However, gradually, a hidden class group called the Animal Controller emerged. Most of them were women, and unlike men, they loved mechanical romance. They had the ability to control low-level magical beasts, take cute little magical beasts as companions, and raise them to become stronger. With this, beast tamers quickly occupied the high-end women's market. In addition to the mechanical armor modification shops, some special pet shops also appeared in the streets and alleys. Empire, year 190. The group of beast tamers was gradually expanding, but they were still far from being comparable to energy mechanics. Furthermore, the combat strength and usability of a magical beast were far inferior to that of a mechanical armor. This was because mechanical armors were not afraid of being damaged and could replace parts, while the magical beasts that were carefully cultivated would not dare to be injured. Once they died, a lot of their efforts would be wasted. A beast tamer could not shake the position of a mechanic. Chapter 380, The Emergence of Biotechnology. Everything was just as Suji had thought. Although Caroline's beast tamer path was an exaggerated and brand new one, it was a challenge to the orthodox cultural trend. The magic machinery civilization left behind by Mr. Levis was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Machinery and lava were the culture of the Ishodans. Suji had already expected this. With a smile on his face, he walked on this sci-fi style street. Carolyn, let me see what you will choose. Year 191 of the Empire. Because of that great war, the Isodarans and the Holy Dragon, Michael, suffered heavy losses. The other powerful transcendent beings in the Stonewall region still discovered that Michael had been heavily injured, and his strength had been greatly reduced. They quickly cast their eyes on him. At the same time, they also discovered the existence of the Isodarian people. These low-class, powerless human beings, who were not even level 1, could control machinery and had the power to compete with them. They were instantly envious. The strength of Michael and the Isodarian had been greatly reduced, and both sides were facing the fate of being invaded. We should join forces. We should join forces. This was the voice of both sides, and everyone knew that this was the best choice. However, this was only in theory. In reality, it was impossible for them to work together because they couldn't trust each other. Both of them wanted to work together, but they were afraid of being stabbed by the other party. At this moment, the leader of the beast tamer group, Carolyn, who had not been developing well before, stood up and said, "We can sign a contract of equality between magical beasts to ensure that both of us will never betray each other. We'll help each other." In the past few years, Carolyn had thoroughly researched the sea language and found many ways to contract magical beasts, including those that restricted humans. This was because only by doing so could one obtain a contract request from a high-level magical beast. Otherwise, most of the high-level magical beasts would rather die than become slaves for humans. Instantly, Holy Emperor Michael laughed coldly, "This is a good idea, but I can't sign a contract with all of humanity. Which human would I sign a contract with? And that means that I can only be with that human and not betray each other. This makes it impossible for me to betray humanity, while other humans can betray me." This was a problem that could not be solved. Unless the human who signed the contract could represent all of humanity, or that human's life was extremely important to the entire human world and could not be lost. But did such a person exist? It had existed before. Mr. Levis no longer existed. Even the supreme power of the two countries, the president, had not reached such an indispensable height in the entire human society. However, at this moment, Carolyn spoke out once again, "What if I also have an intelligence close to that of a god? Do I also have a precious and unique position in human society?" Boom! Just this one sentence was enough to stir up the entire world. Countless news outlets, media outlets, and the internet were in chaos. The meaning behind this was simply too great. After lying low for several years, Carolyn had finally revealed her true strength. World Times Weekly, will Caroline be the second person to open up the pineal gland and the potential of the human brain? Did she also have wisdom close to that of a god? For a brain that was kissed by God. Ka ka ka. One by one, the photos were published by the media. It was when Caroline was old. She was old and muddy, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Velia daily, according to various investigations, we have shockingly discovered that the extremely mysterious leader of the animal controllers, Caroline, is actually over 50 years old. She used to be extremely old, but she could live until now. She was very young. Obviously, like Mr. Levis, she had a second life. As everyone knew, the Animal Controller Organization also had many new research and inventions that were beyond the current era. Technology was changing with each passing day. Perhaps, she also possesses extraordinary wisdom. All major television networks. According to our investigation, we found something very terrifying. Caroline was the girl we saw talking to the ancient god in the milk tea shop. She is mysterious and unpredictable. Perhaps, she does have a brain that has been kissed by a god. Public opinion was boiling. Mr. Levis was dead, and their technology had been developing at a very slow pace. Although they were also changing with each passing day at a decent speed, they were used to Mr. Levis's technological updates, so they felt that it was as slow as a snail. Now, another person who was suspected to have wisdom close to that of a god had appeared. The entire human society was extremely excited. On the cover of Times magazine, there was a photo of a woman. Is it true? Caroline, Mr. Levis, second. The animal controller revolution was indeed an unprecedented civilized method. Reports filled the sky. A mechanical organization said. The Beastmaster profession. She was a female scientist who did not love machinery and civilization, nor did she study life science. We refuse. There were also female wealthy businessmen and high-ranking members of society who came out. Machinery and lava, the biker tribe, they are the romance of you men. As for animal controllers, they are cute little animals and are the romance of us women. This will complete the civilization of the Isodeans. Levis is a male scientist. Caroline is a female scientist. In the midst of all the commotion, Caroline's announcement pushed the public opinion of the entire society to the peak. On the 7th of October, the Beastmaster Guild will be holding a scientific research exhibition at the war border of the Lava Land. They will invite all the higher-ups of society, the media, even Holy Emperor Michael, and all the higher-ups of the magical beasts, to display the results of 7 life sciences research. Boom! The entire world was in an uproar. This was an imitation of Mr. Levis's plan to open a science exhibition and display new technology to prove his identity. This time, he had specifically chosen the war border. Not only had he invited the people of Isodain, but he had also invited the Holy Emperor's forces, the magical beasts. Caroline does indeed possess astonishing intelligence. This action is sufficient to prove this point. Inviting the demonic beasts is a sign of our sincerity. No matter how you beautify it, the exhibition will tell us everything. Is it real or fake? Let's wait and see. Soon, countless media and news reporters walked into the safety passage of a huge circular mushroom stadium. Under the introduction of the female staff here, they discovered something that was beyond the era and even close to the inconceivable of legends. Contract technique power burst. This is a divine word contract developed from sea language. Magical beasts that have a contract with themselves can use this Trojan virus to temporarily activate the potential of the other party's brain and certain latent genes to achieve a short burst of muscle and power. It will make the nightmare beast even stronger. This female beast tamer displayed her magical beast, Little Wind Mouse, on the spot, and her strength increased by 30%. However, it was extremely damaging to the body, and there would be signs of exhaustion later on. This was a technique that involved the fundamental genes of life, and it was truly jaw-dropping. This is the contract spell Life Recovery. Through the sea language that affects the genes, it can activate the powerful regeneration ability of living cells and heal injuries. However, it's very taxing on the body. Beast tamers can use our special Imperial Beast Nutrition Paste to recover and coordinate with the use. It can save lives at critical moments. This contract instantly excited countless people. Even some magical beasts were shocked by this, knowing that it meant that they had an extra life. Sea language is the godly language used to construct magic cores. Although we humans cannot use it, we have some results from our research in life science. Using some special sea language, we can achieve some special medical effects. A beautiful woman led everyone to the exhibition area of human life science. We humans have not been awakened, but we still have the potential in this area. If these sea languages are written in the mind, they can suppress certain hormones in the body, cure some diseases, reduce acne. As for the lava dragon, Michael, the golden dragon, brought his magical beast subordinates around the exhibition area and showed great interest. At the end of the exhibition area, Carolyn walked up to the stage and began her speech. I can't deny the charm of life science. Beastmaster was only a milestone in humanity's exploration of life sciences, the result of exploring the essence of magical beasts' lives. In the future, the limits of life science will be the programming code that will completely control our life genes. The most mysterious miracle of the world life will be revealed to the people of Isodar without any concealment. I want the people of Isodar to be gods in the future. Everyone had the godly wisdom of Mr. Levis. Each of us is the most perfect god race. God race? In the future, when the technological civilization reached its peak, every person in Ishtar would be a god. They would control the code of life and endless supreme technology. Becoming a god? These words completely shocked the entire human upper echelon. They had acknowledged Carolyn. At this moment, Holy Emperor Michael also felt that Carolyn was already an indispensable part of humanity. He chose to sign a contract of equality with her, the representative of humanity. However, at the last moment of signing the contract, Michael took out his Mechanical Revolution account and shouted in the voice of the beast race to the entire human exhibition hall, "Top up money! Quickly top up my money! I want to play with Master Lin Zi's new 6-core drive mechanical armor, BQ601. Chapter 381, Mechanical Armor. At this moment, on the contract stage at the top of the Congress, the mechanical and steam civilization of the Isodar people signed an equal and mutual assistance contract with the magical beasts. A new chapter had begun in history. Immediately after, the magical beasts side demanded that the humans acknowledge them as citizens of society. They demanded equality and the right to enjoy freedom. Furthermore, they demanded a huge sum of money every year to provide them with food and drink to play games, cultivate, and train. The Isodar Chronicles recorded. The people of Isodar explored the secrets of the brain and wrote a divine contract in the brains of both sides with a program in divine language, forming an alliance with Michael. Su Ji felt as if he was looking at a chapter of the vast history. The development of the Isodar civilization was simply unbelievable. It was the most exaggerated race of civilization. As expected of a technological civilization, it had developed explosively. A proud magical beast will never give in unless food and accommodation are provided. You can even play games for me with money. Su Ji's expression was calm. They've also been seduced by human society, which is all about money and luxury. The remaining Class 4 and Class 5 magical beasts quickly signed a contract with the higher-ups of the human race, becoming the guardian magical beasts of their families. These higher UPS had a lot of power and resources. Not only were they provided with the best treatment, but they were also provided with a training environment. Carolyn, with a beast tamer as her starting point, still managed to start her own era. Su Ji smiled. However, he was very clear on what exactly Carolyn was doing. All of this, the crisis that humanity was facing, had been carefully created by her. The other forces in the Stonewall region were able to discover Holy Emperor Michael and the existence of human civilization because she had deliberately seduced them and sent people to their territory to expose themselves. In an instant, it had attracted 7 to 8 sixth-step quasi-emperor transcendence. Carolyn, Su Ji's expression was calm. She's really a crazy and extreme person. The blood of the people of Isodar flows in her veins. She's creating a crisis of extermination, and she's even trying to kill her own race so that the two forces have no choice but to come up with a way to unite. Then, at the most critical moment, she stood up and offered the possibility of an alliance contract, so that the animal controllers would be completely valued and her trump card would be completely exposed, thus obtaining the highest status and power in the entire human society. Wonderful! It was really too exciting. However, after doing all this, there would be a huge side effect. She would be targeted by 7 or 8 terrifying magical beasts in the region with the stone wall. Would she be able to lead the humans and the allied magical beasts to survive? It would be very difficult. This was a double-edged sword. If she could survive and lead the people of Isodar to survival, her prestige would rise. War and oppression often stimulated a civilization's crazy advancement. Su Ji also made a phone call after a long time. I should also take this opportunity to get busy with my business. He strode towards the city of Varial Machinery Center, a towering black mushroom-shaped building with 18 floors. It was a large machinery center that occupied a large area, and behind it was the unfathomable Beast Tamer Guild. "Sir, are you here at the Caroline Mechanical Life Company to look at the mech?" A melodious voice rang out. It was a staff member of the mechanical organization. She was very beautiful, pure and beautiful, with a hot figure. When the woman saw Su Ji's appearance, her eyes instantly burned with passion and she revealed a hint of shyness. Her heart was thumping, and her face was filled with infatuation. Cough. Su Ji coughed twice. This race was very straightforward and enthusiastic. "I'm waiting for someone." The woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly came back to her senses and greeted, "In that case, would this handsome gentleman like to take a look at some mecha while you're at it? There's a virtual control stick practice here, and you can completely experience the operation of various mecha models." Su Ji did not refuse. Following that, he was led by the shop assistant to experience the extremely thoughtful service. He even tried driving an entry-level magic-powered mecha worth $130,000. It felt really good to the touch, and even Su Ji was a little fascinated by it. The cars in modern society were simply too weak. This was a very interesting mech experience, a foreign civilization. He even felt that he had come to a technological planet far away in outer space and was on vacation. "It's been many years since we've last met, but you're still so young and elegant." Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. It was a beautiful blonde girl with fair skin. She was wearing a long multicolored dress and a blue cap. Half of her face couldn't be seen clearly, but her facial features were three-dimensional and exquisite. She had two cute and exquisite earrings hanging from her ears, giving people a cute and inexperienced feeling. "Sir, your friend is here." The beautiful waitress was a little reluctant to leave. She was shocked by the beauty of the person who had come. Even if she only saw half of her face, she was ashamed of her own inferiority by her temperament. She quickly stuffed a business card into her hand. "I think if you have any requests, you can call my number. You can always ask me out outside of work." Su Ji put down the virtual control stick and looked at the person behind him. "Why aren't you dressed up as a hot girl?" Lowering her cap, Carolyn blinked her eyes as she sized up the beautiful waitress's back with her beautiful eyes. She then said in a faint voice, "I've heard that young and inexperienced people like mature and hot girls, while those old men who have experienced the vicissitudes of life like to dress up as pure and beautiful young girls." Su Ji was speechless. What's the use of dressing up innocent and young? This kind of crazy scientist who was keen on brain research was full of black when he cut it open. "Are you playing with the 7th generation B45K series mech? I'll teach you." Caroline took a look and leaned over with a smile. She looked at the operation interface and began to teach Su Ji, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Su Ji was a little dumbfounded. Caroline seemed to have returned to the way she had been at the milk tea shop, treating him as an ordinary heart-to-heart friend and returning to her previous attitude. Although he was surprised, it didn't matter to him. He did not appear as the god of creation in the first place. The vast giant had never come to this world and never appeared in the eyes of humans. He only appeared as a god. Levis had added his settings on his own accord, thinking that he was the last human of the ancient human civilization, and that he had the great power and wisdom of the previous civilization. As such, he accepted this identity calmly, but it was still a very high status. It was far more advanced than the ancient mysterious civilization of the Ishtar people, and Caroline's attitude was still very peaceful, just like Levis in the past. This made Su Ji feel that it was much more convenient to do things. "Speak," Caroline said with an elegant smile. "Great ancient god, you've come to find me. Or is there something you need from the people of Isodar? We're about to face the war that's about to break out, so we're very busy." She spoke to the ancient god on behalf of the people of Ishtar. She was polite, without any arrogance or flattery. "I'd like to build a mech armor." Su Ji laughed. Su Ji was only a level 6 god. If he wanted to cross the void freely, he would have to become a level 8 god, which was too far away. Although he had no interest in exploring beyond the Earth or going to the Moon, he still had to prepare for a rainy day. After all, there was still a long way to go from level 6 to level 8. He did not know what would happen. Alright. To put it bluntly, he was mainly a man's romantic. It was rare for him to develop this mechanical armor civilization. In reality, it was very boring for him to ride an electric scooter. He also wanted to get a mechanical Gundam and place it in his orchard to have some fun in the universe. Ancient gods also have the romance of mechas? Did he take a fancy to this little toy? So, what kind of mecha do you want? Caroline was stunned. She fiddled with the control panel of another virtual mech as if nothing had happened. She mumbled, although I don't like to play with these things, they are really strong. He's much stronger than my beast tamer. Suji said, the mecha I want can withstand the harsh vacuum environment that humans can't survive in. Vacuum, what's that? Lowering her cap, Caroline smiled sweetly and said, is there a more dangerous environment than lava? As a scientist, I really want to know what kind of environment it is. Her eyes were bright and full of curiosity and excitement. Vacuum, can you take me there? I have to adapt to the environment and build a suitable mechanical magical armor. Suji then realized that there was no vacuum in the lava world. Chapter 382, Questioning and Bewilderment. The word vacuum did not exist in the technological civilization of the Isodarian people. A vacuum is a world without air, Suji replied coolly. What? Caroline was greatly shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She walked nervously around the elegant and quiet mecha virtual hall, her expression unusually serious. Such an abnormal action caused the staff around to turn their heads to look at her from time to time. Caroline's voice trembled. The ancient gods, a world without air. What is it like? In a vacuum environment without air, a huge pressure will form. Humans and living beings with flesh and blood will be squeezed to death. Their blood vessels, skin, and tissues will all burst rapidly. Suji was operating the control stick leisurely as he looked at the screen in front of him and controlled the mecha virtually. He answered the common sense that everyone on Earth knew, the water in each tissue will turn into steam and enter a state of boiling body fluid. You'll hear endless explosions in your ears. Vacuum? Low boiling point? How could it be a low boiling point? Caroline finally couldn't help but cry out in shock. She tried to imagine that scene, but it was hard to imagine. Please don't make any noise. This is Caroline Machinery Company. A beautiful woman in a blue full-body uniform came over to warn him. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Caroline lowered the brim of her hat to hide her face. She took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in her heart. It's fine. Please pay attention to the etiquette in public. The beautiful waitress smiled and nodded. She was very polite and turned to leave. Suji just looked at her quietly. However, Caroline stood in her original spot, racking her brain, but was still unable to imagine it. She was like a fish that lived in the deep sea all year round. No matter how smart she was, she could not imagine what it was like on land. The technology of the Isodarian people was completely different. They studied mechanical mecha, but they had never studied life science. As for Caroline, she had only just started to work in this field. She had studied the forms of life, so she was naturally very curious about that situation. She couldn't help but repeat in surprise, the great ancient god. Will we humans really be squeezed to death there? Are we humans really unable to survive in a vacuum? Suji looked at her quietly. Caroline hurriedly calmed down the excitement and panic in her heart. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally asked with trembling lips, that's another world? Your tentacles have already extended to another world. There was no scientific concept of vacuum in this world. It could only be another world. She was also a person who had gained intelligence. In an instant, she had thought of this. Suji could not deny it. That was because Caroline was now very smart, and it was very difficult to hide anything from her. Caroline's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her hoarse voice was filled with fear and exhaustion. Then, the other world. Was it the reason for the destruction of the previous super-ancient human civilization? The ancient civilization of mankind encountered another world and race. Could it be that the ancient gods are still resisting that civilization for the new hope of humans in this world Isodales? Suji was speechless. He looked at the extremely nervous, concerned, and worried Carolyn, and his entire being was instantly unable to remain calm. How can you be so uptight? Suji had never expected that Carolyn and Levis were the same. People who were too smart liked to constantly figure out and speculate. He had just put an end to the imagination of those idiotic netizens and killed them in the cradle. However, he never expected that the other natives had also begun to crazily imagine. It was too difficult for me. I'll be scared to death by you sooner or later. Suji only smiled and did not answer. He stood there quietly, looking very mysterious. That's why you wanted to guide us onto the path of ancient civilization. In that case, we can see the picture of the origin of mankind. The ancient god continued the new origin of mankind. What does that sentence mean? Her mind was shaken, and she could no longer contain her shock. The last time she followed the memory of human history and traced back to the origin of mankind, she saw the terrifying holy glorious picture and heard that sentence. It lingered in her heart for a long time. Like Levis, it became a lingering shadow of fear for scientists. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her excitement and asked, "What does that sentence mean? I've looked for the best linguist and deciphered it for countless years, but I still can't find the answer." The translation of that sentence is, "The origin of new human life, I give you the most devout blessing." Caroline looked at Suji with a pitiful gaze that was almost pleading. Or, "Hope that you will not walk down the path that we once destroyed? Or perhaps, we hope that you can resist the suffering of the future and help us defeat the ancient civilization that once destroyed us?" Suji looked at the leading scientist of mankind. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with the desire to pursue the truth. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. "I just want to play with Hearthstone a little." "Don't be too suspicious," Suji could not help but say. "Don't be suspicious?" "Right. Don't be suspicious. This isn't a problem that our people of Isodar should be thinking about right now." Carolyn quickly changed the topic and calmed her turbulent emotions. With a serious expression, she asked, "Vacuum, right? I will set up a relevant investigation team to simulate a vacuum environment and conduct data collection and experiments. However, it shouldn't be too soon, because our war is about to break out. Also, I hope that after the war is over, with your permission, you can take me to the vacuum world. After all, it is difficult to create a perfect virtual environment. I need to personally experience and measure the data in order to build the most suitable mechanical magic armor." She was pleading. "Take you to the vacuum? You're going to bring a research team to do a field study?" Suji came back to his senses and muttered to himself for a moment. It wasn't impossible. After all, just as Carolyn had said, it was best to personally survey the universe's vacuum environment. He had entered the lava world through the teleportation portal, and the other end of the teleportation portal had always been in the orchard. It could send him into the vacuum environment outside the Earth's atmosphere for a short time. Then, he was teleported into a vacuum. However, if Carolyn were to lead a small research team and see the empty space, they might be incomparably shocked, and their minds might fill up with something else. Suji fell into deep thought. However, he didn't need to consider this problem now. After all, it was definitely not the time. "When the time comes, please be sure to take me to a vacuum environment and see that great and mysterious world." "Of course." Carolyn immediately replied, "This is the wish of a scientist. I'm willing to pay any price. Anything is fine." She quickly came over and hugged Suji's arm. Suji chuckled and took 2 steps back. "Don't give me that. I know very well what kind of person you are. You're not the type to act coquettishly or act cute. You're going to meet vacuums, but we'll talk about it in the future. First, deal with your war." "All right." Carolyn was instantly overjoyed. However, after hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but open her mouth. She retracted her expression and revealed her usual solemn expression. "Ancient God, do you think that I'm very dirty? I also used despicable means to lead the enemy to attack us, so that I could reach the peak of society. Compared to Mr. Levis' pure scientific spirit, I'm more like an unscrupulous conspirator." Carolyn's expression was somewhat blank. "I don't think that everyone has their own pursuits." Suji thought for a moment and continued to operate the mecha. Carolyn laughed with a bit of emotion as she said in a disappointed tone, "Sometimes, I feel that God is quite unfair. The difference between people is too big. I'm very smart and I've been different from others since I was young. They also envy my intelligence and think that I'm a top genius. But what about me? I envy geniuses who are more powerful than me. I've been researching beast taming technology for my entire life, and I've only achieved results and received your approval before I died of old age. If it were Mr. Levis' wisdom, perhaps it would take less than half a year to get my results. When I gained intelligence, I realized how big the gap between us was, and my thinking became extremely fast. But I also clearly understand that I'm still not as good as Levis back then. My thinking is 2 to 3 times slower than his. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm like Mr. Levis who led the advancement of civilization, and there are major technological breakthroughs every once in a while. However, only I know how much effort and hardship I've secretly put in to maintain that shameful glory. This was a matter of course. Levis was a naturally wise man, just like the original CPU. And there was a mistake in her route. Suji had only activated it after he had corrected her. It looked like there was only one part, but because the circuit was naturally incomplete, the difference was very big. It was like a pirated CPU that had its parts changed and was rewelded. Moreover, this was also related to human intelligence. To become a silicon-based brain, it would only increase one's computing speed, not give one wisdom and talent. For an ordinary person without talent, no matter how fast their thinking speed was, without creativity and revolutionary thinking, they would not be able to establish a civilization. Caroline was already considered to be the most intelligent human, but her talent was still not as good as Levis. You're shouldering Levis' glory and realizing your dream. It's only natural that you don't want to let him down. Your efforts are very normal. Suji replied nonchalantly, you should know that most people are not born wise. Geniuses are a minority. Immediately feeling encouraged and comforted, Caroline couldn't help but ask, are you the same? Only through hard work did you reach where you are today. No, Suji replied. I'm not like that. Caroline was speechless. Caroline's expression changed, but she was once again encouraged. This is the power of a super ancient civilization. Every single one of their citizens was extremely powerful. In the future, I want the people of Isodar to have godlike wisdom and perfect power, just like you. Suji waved his hand, turned around, and left. Don't be too crazy. You need to take a break every now and then when you're researching. I think your hairline has thinned a lot again. Caroline was stunned for a moment, before turning her tears into a smile as she looked at his back. Chapter 383, The Sprouting of the God Race. After a while, a female assistant walked out from the shadows. This was the first time she saw the decisive Lady Caroline reveal such a gentle and calm expression. Was that a god from ancient times? The female assistant was shocked. Viviana, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Caroline retracted her expression and coldly spoke. Yes. Viviana said respectfully. I will forever keep this memory in a corner of my mind. The corners of Caroline's eyes drooped as she looked at the crude line system projection above her eyes. This precious memory was stored in the deepest part of my computer. She was turning the human brain into a computer. Therefore, it provided efficiency. This was the result of her hard work over the years. She realized that after her brain was awakened, it was no longer a brain of flesh and blood. She tried to rewrite her own programming in her brain and construct the C language system. This had already involved the brain. It was a field that Levis had never been involved in before, because Mr. Levis did not like to study life science, which was a forbidden zone. He even boycotted it, thinking that it was a field of life genetic code that humans should not offend. Once offended, one would have to pay a terrible price. It's time to call the higher-ups and start a war. She looked at the light blue system desktop in front of her and silently dialed the phone numbers of various major organizations in her mind. Voila! Caroline's brain waves spread out, forming a special signal that connected to the entire building's network. Then, she strode out of the building. On the display screen in her mind, she was already holding a video conference with the various major executives. A living god. Viviana looked at this scene in shock, as if it was a miracle. She looked at their leader, Caroline, with incomparable desire and worship. She no longer needed to carry any communication equipment, mobile phone, or computer. She could use her brain to send brain waves for special frequency modulation and invade any network. The consciousness in his mind was enough to communicate with others, enter the computer, and change the whole world. If such a human isn't a god, then what is he? Our future Isotardians, perhaps, have completely abandoned language. By sending out electric waves from each other's brains, we can connect to the network and communicate with each other. The scattering and collision of the brain's thoughts. Crazily Vienna's body trembled, filled with passion. Arg! It was so magical. Perhaps in the near future, the lips of the people of Isodar would no longer be used for speech and communication. His lips were only focused on enjoying the delicious food. And a passionate kiss between lovers. Empire, year 198. A terrifying war broke out in the region of stone walls. The Isodar alliance was in great danger and suffered countless casualties. White-collared workers, college students, women, and the elderly all went to the battlefield. The glory of the Ishtar people shall not be destroyed. They were proficient in the game Mechanical Revolution and had almost entered an era where everyone was a soldier. Boom! Mechas and spaceships were flying in the sky. They were powered by magic nuclei, which were used to charge the power, while the power was supplied by the lava generator, which was almost endless. However, magic cores were not permanent. They also had a lifespan, just like a hard disk. If a magic core was used too much, it would break, and eventually break down. Empire year 201. The Isodar alliance resisted madly. The emperor-to-be demonic beasts in the stone walls had already realized the fearsomeness and bloodthirstiness of this race in the war. We can't attack in groups anymore. We have to leave our own trump cards and hide our strength. We have to take them down first. We'll then start a war and divide up the benefits of this race. Right, they are contracting and enslaving magical beasts. This is crazy. Empire year 206. The Mecha civilization welcomed the explosion of technology. Humans invented the most powerful mechanical armor, the Camilla mechanical armor. This mech armor was as tall as a skyscraper, covering the sky and the sun. It was the greatest invention of the people of Isodar. It was operated by 6 top-class mecha masters and 8 6th-grade magical beast cores acted as 8 core processors. Each circuit board was supported by more than 100 3rd and 4th-grade magical cores, reaching the level of an emperor-to-be with exaggerated combat power. Caught off guard, a powerful existence at the emperor-to-be level in the stone wall domain was killed by a charged world-destroying lava cannon. Detestable humans. They're obviously weaker than a first-tier magical beast, but they can still control such terrifying scientific power. Their brains and intelligence are too terrifying. The powerful magical beasts were all shocked. The battle went crazy again. Empire year 210. Under the joint attack of 7 emperor-to-be, Camilla's mechanical armor was destroyed in a mountain range. The people of Ishtar fell into destruction and despair. The most powerful force of the mechanical civilization had been destroyed. Carolyn. In the end, she still didn't stand out. Countless people voiced out. However, even the human alliance's emperor-to-be, Michael, had disappeared. Empire, year 211. The people of Isodar were defeated again and again. The 7 emperors-to-be personally arrived at the combined capital of the 2 human empires and stood at the top of Capitol Hill. The 7 terrifying creatures were surrounded by flames, and they were like gods. They pressed down on the entire human race, making it hard for them to breathe. The flames were blazing as they strode into the human's highest command center. Human, submit. Under the gaze of countless media and cameras, these 7 powerful existences of different forms looked coldly at the representatives and human upper echelons. It was as if the end of the world had arrived for the entire human society. Countless people were frantically running away. The rich and wealthy merchants were organizing private mechas in an attempt to escape into the vast land of the ancient lava land to avoid disaster. There were also hot-blooded humans who drove private tanks into the capital. Mechanical mechas surrounded the area and made their final struggle. But the people of Ishtar had never been as nervous as they were today. Their opponent was unstoppable. It was the most powerful person in the entire region of stone walls. They had broken through the human defense line and were at the mercy of the humans. Are we humans going to be destroyed? Towards submission. Countless media outlets were paying attention to this, and some hosts were sobbing in their reports. The 7 emperors-to-be glanced at the higher-ups of the human race, surrender quickly. Through your television and media, we'll express the humans' surrender, otherwise, we'll kill all the higher-ups at the scene and replace them with a new group of people. There will always be people who are afraid of death. They will submit to us and become the higher-ups of the human race. They spoke coldly. All the human upper echelons were flushed with anger, and everyone's faces were pale, as if they had lost their souls. However, at this moment, a blood-red light shot into the sky, and a crystal five-colored giant dragon inlaid with colorful crystals descended on the land. Stupid emperors-to-be! You're all going to get down on the ground today. It's Michael. He's already reached the aura of a celestial emperor. The 7 emperors-to-be were shocked. It's Michael. Countless panicked media reporters pointed their cameras at the sky. They couldn't help but stare at the 5-colored dragon. He turned into a 5-colored giant dragon? The 5-colored scales on its body are all crystal cores. This is life modification technology. He's already studied the code of life to such a high level? Everyone slowly stopped in their tracks. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people in the human world held their breaths and watched nervously. Boom! The gap between the realms of heavenly emperors was too terrifying. With just one blow, 7 emperors-to-be were seriously injured. The 7 of you, submit, or die, said Michael. The emperors-to-be looked at each other. In the face of the choice of life, they finally lowered their proud heads. We ask for an equal contract and the same treatment as you. At this moment, the entire world was shaken. In the blink of an eye, 7 powerful enemies had been defeated. What kind of creation is this? God! In front of the TV, countless people saw this scene and gasped. A new era was born. This moment was forever remembered by history. The Isodolans, known as the most taboo super-ancient civilization in history by the later generations thousands of years later, the Protoss had only taken a short 200 years to develop and directly entered the era of gods for all people. Chapter 384, New Human Being Project. Empire, Year 213. More than half of the forces in the Stonewall region had basically been incorporated into the territory of the Isotarian people because of the surrender of the 7 emperors-to-be. A large region was the size of 3 or 4 primordial worlds. It was so vast that the people of Isodar could not control such a large territory. Most of the land was still primitive forests, where various magical beasts lived. There were treasures everywhere, making it difficult to excavate. However, the leaders of the magical beasts here had all submitted to humans. Soon, signal satellites were set up on the stone walls in the sky, and network signal bases were set up. The entire primitive forest of magical beasts entered the Internet age. The higher-ups of the magical beasts began to use mobile phones and computers to connect to the Internet, and they helped humans to explore this vast gold mine and mine all kinds of resources. Thus, it entered an unprecedented golden age. The following year, Carolyn announced the latest technology. The magic nucleus loading technology was limited to the loading of magical beast species. It could add magic nuclei to the body, which was the fundamental reason for Michael's strength. Countless media outlets began to be shocked. This technology that transcended the times would change the era of mankind. However, the side effects were also extremely great, and it could lead to mental confusion. Times Daily. The infinite possibilities of animal controllers are no less than that of the mechanical civilization. The 2 universal civilizations are working together. Empire, Year 217. Another earth-shattering news was announced. In front of the TV, Carolyn's elegant and beautiful image of a young girl was currently sitting on the sofa. Opposite her was a famous and beautiful female host. Everyone in front of the TV, I've already deciphered the programming code for life, said Carolyn. I've opened up the forbidden zone of human life and developed the potential of the pineal gland, allowing humans to have a brain that's close to that of a god. Boom! Countless people around the world were watching. The host was extremely excited and quickly asked, "Do you want us humans to have the intelligence and brains of you and Mr. Levis?" "Yes, I am," said Carolyn, her expression extremely calm. In front of the TV, countless people's eyes were burning with desire. They called over their parents and children in the kitchen, and some office workers called over their colleagues. They all gathered in front of the computer and TV and discussed animatedly. "Can we also have such great wisdom? Our brains are the same as Mr. Levis." "Impossible. How could a race be filled with geniuses? All of them are people with wisdom close to God. If such a race really exists, perhaps, such a race can be called the God race, right? Why is it impossible? I think it's possible. If technology was developed to the extreme, no one would know what kind of power it would have. But at the very least, the mysteries of human DNA and life should all be unraveled. We will have the ability to freely control our genes and understand the entire structure of the brain. At this moment, Madame Caroline will be the most accomplished person in the history of mankind, an existence not inferior to Mr. Levis. This was a historical moment. It could even be said that it was the era of the old and new isoterans. On the television, Caroline continued. This is a revolutionary technology. After many years of my research, it is already on the verge of maturity and can already enter large-scale clinical trials. If anyone is interested, please go to the nearest Caroline Hospital to carry out the pineal gland potential development surgery. Of course, the potential of an acquired person was far inferior to that of an innate, but the speed of thought was still countless times faster than that of the current human. You can even say that they are two completely different species. One day later, under the real-time monitoring of the TV station, 100 volunteers received pineurium neurosurgery at Central City's Caroline Hospital. Each surgery lasted for a full 7 hours, but they successfully activated their pineurium. They had done an experiment in front of the TV. Their thinking speed, the memory and reading speed of old computers that were close to that of humans were extremely fast. Countless people sitting in front of the TV could not imagine that they were two different creatures. I really did it. The human brain's computing power is comparable to a computer? Oh! Mr. Levis above, this is too exaggerated. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. Immediately, in every city, Caroline Hospital was quickly established and filled to the brim. The scheduled surgeries were all scheduled for next year. Caroline continued to declare, this pineal gland surgery is not suitable for all mankind, due to the differences in their physiques. I've divided the human brain into 4 levels based on wrong pathways. The higher the pathways, the higher the cost of the surgery, and the lower the intelligence that is unlocked. According to the order, they were first-class citizens, second-class citizens. As for those who are not third-class citizens, those who have taken more than 3 wrong paths are fourth-class citizens, and they cannot accept pineal gland surgery. All of a sudden, the entire human society was in an uproar. Caroline continued. Of course, this operation has cost the Caroline Research Institute hundreds of billions of funds. However, we still maintain the principle of benefiting the people. Nowadays, the surgery fees for adults have to be paid for by themselves. As for newborns, our Caroline Foundation will work with the human empire to implement social welfare treatment. Once they are born, they can undergo free brain surgery and activate their pineal gland. Of course, the newborn must have the corresponding qualification to open the pineal gland surgery. At this moment, some people began to lose their cool. Their joy turned into anger, because people were beginning to be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Many people tested their qualifications and were surprised to find that about 80% of humans were not third-grade citizens at all, and could not develop wisdom at all. We protest. We refuse to be treated unfairly. Only 20% of the humans were third-class citizens and could activate their pineal gland with less than 3 brain errors. The remaining 80% of humans could not accept the surgery at all and immediately began to rebel. Protest. The people of Isodar can become gods. However, I refuse. Countless people were parading through the streets in protest. When Su Ji saw this, his expression was calm, but his curiosity was piqued. Caroline, what exactly will you choose? Back then, you told me that your dream wasn't to gather technology and an extraordinary race? You want a powerful race that has no classes and is equal, with everyone having the wisdom and power of a god, and everyone being a perfect god. Now that there are classes and the so-called qualifications, isn't it the same as the extraordinary civilization, with dictators and rulers? What exactly was going on in Caroline's mind? Su Ji was looking forward to it. He waited for his mech and smiled. Empire, year 217. The massive riot continued to brew madly. However, after a series of measures, Caroline cooperated with the human government and quickly suppressed the riot. At the same time, she helped the humans on the 2 floors to begin the operation. Empire, year 218. The famous Petter Rebellion and demonstration broke out. In the city of Peter Dahl, a total of 80% of the entire city went on strike. They held their flags high and rode black mechanical tanks on the streets. The supermarkets and shops went on strike, and some radical protest organizations even destroyed street facilities, subways, and other public places. Carolyn once again reported to the news media. There's no such thing as a bloodless revolution. There will always be some pedantic people who stop technology from advancing. Do you want the times to go backwards? The stubbornness in your heads will destroy the future of the people of Isodar. Our generation is divided into two groups of people. Inequality, I admit that. However, after our generation dies of old age, this kind of unfair treatment will disappear. Because I'm confident that I can perfect the pineal gland technology within 30 years. Every newborn in Isodar will be able to unlock the pineal gland's potential and become a protos. In the future, every person of Isodar will be close to divine wisdom. In order to achieve this perfect future, we really need 20% of the lucky humans who have activated their pineal gland in the human society that you all hate and curse. Each and every one of them has wisdom close to that of Mr. Levis and me, and they've helped us Isotardians perfect our technology. Instantly, countless people fell silent. They couldn't help but think. Levis alone was enough to change the course of the entire human society. If 20% of the people in a human society were close to Mr. Levis' wisdom, then this civilization would usher in an unprecedented explosion. They did not even have the slightest doubt that the combined strength of these 20% of humans was already as many as 10 million people. It would definitely be able to completely perfect this technology in the future, so that every baby born in the future would have the wisdom of God. Are we really right? We might have really stopped the era. Some of the Isotardians fell silent and lost their souls. If the inequality continued, there would be a difference in quality between each generation in the future, and they would definitely rather die than submit. But now, every one of their future generations could enjoy the perfection of becoming a god. Without unfair treatment, they had no reason to resist. We also have children, grandchildren. As long as this kind of inequality doesn't happen to our descendants, it's enough. Gradually, this human riot began to stop due to Carolyn's 7-hour speech on God's Tomorrow in Times Square. Her voice was tearful and touching, and the riot began to stop. Empire Year 220. 20% of the people of Isodar accepted the operation to open the pineal gland. January of the following year. After Caroline announced brain programming technology, all of humanity's elites began to construct a system layout in their brains. The new Isotarian people would be carrying an intelligent sub-brain, which people often called personal brain computer. In June, Caroline released Neural Frequency Programming Sense, allowing the brain's system to install communication software. The principle was to control the wavelength of a person's brain and conduct mental communication. The people of Isodar had entered the era of consciousness communication. Every Isodane who had gained intelligence had a unique brain number. They were face-to-face and only needed Bluetooth to communicate directly at the level of consciousness without the need to speak. As a result, a very shocking scene appeared in the streets and alleys. There were often two humans sitting on chairs and drinking drinks. They did not say a word, but they were actually conversing. And the internet era that Mr. Levis had created, the personal computer era, was being eliminated. They could go online directly in their minds. Computers were about to gradually disappear from the vision of human technology society, just like how people had eliminated the old black and white television. Empire, Year 226. The Life Origin Plan had been officially launched for a full 10 years. The Isodar people's DNA made up the human genome with more than 3 billion base pairs. Under the crazy analysis of a large number of human elites and 10 million humanoid smart computers, they had deciphered all the functions of the Isodar genome. Carolyn began her announcement. For people who have unlocked the pineal gland, their brains are like a computer. Brains of different blood and flesh can completely control their own bodies. They can program their own conditioned reflexes, sleep, work, rest, and various physiological needs of the body. As for DNA programming analysis, it can understand the source code of our body and allow us to completely control our body. By using the brain to issue a command, one could modify one's DNA in small amounts. For example, modifying our appearance genes, height genes, bloodline genes. The result of all this? It belongs to the 11 million participating new humans. We will write a brain system program for free, the Geno Library, for all citizens to download unconditionally. Of course, it was impossible to modify the genes on a large scale. The current scientific methods would cause a collapse. Perhaps it would be possible in the future, but now it was equivalent to minor plastic surgery. It allowed each of us to modify the useless genes of trashy and recessive genetic diseases to possess a relatively perfect appearance and body. The entire world held its breath. At this point, every newborn who could open the pineal gland would have a portable sub-brain in their brain. The system desktop of the sub-brain was a program called Geno Library, which had the ability to transform the body. However, every citizen only had one chance. This was because modifying genes was an extremely dangerous thing, and it could only be done slightly before the age of 10 to determine one's appearance. The changes were not allowed to be too exaggerated. The program of the Geno Library would calculate one's decision, danger, and possibility. If the risk of the changes was too high, the changes would be refused and death would be prevented. This is too scary. This is the power of science and technology. It's inevitable that the technological civilization has developed to this point. Sooner or later, we humans will be able to completely control our genetic DNA sequence and understand the code of life. We've already developed to a higher level. We don't need to speak, but use a higher level consciousness brainwave to communicate. Countless people of Isodar held their breath. The following year, a large number of old humans began to implement a no-birth policy among the 80% of the Isotarian population. They planned to wait for technology to develop so that every newborn would have the ability to activate the pineal gland. We can't have children now. We can't let our children be like us. We'll wait for the technology to fully mature before we have children. Our children should be blessed with happiness, perfect bodies and looks, and wisdom close to God. Chapter 385, Super Brain Civilization with External Hacks. Empire, Year 228. Under the development of 10 million great wise men in Isodar, their civilization had far surpassed Mr. Levis' era. They were updated almost every month. In a month, it would be a brand new era of technology. In the New Human Project, human genome scientists once again in-depth analyzed the functions and combinations of human genes. The people of Isodar were able to achieve perfect cloning and test tube baby experiments. The perfect human plan was officially launched. They modified the human genome made up of more than 3 billion base pairs and created a perfect DNA baby with the most perfect appearance, strength, and wisdom. Adam. Under the nurturing of dozens of human scientists, Adam had grown up in a research institute from a young age and displayed extraordinary talents. He could communicate completely an hour after he was born and had learned a lot of human knowledge in 3 days. What a perfect creation! Countless scientists exclaimed in shock. Empire, Year 229. Adam was only 2 years old, but during the test drive of the mech, he drove a K-9123 mech and killed the top scientists of the entire research institute. He killed his way out of the street and caused a sensation in the entire mech city. In the end, he was killed by the mechanical guards who rushed over. Humanity had also lost countless elite scientists. This is against morality and human rights. Cyborgs and test tube babies should not have been born in this world. The people of Isodar discovered test tube babies. The genetically modified babies cultivated had unnatural, violent, and manic personalities. The technology was immediately halted and listed as prohibited. Empire, Year 230. Carolyn Company had once again announced a terrifying piece of information: we've already found out the reason why magical beasts are so powerful. Once they reach adulthood, they'll have great power and spells. The reason was that in their memory, there was a meditation mechanism and a body forging mechanism. We've already completely read and analyzed it. Moreover, the hack software for the basic meditation technique is now available for humans to download for free. Once it's written into the brain's programming, we'll be like magical beasts. We don't need to cultivate, we can become stronger just by sleeping. Advanced meditation, fire-type spell cultivation, and other advanced hack software will require payment. The entire human society was in an uproar. However, meditation required the injection of the meditation gene medicine, which was also a considerable cost. The following year, Carolyn had announced the cultivation method for magical beasts' physical training. However, the brutish bodies of the magical beasts were quickly abandoned by the Isodaeans who loved beauty. They were tall and beautiful, and only cultivated their spiritual power. It had only been a few years since the announcement of the pineal gland project, but this race of intelligent scientists that was close to God had experienced countless technological booms. It was terrifying to the extreme, even to the extent of being unimaginable. A new research showed humans had implanted the meditation mechanism unique to magical beasts into the system. He didn't need to exercise. He would automatically start the computer hack cultivation program while he was sleeping and control his body, just like the upgrade plug-in in of a game script. Therefore, the lifespan of the Isodarian people would also increase rapidly, just like the magical beasts. After the Isodarian race, their lifespan would increase by 5 times. An average lifespan of 150 years was equivalent to that of a Tier 5 human. They would only be considered adults at 80 years old, and once they reached adulthood, they would naturally have the power of a Tier 4. Every Isodar person had a handsome face and body, and an unparalleled celebrity aura. Every Isodar person communicated through brainwaves. Their consciousness could connect directly to the internet, and they were extremely knowledgeable, storing the memories of the entire Baidu Bake. Every citizen of Isodar had a long lifespan of 150 years. Once they reached adulthood, they would have powerful 5th-grade powers, terrifying mind power spells, control of flames, lightning, water, storms. What could such a perfect human race be called? We are the God race. In this world, there were no gods, but now there are. Gods are just supernatural powers that burst out when a civilization has developed to a certain level. The man of Isodar said proudly. They were a race that regarded technology as their ultimate glory. The romance of machinery and lava, the glory of this race, all came from Mr. Levis' words. To this day, I still believe in science, just like I believe in the dawn of the future of mankind. Su Ji could not help but exclaim in admiration when he saw this scene in the magical technology city. The people of Isodar are a race of technology. No matter what, the game they play is called life. It's simply heartless to write a cheat script of training and leveling up into their own brains. He was too shameless. Moreover, in their world, there were no GMS or game operators to fight against cheats and maintain the balance of the game. Su Ji was walking down the street. He was surrounded by a magical city of mechanical cyberpunks. The beautiful girl was dressed in sexy clothes and riding a mechanical motorcycle on the street. Even though civilization had developed to this level, machinery and lava were still deeply engraved in her bones. In the surrounding mecha shops, the sleek black and tall mechas under the transparent glass covers attracted many people's attention. On the streets, there were many handsome and tall young men and women. They all had the looks of big stars and had fair and flawless skin. None of them seemed to be talking. They were very quiet and were smiling at each other, communicating with their minds. There were even some people who looked like they were walking on the streets with their heads held high, but in fact, they had the navigation system on. In the huge and exquisite map in their minds, they set the coffee shop destination, and just like in online games, they automatically started to walk, 1 step or 2 steps. Meanwhile, his consciousness was logging into the internet, playing games, or chatting. They were similar to the people on Earth who walked on the streets with their heads lowered and held their mobile phones, automatically finding the way. This race had really become an online game. You don't have to pay with in-game currency, but the whole street is filled with script cheats. Su Ji stood at the busy intersection and could not help but marvel. He even found it hard to imagine. Not only do they have a chance to mold their faces after entering the game, but they also have a physical data panel now, which includes their strength, mental power, skills, today's physical characteristics, and the possibility of illness. It's already been digitized. Too terrifying, their civilization and technology. Perhaps, this is the inevitable process of the development of science and technology. Su Ji could not help but sigh with emotion. He had never thought that the people of Isodar would develop into such a technological society. When technology has developed to a certain level, the mysteries of the human body's DNA and life will naturally have to be revealed. This is an inevitable historical process. The development of science and technology on Earth in the future will definitely be the same. It might be similar to the current Isotardians. Su Ji's eyes were a little dazed. From this technological civilization, he seemed to see the shadow of the future of Earth's technological civilization. He suddenly thought of the ancient civilization of Atlantis on Earth. He did not know if it was a coincidence, but it was very similar to the Isidores that had developed to this day. In the legends, the Atlanteans, known as the civilization of light, possess unbelievably advanced technology. Every member of their race is an extremely handsome man and woman, and they also possess the technology to communicate with their consciousness. They are extremely powerful, and their thoughts are extremely fast. Su Ji looked at this terrifying civilized race and said with a smile, if they were my first or second sandbox of civilization, I would also be afraid of their future and potential. I would directly send a lava flood to destroy the Ishtar civilization and drown them in the sea of lava. But now, Su Ji was already standing at a very high position and could accommodate the birth of many things, even if they called themselves the Protoss, as a technological supernatural civilization with endless potential. Have you thought of such a future? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the mechanical spaceship that was flying by in the sky. He seemed to remember the day Levis left and could not help but feel a little emotional. I wonder how the evolution of the sandbox is going? It's time to let in the new beta players, but it'll probably take another 100 years for them to come in. I wonder what this technological race has become. Chapter 386, Replacing God. Empire, Year 231. Some people of Ishtar suddenly died, including office workers, white-collared workers, and the upper class of society. Their deaths were very strange, and the cause of death was the same, cardiac arrest. Such incidents began to emerge one after another, gradually attracting the general attention of society. In the past, humans could die due to illness or all sorts of unexpected circumstances. Death was a normal phenomenon and no one would suspect anything. But now, humans were all cultivating on their own and had great power. How could they die without a sound? A rumor gradually spread throughout the city of Ishtar. Since we're all computers, and our brainwaves are the external signal bridge, does that mean that our computers can be hacked and infected by Trojan horses? We've analyzed all the secrets of human life and have a brain close to that of a god. This is convenient, but it also causes a huge security risk. We will be invaded. Even when we sleep and eat, our memories have been unknowingly hacked by others, changing our memories and behavior patterns, and controlling our bodies. Panic spread in Manian. It seemed that the questioning of the superbrain civilization had begun again. A famous Western scientist named Hill, a social thinker, put forward a point of view. With the current medical technology, humans can't really reject death. Because we Isotardians are obsessed with mechanical armors, we turn off the safety navigation in our brains and race cars. Every year, tens of thousands of biker gang members die in car accidents. If you were a member of the biker gang and couldn't be treated after being sent to the hospital, you wouldn't even be able to undergo a brain transplant. All that was left was a broken brain, lying in a nutrient glass tank in the Caroline Mental Hospital. As for Caroline Hospital, in order to make it less painful for you, they had inserted a series of dense signal lines into your brain, directly hacking into your brain's memory and sending in the signals of your taste buds and neurons. They rewritten your memories and made you feel that even though you were sent to the hospital due to a car accident, the surgery was very successful, and you were discharged from the hospital in one piece. You can continue to experience the discharge life that they wrote for you, and even let you live in a beautiful dream, and everything can come true. How can you prove that you left the hospital safely after the car accident? And not a brain preserved in a hospital vat? How can you prove that the world wasn't a scam after the surgery in that hospital? Countless people were silent. The paradox of the brain in a vat set off an explosion in the entire civilization. Now that humans had analyzed their life code, their memories, senses, and everything else could be modified. Perhaps, I'm eating and talking to my lover right now, and reading this report is also fictional? You can't even recognize it. Was this true or false? The world was boiling. This was the panic of civilization that was inevitable when the development of human civilization reached a certain height. When the code of human life was deciphered, one's brain would no longer be mysterious, which meant that one was no longer safe. The once mysterious brain was no longer a safe. It might seem like a coincidence, but it was the inevitable development of science and technology. At this moment, Carolyn spoke up. She appeared on the sofa of a program and was talking to the host. The MC said, "Ms. Caroline, what do you think? Did someone hack into the brains of those people who went into cardiac arrest in the various human cities and kill them? After we deciphered all the secrets of the human brain, including memories, knowledge, and storage. We've been hiding the fact that we're a hacker, but now, it's time to announce it." Sitting on the sofa, Carolyn calmly smiled. As early as a month after the pineal gland was activated and the human brain was turned into a computer, there were people who were good at computer hacking skills who tried to hack into the human brain through brainwaves. After that, the hacker died. Boom! The entire human world was in an uproar. How did he die? Amidst the discussions of countless people, Carolyn finally revealed the truth about the pineal gland. Do you all think that our brains are still programmed in C language? Everyone was shocked. C language, it's the language of the gods. However, the system programming written in this way was too easy to crack and invade. And so, before I announced the pineal gland surgery to the entire human race, I had already guessed this. What if we were already a C language programming brain like a magical beast, and we were invaded? Thus, I made up a new language, the C++ language, to replace the C language that we humans are born with. This is also the reason for the brain surgery. The C++ language is a brand new core system programming language, and the firewall is a dynamic encryption mechanism. I am the founder of the C++ language, and the dynamic key is in my hands. No one can attack the core authority of your brain. Suddenly, the entire human race exploded. This was too hard to imagine. He rewrote the programming for humans and wrote a new language and firewall for us? Oh! Lady Carolyn is challenging the domain of the gods. Is he trying to replace the gods? Everyone knew that this was the abandonment of the divine language. They were born with the C language and the creation of a new divine language. It was the unique life programming language of the Isodolans. This also meant that, in a certain sense, Carolyn had already stood at the height of the ancient gods. The divine language created by Carolyn, constructing the origin and thoughts of life, forming the code of intelligent life. However, there were also people who raised strong objections. So, the initial program of our brains has been replaced and modified a second time? Our current brain systems have long been created by Lady Carolyn, and she has also provided a firewall. Others cannot invade it. However, doesn't Lady Carolyn have the highest level of confidential access? They can hack into our firewall and alter our memories and life and death. Anyone whose life was in the hands of another would be extremely flustered. In fact, in the past few years, many high-level scientists and Homo evolutus who had opened up the pineal gland had already noticed it. However, they had requested to write a confidentiality agreement and refused to disclose it to the public. You've been hiding the truth of the pineal opening surgery from us. On the television, the beautiful female host's mouth was wide open. Carolyn continued to smile at the host as she said, because I know that it will cause a huge panic. I might even announce that I have already changed the brain program of the pineal gland surgery that you are going to do. Will you still be at ease with this surgery? Your lives are in my hands, and most of you will refuse this operation. Thus, I chose to announce it now, because this period of time has already proved that although I have the dynamic key of the human system core, I have not taken any action. I had once thought that the human core key in the C++ language of the human brain's core firewall cannot be controlled by me alone. It can be controlled by a supercomputer with intelligence, the galaxy. This is the fairest way. However, I still rejected this suggestion. Because the supercomputers might enslave us humans. We humans cannot be enslaved by AI. It's better for me to be in charge of this. In fact, some people said that it would be best to have a 100-member human council to jointly control it. However, this was not the case. This was because these 100 people could still slaughter the entire human race and enslave humans if they worked together. In that case, society would be unfair. Thus, I chose to only believe in myself. People of Isodar, do you believe me? Caroline smiled and stood up. To this day, I am still a pure scientist who stands in the field of science. The host was shocked. He had never expected that the pineal gland surgery would be a plan that hid the public and society. After the birth of the new human, Carolyn had set restrictions and ethics for the new human. Because of the dynamic secret key, at this moment, Caroline had completely gained the prestige of Levis back then, and became the second god of technology. We believe you. We believe you. Caroline, the god of the Ishodans. Countless people cheered, fanatical and worshipping. They believed in Caroline unconditionally, just like how they believed in Mr. Levis unconditionally and rejected the gods. It was the right choice for the people of Isodar. The beautiful female host couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. Madame Carolyn's wisdom was deep and vast. Having calculated until today, she couldn't help but smile and say, "Madam Caroline, if you do not set up a new computer language for encryption, or use the previously well-known C language, the human brain will be invaded, and society will inevitably collapse. It will be full of distrust, and it will usher in the destruction of new humans." This was obvious. After all, the system built with the inceptive C language had no self-defense ability at all. There were no protective walls, and it could be easily hacked. But at this moment, the beautiful host asked again, "Is there any possibility of C++ being deciphered or hacked?" "There is," replied Carolyn. "What?" The eyes of the entire world focused once more. "There's no such thing as a perfect encryption program in this world," said Carolyn with a smile. "The C language used to be quite perfect and mature as the language of the gods. However, with the continuous research by humans, isn't it now known to everyone? I can't deny that the dynamic encryption method I'm using on the current C++ language is very powerful, but the intelligence and computational ability of the new humans are too terrifying. If a few geniuses work together, it's very possible to crack it." Carolyn's tone suddenly changed. "However, I have written a guilty death mechanism into the core system and genes of every new human being. Every person in Isodar was a living god. They had great power as soon as they became adults, but great power could bring disaster. Therefore, once a human makes a move on another human, the guilt suppression in their genes will be activated. Their hearts will stop, and they will feel excruciating pain. This is the guilt of morality. Once they try to break through the morality program in their hearts, a guilt mechanism will also be created." The surrounding humans were silent and couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that those people with cardiac arrest were people who wanted to kill people and hack into other people's brains? Or was he trying to break through the guilt mechanism that bound him and do whatever he wanted? This is written in the genes. Moral. Su Ji could not help but exclaim. This kind of amazing technological civilization structure, Trojan hackers, firewalls, dynamic keys, and shameful mechanisms to prevent cracking of the system, they were like computer people, building a perfect legal social system. This is the society with extraordinary technology that I've fabricated. My dream. Caroline suddenly stood up, slightly bent down, and said to the TV, "Ancient God, did you see that? The new language of God has woven the structure of life. The people of Isodar have reached a certain height. The people of Isodar are ready to welcome you." Chapter 387, An Unknown Situation. Carolyn had already fulfilled her dream of becoming race with a highly advanced technological civilization, the Isotarian race. They had wisdom close to that of gods, and they were born with power and perfect figures. Each of them was as handsome as a god, and there was not a single flaw in their bodies. They didn't use words, they communicated using brain waves. They controlled mechas, and they had long lifespans and individual strength. They could control wind, fire, lightning. By saying this, Carolyn meant that she had temporarily finished dealing with the matters of human society. She invited me to meet her and help me research the custom-made mech I want. She also wanted me to bring her into a vacuum environment. Su Ji was sitting on a chair in the orchard, peeling an apple. The thought of the great sage of the Isodar civilization, the supreme human scientist who created the language of God and fabricated life, the leader of the human race who controlled the future of the Protoss, and the crazy imagination of him gave him a headache. Levis had been like this before. "I just wanted to play 2 hearthstones at that time." He lowered his head and slowly peeled the apple with a knife. She even listed this as the top secret and deleted this part of the human who activated the pineal gland. However, Su Ji was not in a hurry to see Caroline. It had only been 200 years. The external hacks of this civilization were too exaggerated, and in the future, it would be even more exaggerated. At that time, it would be best to custom make a mechanical suit. And even now, it was beyond Su Ji's imagination. It brought him an indescribable surprise. This knowledge of their lava technology civilization had filled him in a lot, and it had even greatly inspired their research. It had allowed Su Ji to understand the power of biological genetic code and the power of self-evolution. Now, they had unified the Stonewall region and captured several rank 6 emperor to be demonic beasts. Although they were still in a remote area, the Stonewall region was only one of the 13 regions. Although it was 3 times the size of the primordial world, it was still the most remote and weakest lava domain. In the near future, the rise of the Ishtar people would inevitably lead them out of the stone wall region and into the ancient land of lava. They would wage war and spread the glory of their civilization to every corner. This piece of land was 100 times larger than the previous world. It was boundless and had unlimited potential for development. The territory of the Isodarian people was less than 4%. It was too remote and small. They're considered a powerful and terrifying high-level magical beast race when they're an adult rank 4. They're equivalent to some sub-dragons and green dragons. Furthermore, they have mech armors, which will increase their combat power. Su Ji had already predicted that a war was about to happen. Their technological updates are already unstoppable. If the demonic beasts continue to be complacent, they will definitely lose. The war was about to break out, and the Ishtar people were about to leave the stone wall region. And for Su Ji, this was the perfect time. While they're busy preparing for war, it's the best time to release new player species. Why? The reason was simple. The creatures with extraordinary potential that the players had evolved were all non-human, so they were naturally from the monster faction. They were the kind that would be beaten up by the people of Isodar. They would probably be hung up and beaten up. In the previous world dungeons, the players were all proud and had even occupied the upper echelons of the world. But now? An extraordinary race with a more advanced technology than them. This was definitely the most difficult hell-level instance dungeon in history. When they face a race with cheats, they will definitely scream like ghosts and howl like wolves. Su Ji looked at the strange little guys in front of him. They were whispering to each other, completely unaware that their tragic fate in the future had already been arranged by someone else. He was finally seeing a famous scene. God of creation, eat the apple. I'm telling you newbies, this isn't just any famous scene. This is the God of creation eating apple series peel and eat. What? Could it be a legendary secret skill? The people around him were shocked. Another strange creature said with a solemn expression, yes. As everyone knew, when the God of creation ate an apple, he would usually eat it with the apple's skin. This scene of him peeling the apple with a knife was a rare scene. You can say that the planning team is giving you newbies some benefits. Instantly, the surrounding newbies were mesmerized by his words. As expected, the high-end evolutionary sandbox world of the big boss was something that could never be imagined outside. The old players continued to boast. I'm telling you, do you think that fruit knife is an ordinary vegetable knife? It was the blade of the law of causality, a super divine artifact on the same level as the divine throne of creation that the first beta players used to wipe out the team. It's usually very rare to see you, but it's impossible for you to immediately transform the moment you come in. You'd better learn from us. Ding. System prompt, player I'm really not a demon, I'm a good person has evolved into a species scared you to death 3000. You have obtained an achievement reward. The old players who were still bragging to the new players? They were stunned on the spot. He hadn't even finished bragging, and he had already been slapped in the face. Which newbie was so fierce? It's only been 2 days since the closed beta, and it's been more than 40 hours. Even if he stayed up all night, isn't this too fast? When they thought of this, they quickly went around to see who this newbie was. When he arrived at his destination, he found that it was a white balloon fish. It had a pufferfish-like structure and a bulging stomach. This ball of balloon fish was made into the shape of a Kongming lantern. Its mouth was opened downward into an O shape, and a small drag basin was burning below. The Kongming lantern flew in the air and changed its shape crazily, sometimes turning into a beautiful girl, sometimes into a SpongeBob SquarePants, sometimes into a fierce man. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. 666. Quick, turn into the final chicken. This one's not bad. Awesome. The balloon species breathed in helium, hydrogen, methane, leg air. They all have different uses. Yup. If one could store a wooden leg energy in their stomach, then become a beauty, kiss someone, and then blow it out, who could stand it? No one could withstand it. The #1 expert in the assassination world. The premise was that the balloon fish could hold its feet. Funny face. The crowd gathered around and discussed animatedly. They instantly thought of many uses for this species. The future of this species was boundless. Someone asked, I'll scare you to death. Tell me the truth. What's your relationship with Stephen Chow's I'll kill you? The balloon floated in the air. I've been a professional in scaring people for 30 years. The imagination of the other world's aboriginals is too poor. I'm preparing to enter the three realms and promote the traditional horror cultural image of Earth, supporting the sky of the world of monsters. He turned into a beautiful Sadako spirit in the air, and then into a ferocious ghost face. Everyone was shocked. What a talent! However, it could transform crazily and become light. It could scare people to death in the middle of the night and could transform into any form of ghosts to scare people. No wonder it was called Scare You to Death. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. I'll bring you a live broadcast of sexy balloons and online scary people. Voila! In the air, it led the white lanterns and balloons in the sky to change their direction and fly forward. Everyone looked up and sighed. This was the first time he had seen someone enter the World Channel in such a carefree manner. This species had too many functions. He had now turned himself and his species into hot air balloons in advance, so their movements were very convenient. When they arrived in a new world, they had the right time, place, and people at the start. They could occupy the highest terrain in the sky and find a landing point. It was a perfect start. He's meticulous. This kid is definitely not simple. Someone said coldly. That's nonsense. It looks like another super big shot. In the pitch-black world tunnel, Xia Niaming kept floating, a new world, the second life of the extraordinary world, weird, the incense of all living beings. I entered as a weirdo, especially scaring people, and shared a share with the cute girl. She took the kind incense, and I took the evil incense. Wouldn't it be great if I became an evil god? It's better for one of us to be the villain than those strange ones. This was a plan that he had been planning for a long time. He had even prepared this species for a long time. There's no such thing as the worst species, only the most unsuitable species. This species of mine followed the tide of the times and came here. There's a great opportunity. I'll scare people and absorb their fear. I'll walk the weird path and find a way to open up my own path of the devil path. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful he felt. I've watched hundreds of domestic horror films and know the tricks of scaring people. Aren't they scared to death by me? Even if they survive the initial stage of fear domestic horror movies, I still have famous foreign horror movies waiting for them, but there's no hurry. Scaring people takes time. If they get too scared in one go, their fear threshold will increase, and they won't be able to collect fear anymore. They have to do it step by step. Gradually, he passed through the teleportation array that Suji had built for him and entered the underground world of lava. His eyes suddenly lit up. Weird. I'm coming. The two most famous beautiful female players. I'm going to have a cute girl on my left and a beautiful female player on my right, and I'm going to reach the peak of my life. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had arrived in a new world. He flew for 3 hours, and all he could see was a huge mountain and forest. He instantly sighed at the vastness of this vast foreign world. But the next second, he saw a fiery red in the distance. Is it the sunrise? His smile gradually froze, and as he got closer, he realized that it was a hot, red lava river. At this moment, he realized that this was not the three realms at all, but a brand new, unknown, vast world. However, in the next second, his expression completely froze. This was because he was looking down from above and saw a huge crater in the ground in the distance. He saw a broken machine inside. What is this? He looked down and saw a man's body in the pile of broken machinery. He had been dead for a long time and had become a skeleton. He was holding a rectangular black phone with a full screen in his hand. Cell phone. His whole body trembled, and his hair stood on end. We're very popular with rectangular cell phones. This is an octagonal, diamond-shaped full-screen cell phone. It's not the style of us Earthlings. Screenshots. A picture was instantly sent out. With the huge difference in time flow, in everyone's eyes, the moment this player entered, a screenshot was instantly sent out. Let's see, this player. The next second, everyone was stunned and silent. They saw a new world. There was an alien-style mobile phone and some unknown broken brown machinery. This seemed to be a world of technology. Chapter 388, Big Action and Rainy. A world of technology? The forum was in an uproar, and many people were talking about it. It was a world of extraordinary powers before, but now it's a world of technology? A technological civilization similar to our Earth? Black questions.jpg. When I saw the phone, I felt a sense of familiarity, even though it's not the model from our Earth. Shock.jpg. 666. This is the unprecedented anticipation of this civilization. Everyone knew what this meant. The previous transcendent world was too real. It was so detailed that it did not feel like a game at all, but the real world. The delicate details were experienced in every corner, and it was 100 million times better than the open fantasy sandbox games like old Raleigh 5. Rationality was too terrifying and unbelievable. Some people even said that if one could get their hands on the bloodline inside, they could also cultivate to become a transcendent and become a wizard on Earth. But before this, it was only in theory. Right now, this might be a world of technology. We can always copy science and technology. Bah! How could it be plagiarism when it came to scientists? We can at least learn from it. I don't think it's possible. If it's really a science fiction civilized world, then wouldn't the development of our human civilization leap forward in an instant and cross hundreds of years? This game can't do it. The netizens were discussing it and felt that it was very impossible. This was because it would be beyond everyone's imagination. It was just a game. After all, although it was said to be a myriad of worlds, it was still fine before. The extraordinary world and the people on Earth felt separated. However, if this sci-fi world was really as real as before, it would mean a terrifying meaning. It could even change the scientific civilization on Earth. The human society in the real world experienced a technological boom in an instant. Of course, there were some crazy fans who had enough confidence in this. I think it's possible. The game's production team is mysterious and unpredictable. If it's really a high-level science fiction world that can give us modern science to learn from and use as a reference, then I'll be blowing my own horn. I also believe it. Look at their black technology. Maybe there really is a world with technology that surpasses Earth's. Yup. Spore Evolution was publicly announced to be a cross-era virtual online game jointly developed by more than 100 countries. It's 100% realistic, and it's a learning-loving game. Su Ji just smiled. He looked at his small orchard in the countryside and the ordinary small field. He did not expect that his reputation and mysteriousness on the huge internet had become more and more impressive. He was in charge of a small orchard in the countryside of Tongcheng, as if he owned the whole world. He turned his gaze and looked at a certain place with interest. At this moment, all the major research institutes were shocked. All departments, mobilize. The world of technology. It might be a world of technology. A young man in a white coat walked around and roared loudly. Carry out an in-depth analysis of the photo. While the netizens were still talking about it, the research institutes around the world had fallen into an unprecedented tense atmosphere, as if they were preparing for the Third World War. Yes. They were more excited than ever. Their goal had always been very direct. It was to obtain knowledge and extraordinary power, transform the Earth's low-leveled civilization, obtain alien technology, and walk into the vast universe. They also had the dream of the universe. One small step for humanity, one big step for Earth. Analyzing the photo. Mechanical wreckage, suspected to be an arm, a part of some kind of mechanical armor. Phone, full screen, octagonal, black. As the information came in, the people in charge of the major research institutes were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were bloodshot. Oh! Oh my God! Look what we found! We finally got what we wanted after such a long time? It's right in front of your eyes. Oh! This was too unbelievable. A technological civilization. It's even possible that it'll surpass the modern Earth's technological world. The researchers and scientists in white coats walked back and forth, constantly revealing their crazy language. Activate the hidden plan. The person in charge was a white-haired old professor. He was always solemn and strict, but at this time, he also revealed a side that no one knew about. His neck was red as he roared excitedly. Are we really going to activate it? Someone asked. Activate, yes. The person in charge said loudly, our Earth has obtained an opportunity that has not been seen in 1,000 years. Ding! Ding! In the evolution sandbox, a system notification rang out. System message, congratulations to the player Sweetie, my favorite for evolving the species Little Steel Bench and obtaining an achievement reward. Another one? What was happening? Everyone was stunned. This was the backup plan left by the Secret Research Institute. Even though they knew that they might be punished if they interfered too much, they still secretly placed a second person on standby. This person was about to enter the sandbox world, and this was their biggest trump card. And right in front of him was his greatest opportunity. They were planning to enter this world of science fiction. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ding! 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 In the evolution sandbox, the sound of achievement rewards rang out one after another, and potential species were evolved one after another. Everyone suddenly felt that this was too scary. So there were so many big shots hidden among them? As for the I Love Sweetie the Most player, he had already received orders from his superior and quickly entered the Dark World channel. His heart was filled with passion, and he insisted on his soldier's dream to serve his motherland. The world of technology, for the glory of my beautiful Jian. Kakat. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. This player looked at this vast new world with great excitement. However, he slowly raised his head and saw a sky made of green leaves. The sun shone down, and it was beautiful. I love little sweetie the most. His face instantly darkened, and his mind went blank. This was it the ancient wood world? On the forum. I love little sweetie the most, it's so scary. It's an incredible world. There's a lot of lava here. I found the remains of a mecha, but I'm sorry, the principle and structure are beyond the imagination of the people on Earth. I can't show you. After the post, I love sweetie quietly sat on the spot and looked at the sky blankly. It was as if all the light and hope had disappeared from her eyes. Then, a strange-shaped plant appeared behind her. The plant looked up at the sky and said. He immediately went offline and ran out to post, no. This bastard is lying to us. There is no mechanical armor chest plate remains, no black hexagonal energy stone, these do not exist at all, this is a scam, do not be fooled, do not come in. After a while, a third person came in. He looked at the sky in a daze and then looked down at the two people in front of him. They were sitting on the ground leisurely and playing gamaka with small stones. Are you really not lying to us? He instantly vomited blood. Real and fake, fake and real, who could tell the difference? Let's play fight the landlord. After he went out to post, he came back to speak. Not long after, 4 or 5 of them came in. They looked at each other, and when they saw that everyone had come in, they immediately began to curse. This was emptying all the hidden cards that we had painstakingly accumulated. When will revenge ever end? Chapter 389, Foresight. On the other side, in the high-end players group chat. The racer of Mount Harana, let me tell you something shocking. A bunch of big shots have suddenly appeared in the ancient tree world. All of them are bruised and battered, and they've come to my place in a daze to spend money and buy a race. He had become rich in an instant. I secretly increased the price by 30%. We'll squeeze these rich people dry. The system distributor? Menmei evolved into a dragon? Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand evolved into Kun. They were also dumbfounded, and they cursed in their hearts. The speed of Mount Harana was really something. They dared to oppress those big shots, did they not know what kind of power stood behind them? Once your real identity is discovered, your water meter will definitely be broken. After laughing out loud, his expression turned serious. He felt that this situation was unbelievable. This might be the unprecedented explosion that shocked the game after the evil god of Thulhu combined and descended. A vast world of technology and civilization was waiting for the Earthlings to excavate. These high-end game players already knew that Spore Evolution wasn't a game created by humans, but a god. This was a link to the universe and a huge opportunity for Earth's civilization, allowing humans to walk into the vast universe. The data of the characters in the game would gradually affect reality and subtly change the physical fitness of the players. It was also a great opportunity for them. You want to dig? It's strange that you guys can poach that cheating race. Su Ji sat in front of the window, resting his chin on one hand on the table, and looked out at the world outside. To hell with the universe, it's still my family's little orchard. However, since you guys love to imagine so much, I'll make my development speed catch up with the speed of your imagination one day and become a real universe. No one would have thought that the vast universe and endless heavenly worlds that they had imagined were just an orchard in the countryside of his house and a deep orchard cellar 1,000 meters below the orchard. This morning, Su Ji suddenly received a phone call, which he rarely received. It was a call from a senior executive of a foreign company he used to work for. Su Ji could vaguely remember the other party's appearance. He was a middle-aged boss with a big belly and deep dark circles under his eyes. However, he spoke with a lot of vigor. He had been very good to Su Ji back then and had been kind to him for promotion. This nice guy was asking about Su Ji's cancer, and some of his former colleagues were also showing their concern on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that the phone call had made them hesitate for a while. The leader did not want to hurt Su Ji's self-esteem, so he tactfully proposed a project for his project team that allowed him to participate remotely through the computer, and he would be given a part of the reward after the event. Furthermore, Su Ji had been assigned a very simple job, and he was very familiar with it. There was no doubt that his colleagues were trying to help him with his terminal illness after he resigned. At this moment, he finally came back to his senses. It had only been 2 months since he had resigned. It had only been 2 months. In their eyes, he was still the poor young man who had cancer and spent the rest of his life in an orchard in the countryside. In fact, after 2 months, his cancer would enter the final stage. He had to go through chemotherapy every day and save a lot of money to maintain his difficult life. It's only been 2 months and I'm already at level 6. I'm so excited that I'm planning to build a mecha and take a walk in space. His ex-colleague suddenly called him, which made him feel real. He was a little dazed. He thought of his former colleagues on the task force and friends who worked overtime and stayed up late to rush projects. He felt like he was in a different world from them. No need. I've found a good job in the countryside. I can be self-sufficient. Su Ji quickly spoke up and tactfully rejected the offer. It would be very difficult to deal with those idiotic players and the research institute that was causing trouble. He was indeed very busy with work. On the other end of the phone, there was a sudden silence. Are you really okay? It was Brother Li from the working group. He was an old man in his 30s with 2 children. He had taken a loan to buy a house in a big city. He had to pay off a loan of 8,000 yuan a month and was living under a lot of pressure. Brother Su Ji, Sister Yun has broken up with you. She's not a good person. I knew she wasn't a good person from the beginning. It was Xiao from the group who was gritting her teeth. She was a lively girl who came from a famous university. She had also come to this foreign company as soon as she entered the company for an internship. She was Su Ji's child and had a good impression of Su Ji back then. I'm really fine, Su Ji laughed. The other end of the phone fell silent again. After a long time, Xiao said, then we won't disturb you anymore. I wish Brother Su Ji good health. I'll live my life happily. The 3 of them hung up the phone and deliberately did not ask Su Ji what job he had found. After all, what good job could it be to inherit the orchard left by his parents in the countryside? In their eyes, it was just farming and working hard. This young man with cancer just wanted to keep his last dignity and didn't want them to worry. In fact, after they hung up the phone, they looked at each other and felt emotional. He didn't know when his body would be unable to take it. A programmer's job was a youthful meal, and there were many problems with his body. What was the purpose of this mediocre life? Even these boring office workers and white-collar elites were full of yearning for the that had suddenly appeared in the past 2 months. That wonderful and free world was full of yearning. Now, to Su Ji, he no longer needed to work. Money and power in real life were at his fingertips, and these things were no longer in his eyes. The hot-blooded heroes of the era in each world, Dichi, Medusa, Ermin. Their lofty ideals and the pace of the gods in pursuit of truth were also imperceptibly influencing him. Now, he was starting from nothing and personally creating one world after another to deduce his future cultivation path towards eternity. This was what he found interesting. He looked ahead. We've let the new players in. Let's see what they do. I just need to watch slowly. And now that 30 to 40 years have passed, it's time to meet the request of the Isodar people, or perhaps Caroline. He stood up. I hope that when I go in, this player will not be captured by the Isotardians and paraded in the streets for the discovery of the new species. I hope that he will not be photographed as a memento. Xia Niming was also very confused now. It was really like seeing a ghost. His goal was the primordial world. He was a species that was born to scare people. He wanted to save the saviors of the three realms who were in deep waters and suffering by following the great opportunity of the era of anomalies. However, in other worlds, it would lose its effect and become a complete younger brother race. What could a mimicked hot air balloon do? It's a creature of little value that's on par with a slime. At the very least, if I can't enter the three realms, at least let me enter the ancient tree world. At the very least, it's safe there. There's a big shot who's set up a base there, and we can ask the racer of Mount Harana about how to use his money to become a surrogate and transform into an elf. And the new world. This place was extremely dangerous. There were lava rivers all over the place, all kinds of terrifying extraordinary life forms in the forest, and mysterious mechanical wreckage and mobile phones. And he was a weakling. At this moment, he really wanted to switch places with the players who had entered the ancient tree world. Both of them had come to the wrong place. However, when he wanted to leave, the other player forums were instantly excited. They asked him to continue exploring this new vast world and live stream new maps. Brother, don't panic. We'll support you. That's right, there's a lot of danger ahead, but don't be afraid, because we're a group of gays behind you. Kind little eyes. Xia Niming was even more dumbfounded. This was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. I'm not an idiot. Don't pull me into your camp. He was extremely sorrowful. He was a very serious person, and he didn't want to be assimilated. Even some well-known players came out to join in the fun. Don't panic. The racer of Mount Harana said, I'll drive you. Cute girl, brother, a small step for humans is a big step for technology. The future of mankind is on your shoulders. I'll lend you my luck. The other research institutes had also mixed in and expressed that they would do their best to help because they had no other way. They could only explore this extraordinary world through this player. As Xia Niming live-streamed, he flew in the sky and soon saw a group of goblins riding wolves in the wild. Chapter 390, Never would have thought. This was a group of short, wretched, wrinkly green-skinned beasts. They wore extremely dirty beast skins and rode on war wolves, roaring from high above and throwing spears at the sky. Woo la la! Woo la la! They roared fervently, as if they were going to strike down the sky lanterns. Xia Niming was scared out of his wits. How could a modern person who lived like a prince have ever seen such a scene? It was as if a group of gay men were shouting at you. He felt that he was too miserable and too difficult. As an ordinary person, it was normal for them to become stronger while lying down. This was what the public thought. It was unrealistic for those who transmigrated to be face-smacking, killing, and reaching the peak to be like Long Aotian. People would die. He hurriedly continued to fly higher, shaking off this terrifying group. When he found a safe place in the forest, he brought the hot air balloon group and continued to add fuel for the Kongming lanterns. When he went online again, he found that the netizens had already discussed a plan. This was because a society that seemed to be a technological civilization was enough to make them excited. They had to be extremely careful to set up a strategy for this balloon player and the best solution to survive in the other world. Brother Balloon, don't be afraid. We are scientists and wilderness survival experts on the forum. We can definitely help you rise and dominate an era. The mechanical arm is severely damaged, so we can't get any results from the research. It looks like they've only lost power, but they might still be able to communicate. But how to do it is a problem. The most important thing now is to find a safe place to rest and gradually understand the rules and culture of this world. Screenshots. Screenshots. While they were discussing, the balloon player sent a screenshot of the goblin, which shocked them. Magical creatures also exist? Technology and magic coexisting. The goblins are an opportunity. I can think of way to shapeshift and blend into the goblins, transforming into these things. If it's too light, you can fill your body with some straw, leaves, or soft mud to make your body look heavy. Countless people started to analyze the situation on the forum. They were serious. He was looking for the optimal solution to survive in another world. This was also the best method. By imitating a goblin and filling the balloon with a real object, in addition to the chameleon's mimicry characteristics, it could be simulated, and there was a high probability of not being discovered. But someone immediately said, "This world is unknown. I don't know if goblins have methods to see through the disguise of their own kind. It's best to let one of my balloon race subordinates test the disguise and stain its body with the goblin's urine and body odor. This way, I won't be suspected. After a round of analysis, Xia Niming's face turned bitter. After a few attempts, he tried to follow the netizens' advice and spent half a day looking for a suitable way to replenish his weight. He found the goblin's urine and covered a balloon fish with the urine. He bloated his stomach and became a goblin. His skin was imitated and had the chameleon effect. He made a mimicked sound and was not discovered. I've succeeded. He was overjoyed, and with the help of countless people, he successfully disguised himself as a goblin and sneaked into the goblin tribe. But on this night, he saw an extremely terrifying scene. The goblins rode wolves during the day and at night, thinking that wolves were divine partners. Xia Niming's hair stood on end. Was this their wolf culture? This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying and savage foreign world's aboriginal civilization. At this time, with the help of the netizens, in just half an hour in the real world and several months in the game, he successfully started a fire, built a house, and found Shi Yan to cook for him. He gained the respect of many goblins and became the king of goblins. The netizens were ecstatic. The farming flow has been activated. First, develop the tribe. Change their terrible habits. Get them away from the beasts. We can even let the goblin train in magic. It is. Goblin mages, goblin warriors, our previous extraordinary civilization might not be afraid of them even if we face this technological civilization. Arg! They were born with magic cores. Big shots, quickly start your research. He's naturally gifted in magic. With everyone's help, this player gathered the intelligence of the entire internet and developed civilization at a crazy pace. He also made the new goblins of various races learn languages and arithmetic to improve their intelligence. The goblin civilization was developing in full swing. A group of balloons was released near the tribe to monitor everything. Xia Niming sat on the beast chair in the tribe. As expected, farming is the beginning of the other world. I'm like a traveler from a novel, with my own internet, I can post on Baidu, and the netizens will help me for free. At first, he was still very nervous, but now he suddenly felt very happy. Although the balloon species was weak, with the advice of a group of think tanks, they could instantly gain a firm foothold in this new world. Perhaps, in the near future, I can really change my name, from the previous Xia Niming. I'll scare you 3,000 times, but it's changed to Yao Niming, I'll take your life for 3,000. Yao Niming. Hehe, you even sound like you're cursing in a Sichuan dialect. He smiled, but his smile gradually froze as he saw two black mechas flying over from the sky. In the sky, the two Isodolans communicated telepathically in the black mech. The Stonewall region is too big. We're here to build a satellite network and signal base stations to lay the groundwork for the future war on the front line. Is that the Goblin tribe? One of the Ishodans said. Another man, who was as handsome as a god, transmitted his consciousness silently, destroy it. These disgusting races are like wild beasts and have strong reproductive abilities. It is said that they can be found in several regions outside our Stonewall region and are a rare intelligent species that can cross regions. Compared to these intelligent species, I prefer the Kana tribe from the Aqua Blue region. Their women are as beautiful as us. However, their Naga Hydra was at the Celestial Emperor realm and was very difficult to deal with. This ancient land of lava is too big, so wide that it's beyond imagination. In the middle of their discussion, they decided to destroy the Goblin tribe. The people of Isodar loved beauty and were passionate and romantic. They hated such a disgusting and twisted race. Wait, don't worry. This Goblin tribe seems to be a little different. Two Isodalos landed and started a live broadcast on the central network. Everyone, everyone! Emergency notice! We found a special Goblin tribe. There were also special balloons flying nearby. There seems to be signs of life. Screenshots! 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 Immediately, the gazes of some Isotardians on the internet gathered. Radar detection! A shock wave spread out. The handsome Isodalian's face turned serious as he gradually located an unknown life form. It looks like a goblin, and even the texture of its skin is similar, but in fact, it's a balloon creature with special skin. It's filled with straw and mud, and there's no magic nucleus. What? This is impossible. Perhaps it's a new and unknown magical beast? It's creating a virtual image of itself, hiding within the goblin tribe and becoming the goblin king? No magic core, but it has intelligence? A mimicry creature. On the internet, waves were stirred. At this moment, Xia Niming was also shocked to see two mech armors falling from the sky. Two perfect modern humans walked out of them, and he was so scared that he went out to post screenshots. Screenshots. Everyone! Look, there's a high-tech civilization in a mecha. I'm going to die. Instantly, the entire forum was in a frenzy. Quickly pretend that you are a goblin. No. The goblin might die. Pretending that you're a peasant. Quickly transform. Now, it's time to test your escape ability. 72 transformations. Countless people were shocked. He didn't expect it to come so quickly, and there was no time to develop at all. In reality, their actions were completely useless in the face of absolute strength. This was because they had scanning radars. The technological development was too terrifying. As long as a mecha passed by, there was no place to hide within a radius of several thousand meters. The new species would definitely be discovered. Two streamlined black mechas landed in the primitive tribe. They opened the hatch of the mecha and walked down. They saw a patty man quietly standing in the field. The Ishodar people's internet was boiling with excitement. They found it unbelievable and could not understand such behavior. Pretending to be a straw doll. What's going on? Foaming at the mouth and tilting his head? Are you pretending to be dead? What a cute race! They disguised themselves as goblins to blend in, and now they're disguised as grass people to escape our sight. In addition, the scientists' internet began to discuss. This is a new species. The wave detection report is out. Its skin is extremely elastic. It's a balloon-shaped creature that can mimicry others. It has high plasticity and no magic core. Everyone, what use have you thought of? A few days ago, Ms. Caroline mentioned the human priority plan. Our research has been stuck at this point. Perhaps this new species is the most crucial plasticity material for our research. You're saying? Right. This material was light, thin, and elastic. It's shapeshifting and extremely malleable. It's perfect for us Isodeans to use as contraception. Humans are the first to choose. They must not have noticed me. The patty man took root on the ground and struggled in its heart. Why is it that other people's farming career is smooth and successful, but I'm about to be caught when I've just started farming? I have to hide and develop, don't touch me. Otherwise, you will humiliate me, and bully me today. In the future, I will definitely kill your entire family and exterminate your entire clan to avenge today's humiliation. Bring him back for the experiment. The handsome and perfect Isodar stretched out his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy wrapped around him. The patty man flew into the air and quickly took the other balloons with it. The mechanical armor flew into the air. The human priority plan. This may be another huge step forward for our Isodal civilization. A few months later. My name is Xia Niming. I never thought that my dream would come true in the end. In the end, I still took my revenge and became the terrifying demon king who killed the most people in history. I've killed hundreds of millions of Izutsa people. Maybe I can change my name to 300 million for your life. Chapter 391, The Second Contact with a Highly Advanced Scientific Civilization. Just as the player was captured by the Isodarian people under the bewilderment of countless netizens, Su Ji walked into a coffee shop and was about to make contact with the leader of the Isodarian people, Caroline. The mechanical city of Valia. In the southern area of the city center, there was a dark brown, exquisite shop. Black was the color commonly used in mechanical armors and the favorite color of the people of Isodar. Dim lights hung on the walls, and the yellow light shone down on the black ground, giving people a sense of peace and gentleness. The red-haired girl at the counter had a ponytail and was wearing a white shop assistant's apron. She was very well developed, and her waist was unusually slender. Her cute and delicate beautiful face was lying on the counter and staring blankly ahead. She was hugging a cute, furry, tier 2 black fox as a pillow. She looked like she was in a daze, but in fact, she was focused on the mechanical revolution on the computer network in her head. I failed again. If I didn't use the hosting hack software, would I really not have any fighting talent? She leaned on the counter and was shocked. Her cute little mouth opened slightly, and her consciousness was transmitted over. "Sir, what would you like to order?" "A cup of beaver milk tea." Su Ji sent his consciousness over and sat down to wait quietly. He sat in the coffee shop and looked out at the clean magical wind street outside. From time to time, there were mechanical war chariots whizzing past in the sky. One by one, flawless tall and handsome young men and women walked around like perfect gods. Even Su Ji had to admit that this was a good world for a vacation. A highly advanced technological civilization. The passionate, kind, and hospitable people of Ishtar. There was also an endless land of ancient lava outside, which allowed you to pilot a mech to achieve romance while also allowing you to explore the unknown and magical land. "Thank you for your visit." The red-haired girl raised her hand slightly, and the black glass cabinet on the counter opened. An exquisite black glass cup flew in front of her. The adorable red-haired maiden's voice rang out from far away. "Dear customer, I'm going to play games. Please remember to pay through the shop's online system after you're done drinking." She closed her eyes and lay on the counter, completely unguarded against a stranger's actions. Su Ji was dumbfounded. This was a situation that was very difficult to imagine on Earth. He sipped his tea and looked out of the window quietly. Armors operated by intelligent machines were acting as cleaners. All their physical work was done by machines. This world is very fair. When one gets something, he has to lose something. So, never be envious of the superficial happiness of others, and the same goes for the people of Isodar. Although they've achieved full automation, don't need to work, are born with good looks and strength, and don't even need to go to school from young age to directly pass on knowledge in their minds. A seemingly free life, chasing after your dreams, and even exploring the ancient lava domain. Su Ji sighed softly. But they've lost. Lot of Earthlings' experiences, such as the 985 system at work, the 9-year compulsory education, various cram schools, 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations, balding, and Su Ji had seen such a civilized society. They had really lost too much. For example, crime, fear when walking at night, scheming and fraud between people, and the beautiful Izadane girls who dressed sexily without wearing safety pants. They were not afraid of people peeking at them. They did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against their own race, the Protoss. This was because the moral law was written into their genes. This was a basic condition for mutual trust, so that there were no barriers in society, and the root of unconditional trust. Anyone who met on the street was kind and could be trusted completely. Su Ji took a sip of his coffee and marveled at the corruption of this civilization. They don't need to be on guard and build a high wall of loneliness in their hearts because they have a firewall. There can't be no evil people here, because what are evil people? A chuckling voice came from afar, crisp and pleasant. A tall girl strode into the coffee shop. Evil people are people who harm others for their own benefit. They persecute others' interests to satisfy themselves. And when everything is within their reach, then people will not want to be evil. The beautiful girl in the cap sat down. Her voice was soft, and there was a happy smile on her face. It was as if every word she said was a smile, and she did not hide the joy she had been waiting for a long time. "It's finally here." Su Ji looked at Caroline and also showed a rare smile. He did not expect that she would be able to come this far even though she did not have Levis wisdom. She had given him too much of a surprise. It wasn't an era that could shake the entire world just by giving one opportunity. All of this brilliance was due to the great era that Caroline had started. Without her, this era might have developed in a completely different way. Caroline was a traditional Izodar person. She was kind, passionate, and stubborn. She had indeed realized her dream. She had become the second Levis, who had dedicated his life to live for the glory of the people of Ishtar and walked on the forefront of science. Caroline laughed. In this world, if there was a choice, who would want to be the bad guy? Who didn't want to be a good person who was trusted unconditionally by their neighbors? Bathing in warmth? Therefore, if we add a little more genetic restriction, the social atmosphere will remain here forever. Our race will be wary of the outside world and treat the inside with sincerity. It's because it's too tiring to be on guard against everyone, against their own kind. Back then, our dream of communicating in the milk tea shop has been moving forward. Today, it has finally come true. Caroline laughed very happily. She sat down and sighed with emotion. Her eyes were bright and glazed, as if they were as resplendent as sapphires. It was an expression that she had not seen for a long time, as if she had seen through the 100 years of her youth. Do you still remember my dream back then? A ridiculous young girl's dream. May all the people of Ishtar be born equal. People were born powerful. Human life is like a god. Yes, after so many years, you've finally done it. Su Ji said. She was too tired. In the outside world, she had to maintain her dignity and pressure. Only here could she reveal the softness in her heart, as if she was chatting with a friend. Caroline stood up like an elegant and beautiful tour guide. She bent over and smiled. Then, my ancient god, would you like to take a look at the mecha? To visit the laboratory of our Isotarian civilization. It's been a long time since we last met. Every time we meet, it's another you, and you've become much more beautiful and powerful. Su Ji looked at Caroline. She was already at the 5th rank, which could be considered a very fast progress in her cultivation. The two of them walked out of the cafe. This was a huge ecological valley, with lush forests and greenery intertwining on this land. Caroline brought Su Ji on a tour of the Ishtar people's black technology. Su Ji gasped in admiration at every piece of technology. It was simply too terrifying. There's a forest in the distance, an ecological garden, and it's keeping the magical beasts we used to live in the ancient lava land. Of course, I've done enough experiments. At this moment, it was as if she was taking Su Ji on a tour of the Isodarian Zoo. Any precious and powerful magical beast could be found here. He could even see some goblins and nagas, a beautiful marine race with fishtails and human bodies. This was the outer area of the Science and Technology Institute, which allowed tourists to visit. There were some handsome young men and tall beautiful girls walking back and forth, making exclamations as they looked around. Most of the demonic beasts are no longer a threat to us. Once they're captured by us, they'll no longer belong to us, said Caroline with a smile. Every one of us in Isodar is proficient in C. We can invade their brains, modify their memories, and modify their nerve responses. It was like a doll, a high-end toy that could be played with by anyone. You could easily give a lion magical beast the memory that it was a dog. I can mess with their dignity, memories, and nerve reflexes. Su Ji's expression was calm. The C language of the magic nucleus, which was used to create life codes, had been mastered by every Izadain. This was a terrifying race. Every single one of their clansmen could become a god and modify the memories and behavior of magical beasts. They could enslave them in a terrifying way that no one would know. Chapter 392, The Terrifying Cultivation System of Divine Inscriptions. Of course, said Caroline. We, the people of Isodar, have the law of wisdom equality. Unless it's an enemy force, we are not allowed to tamper with wild magical beasts with wisdom, which means that they are creatures of 4th grade and above. Intelligent life is equal, and we grant them human rights. Caroline was very gentle. In fact, if it's a magical beast from our side, we will give it citizenship. And the symbol of our citizenship is C++. It's under the protection of the brain firewall. Although it was simple and comprehensive, there were many meanings behind it. Although the people of Isodar were arrogant and did not worship God, they were not arrogant either. They were determined to move forward, determined to the future of science, and retained the respect that intelligent life should have. They were wizards who pursued the truth on another path. Caroline brought Su Ji on a tour of the research results as well as the magical beasts along the way. However, we, the people of Isodar, still have an important problem waiting to be solved. That is, every newborn. Despite the efforts of countless great wise men in our civilization, it is still difficult to guarantee that every newborn will definitely activate the pineal gland. This was only natural. Even Su Ji had not been able to do it back then. After all, it was not a creature of pure flesh and blood, and it was inevitable that there would be mistakes in the route. Even now, after so many years of development, Caroline's initial promise had not been fulfilled. Most of the Isodarans were still living together with the Isodarans who had gained wisdom. However, due to the laws written in morality by the new humans, both sides lived in harmony and there was no racial discrimination. There were even cases of old humans constantly killing new humans. Although the Homo evolutus were powerful and could control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, the guilt mechanism in their genes made them unable to attack humans. On the other hand, the old humans had no such restrictions at all. This allowed the weak old humans to kill the Homo evolutus directly. Although the Homo evolutus were powerful and had fast thinking, they didn't dare to resist at all. They could only avoid attacks everywhere and eventually get killed by the mecha. As Carolyn spoke about the grudges between the two races, she sighed. She felt that this matter was very troublesome. The problem of the human race is getting more and more serious. It has been a hidden danger for many years. Even if it could subvert civilization and lead to destruction, we can't use violence against them or carry out a plan to purge them. This is because if the old humans are killed, the future generations of the new humans may still be the old humans who can't open the pineal gland. This can't be cured. However, after so many years, we have a new plan, the Human Priority Plan, which can effectively solve this problem. Su Ji was a little surprised. They already had a solution to the problem that he couldn't solve back then? He had to admit that their development was crazy and fast. What method? Su Ji asked curiously. Of course, replied Carolyn with smile. This isn't direct solution, because that's impossible. The humans' preferred plan is to imitate the reproductive patterns of the magical beasts. The fertility of the magical beasts is very low, but every magical beast is very powerful. Su Ji was silent for a few seconds. You mean, even if we reduce our fertility rate, we must prevent the birth of ordinary humans? Like magical beasts, they have a low fertility rate but powerful offspring. Every offspring of the Ishtar people can open the pineal body, a true god. Caroline's face was serious. It can conduct a genetic test on the embryo that has just formed 10 days ago in the womb. If it is not third-class citizen and does not have the qualifications to open the pineal gland, it will be directly aborted. After all, it was a humanitarian solution if the embryo did not develop intelligence after 10 days. It was not considered a massacre. If the newborn is below third-class citizen and has the qualifications to activate the pineal gland, then give birth to it. Of course, this will make our reproductive ability extremely low, just like those high-level magical beasts, Caroline smiled. But the world is wonderful. We are already high-level magical beasts in a sense, aren't we? Su Ji was shocked, but he continued to walk and chat slowly like an old friend. This was indeed an alternative solution to prevent the birth of ordinary humans who couldn't open their pineal gland. The old humans would also choose to agree, or even participate in it madly, hoping that their future children would have the qualifications of the new humans. If this was carried out, it would be a very feasible plan. Both sides would agree, and no more old humans would be born. After this generation of old humans died of old age, they would all be united as new humans. Su Ji could not help but applaud the perfection of the plan. The people of Ishodar were indeed a terrifying scientific civilization where the wise gathered. He had personally seen their scientific civilization advance madly. In fact, the problem between the new and old humans has always been a problem for us. Once the human selection plan is completed, our future will be the start of the perfect human plan. The perfect human project? Su Ji asked again in surprise. Yes, it's an ultimate human science project. It's also known as the Protoss Plan, which will push our civilization to the peak. However, because the problem of the old and new humans can't be solved, it's not easy to announce it. The perfect human plan is just like me, explained Carolyn patiently. I'm a perfect human now. Rather than explaining, why don't we experience it directly? She suddenly smiled. Give me your hand. Su Ji extended his hand. Caroline grabbed Su Ji's hand in a natural and unrestrained manner. A gentle light spread out from her hand, making Su Ji feel very warm. Su Ji immediately sensed something. This was the second-rank spell, Spring Breeze Bath. Caroline stretched out her hand and spread out her fingers. With a smile, she said, "Do you know why I can easily cast spells? Didn't he need to delay his casting? Please look at my palm." Only then did Su Ji realize the terrifying scene. Her palm was soft and white, and on each of her green fingers, the fingerprints had already formed an exquisite and dense totem array pattern, which formed a natural totem array. The fingerprints of a human's palm were very delicate. There were 10 miniature spell formations on each of her 10 fingerprints. In addition to the other parts of her palm, there were more than 30 spell totems on her 2 palms alone. This. Su Ji's breathing quickened. He knew what this meant. Every civilization has its own training system, doesn't it? He asked. Caroline's smile was as beautiful and brilliant as an elf's. This is the cultivation system that we, the people of Isodar, have developed sacred sigil. And this is just a pair of hands. There are still countless patterns on the other parts of the body. The texture of a person's skin is very delicate. Our arms, thighs, neck, and any other place can copy the formation patterns. And human skin can shed and regenerate, and we, the people of Isodar, use this to constantly control the shedding of our bodies and write in the genetic modification of the skin texture to achieve the divine pattern of the skin. Of course, the strength of the Isodarian will depend on his talent. This is something that other systems and civilizations can't do. Only the unique extraordinary system of the Isodaians, combined with the extremely precise brain computer, can perform fine adjustments to the body. Su Ji was shocked. He had never thought that Caroline would have already reached this stage. He had once told Caroline that every extraordinary civilization had its own unique extraordinary system and that they would be able to walk down their own path. And now, she had actually done it. It was a unique cultivation system that combined the system of science and technology and the system of transcendence divine patterns. Before this, Su Ji had thought that the people of Isodar could train, but their combat level was too low for those of the same level. The establishment of the palm pattern system allowed them to be extraordinary among their peers. Their powerful combat strength could even be comparable to the invincible powerhouses of the same level with the qualifications of a heavenly emperor. This made up for their shortcomings. They had established their own extraordinary system, combining science and extraordinary, one of a kind. Divine patterns can be copied into 120,000 formation diagrams at most. It's a path that can complement and amplify each other, a path with almost infinite possibilities of course. Caroline smiled and said, the fingertips of the palm and various parts of the body can be copied with totems with various killing abilities. As for the feet, there are also totems with acceleration abilities. This was the true body of a god. All of them correspond to the various functions, and they're perfect. Was this the perfect human project? Su Ji was already extremely shocked. The people of Isodar had already achieved such heights. Caroline coughed twice. To put it simply, after this plan, every girl in Isodar will not only be beautiful, but will also bring you a feeling that will subvert your imagination. Even other human girls will no longer interest you. This is the true woman of the Protoss. Our perfect human plan is to surpass the old humans in all aspects. If one aspect is not perfect, how can we be called perfect human? Caroline continued to walk forward, her expression turning serious once again. Therefore, the new and old human beings made us not dare to execute this plan immediately. This was because the two races were still living together. They were married, in love, and living in harmony. However, once this plan is carried out, the new human beings and the old human beings will be completely divided. No new human beings will marry the women of the old human beings or the men of the old human beings. When Su Ji heard this, he could not help but sigh with emotion. He had witnessed a terrifying iteration of the development of civilization. Each of the plans to cross the era had made each of them evolve crazily. They were approaching the perfect god clan. A chip was inserted into their brains. They didn't have any transcendent genetic talent, but they were able to develop from nothing and develop to a terrifying extent. Of course, Caroline said. This perfect human plan has been left on hold because the problem of the new and old human beings cannot be solved. Now, the human priority plan has a solution, too, because they found a special material. What material? Su Ji asked curiously. Caroline was still smiling as she led Su Ji through the zoo of magical beasts. The probability of a new human baby activating their pineal gland is very low. 1% of first-class citizens, 3% of second-class citizens, and 10% of third-class citizens. So, we need to come up with a new method. She showed Su Ji the experimental product, which was a kind of transparent plastic film made of a special material. It blocks most of the ordinary useless offspring, but it's also permeable. The genes that can swim over are all very good, and the probability of it increasing the probability of becoming a new human has been increased by several times. It's a special type of molecular material. Caroline brought the ancient god to a cage and pointed at a balloon-shaped fish. It stuck its head out and looked at the beautiful girls passing by. It was very curious. What a strange creature! Caroline was a little curious about this strange creature. It seemed to be locked up in a zoo and watched by humans. In fact, it seemed to be very happy. Was it lying on the ground and watching the traveling humans? It's because of this that we've solved a scientific problem that has been troubling us for decades, said Caroline. The problem of human race. The arrival of this life is simply the savior of the Isodeans. We've completed the last part of the human optimization plan, and we've opened a new chapter for the next era. Chapter 393, Observing Aliens. Suji and Caroline were touring the zoo. As they spoke, they had already arrived next to a balloonfish. This balloonfish was being watched like a monkey in a zoo. A bunch of cute girls took photos and screenshots of it, thinking that it was a new species. They were extremely curious. He lay on the ground and kept looking for an angle. He mumbled, and Suji could read his lips. There's no tights. This world is full of trust between people. Suji was speechless. He had a toothache on the spot. Scum. The shame of humanity. After he came to the high civilization aliens and was captured as a zoo gorilla, the first thing he did was become a zoo maniac. A little sense of crisis, okay. At least scream, cry out about their atrocities, ask for human rights, or find a way to escape the zoo. Suji felt a headache coming on. The players this year were even more idiotic than the ones before. They were very optimistic because they did not really die in this game. The people of Isodar these days had been completely defenseless after several generations of reproduction. They treated people with sincerity, but in the end, they had no idea that they were being spied on. What happened? Caroline could not help but ask. It's nothing. Suji took a deep breath and looked at the magical beast in the cage. He said, this species. It seems to be a little special. It's very special. Caroline's interest was instantly piqued, and her chatterbox was still open. Her eyes were bright as she said. This balloonfish race was just discovered a few days ago. In a goblin tribe in the southern region of the Stonewall region, there seemed to be an ant-like queen ant on the pyramid steps, and the one in front of him was their king. It seems to have a high level of intelligence, but there is no magic nucleus in its brain. We can't read its mind using sea language or even communicate with it. Suji nodded. Caroline continued, we have already raised its species in batches. They possess very good elasticity. They are natural biological filtering membranes. It can be used as a safety measure, and it's already in the production line. We're about to execute the human selection plan. Suji's expression became strange as he looked at the balloonfish. On the other side, in the Spore Evolution forum, countless netizens went crazy and were extremely shocked. They watched as this player was quickly captured. In less than an hour in the real world, which was more than half a month in the game, his species was captured and brought to the laboratory for inhumane research. A group of scientists in white coats crazily surrounded him. Screenshots. 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 In half an hour, he sent pictures and screamed like crazy. Everyone was shocked. Studied by aliens. Brother, you've also become a senior researcher. To be able to participate in experimental research, even if it was just being researched. Funny face. Don't mess around. This scene was clearly very terrifying, okay. It was as if an Earthling had been captured and dissected by an alien from a higher civilization. It was terrifying. Because it's almost time now. Don't worry, quickly take a screenshot. Let's continue to understand their civilization. While everyone was still in shock, an even more terrifying scene occurred. They discovered something extremely terrifying. The level of technology in this mysterious race's laboratory was so high that they couldn't even understand it. In the laboratory, the scientists in white coats and their assistants did not communicate with each other. From the beginning to the end, they did not say a word. It was as if they were born to understand each other's words. When the netizens saw the live broadcast, they went even crazier. It's too scary. This race is all mute. Heavens! Every time we came to a new world, we had to learn the native language. But now, we have no way to learn it. Could it be that this civilization has already broken away from the shackles of language and doesn't need to open their mouths to communicate? Instead, it's like the aliens in the movies, brainwaves transmission. Soundless. It's like watching a horror sci-fi movie. Before this, some people had thought that this game couldn't be so powerful and that this civilization couldn't be a science fiction civilization. Even if it was, it couldn't be so advanced. At most, it would be similar to modern human civilization. But now, everyone's understanding was completely shattered. They had been slapped in the face. The kind that was beaten until it was swollen. The height of this civilization was not something that the humans on Earth could understand. It was so advanced that it was extremely difficult to come into contact with and understand it. This was because there was no way to learn a language. It was equivalent to a natural barrier. It was impossible to understand the other civilization. All the major research institutes on Earth were dumbfounded and completely shocked. After a while, something even more shocking happened. They saw the balloon fish being made into a safe balloon by the scientists. Then, they were wrapped in a Durex-like packaging and began to make an assembly line. Aliens also use this thing. They were all stunned, and only this sentence was left. Their brains were filled with mush. They had thought that they were researching some high-tech weapon, killing weapon of the law of causality, or star-annihilating cannon. Who knew it was this? It felt like this was definitely one of the top 10 most incredible alien incidents of the 21st century. All the major research institutes were speechless. They looked at the computer screen and their heads started to hurt. What was going on? Could there be a deeper meaning to it? Even advanced technological civilizations had to use this thing? They were deeply suspicious of their scientific lives. As for Xia Niming, he was even more miserable. He looked at his own race, and it was even worse than the Alchemy Emperor. No, they were more or less the same. The racer of Mount Harana, cough, cough, cough. As expected of the balloon fish race. They have more uses than we thought. Thank you for helping us develop it. Alien technology is awesome. Learn medicine to save the world, don't panic. Didn't you say that you wanted to go to the three realms and become a strange, terrifying demon king who would scare countless people? Now, your wish has come true. You're already a demon king who has killed countless people and stained your hands with blood. The crowd was also in a heated discussion. In a sense, that was indeed the case. They laughed so hard that their stomachs were cramping. They felt that he was too miserable and kept comforting him. Yet. That's right. You are the first human hero in history to slaughter a large number of aliens. We are proud of you. Funny face. It's true. It was too awesome. I'm really envious, jealous, and hateful. You've been a fierce and ambitious character ever since you debuted. Realize our dreams. A man should kill without mercy, and his undying karma was all in killing. Funny face. Xia Niming was speechless. A man should kill without mercy? The everlasting karma was all in killing people? Why did these words sound so perverted now? Am I too impure, or is the power of this group of idiots growing day by day? When he saw the encouragement from these people, he was shocked. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He began to ignore this group of people. His high blood pressure was almost out of the window. After several twists and turns, he successfully got out of the laboratory and transferred to this zoo. He was locked in a cage and was surrounded by tourists like a giant panda. He was instantly rendered speechless. He could only take a deep breath. The netizens outside are telling me that this is a huge opportunity. This technological human is observing me, so I can also take the opportunity to observe them and understand their civilization and structure. These so-called netizens were naturally those from the research institute who had mixed in with the netizens, hoping that he could provide more information. Furthermore, they would do their best to help him rise in this mysterious technological world and explore all kinds of things. This was the greatest opportunity they had so far. Furthermore, they promised to pay a huge sum of 1,000 sand coins for each screenshot. It'll be different if you pay. At this moment, Xia Niming's expression was grave. He laid his head on the ground, constantly looking for an angle and observing the girls passing by. For the great renaissance of Earth's humans, I will not shirk my duty. Screenshots. 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 Pictures were sent out. Countless people were shocked. Although there was no realistic image, this angle, this hazy feeling. It was too wonderful. Countless netizens were making a fuss and expressing that it was indeed smart. The 1,000 sand coins for a screenshot was very worth it. The American scientist? The Australian scientist? They were extremely sorrowful. This online player was poisonous. He thought that we were paying for this kind of photo. Why didn't our people go in? Instead, he could only rely on this guy? And what happened next made their faces even darker. Ding! Ding! System prompt: due to player scaredy cat spreading unhealthy pictures, he has been banned by the official platform. The staff of the various secret research institutes vomited blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 394, The Great Dream of the Sea of Stars. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that there weren't people who had tried to make things difficult in the forum before. After all, the Spore Evolution Forum was also a forum, and it had to abide by the basic laws. Just like other forums, if one messed around, their account would be banned. But this one in front of him. It was unprecedented. This was the first time he had seen a big shot who had left the novice village and entered the universe get banned. He was instantly silenced. This was also a record-breaking. Big Boss is indeed a big boss. Sexy balloon, selling films online. Everyone was amazed. He's simply too outstanding. No wonder he's an elite veteran in our industry. As for Xia Niming, he looked at the people on the internet and was also very distressed. Wasn't it just to earn some money? After all, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious of the money that was so much in a screenshot. According to the current exchange rate, 1,000 sand coins were equivalent to 2,000 yuan, and this exchange rate was still rising. Some people had already started to hoard it, and it was said that there was a trend of Bitcoin. I'll just ask you. A screenshot for 2,000 yuan, are you willing to trade? This was a choice that anyone would make. It was a very simple multiple choice question. This was a path where money fell from the sky and there was no way not to pick it up. No one was rich to that extent. Xia Niming couldn't help but take a deep breath. These people are too bad, and I'm too young. He only believed their nonsense after his Chuyunibu syndrome acted up. They kept making silly remarks and almost fell for their tricks. They used money to attack me and I was assimilated by them and joined their camp. He didn't know that some research institutes were planning this in secret. He just thought that these idiots were deliberately messing with him. Thinking of this, he began to take it seriously. I can't be bewitched by these animals. Although he was locked up, life still had to go on. It was already very difficult for him to transform a species into this world. The reason why he was teasing these guys was that he had been captured and had no choice. Now that he had successfully survived, he had to work hard to get out of this predicament. Lu Xun had once said that as long as one was alive, there was hope, right? It was obvious that this terrifying technological world had exceeded their imagination. Even Hell Mode Instance Dungeons, this alien world, although there were dangerous extraordinary lands such as magical beasts, there were also radar scanning. It was normal for him to be discovered and captured by high-tech means. In this world, the seemingly powerful magical beasts were just sightseeing animals in their zoo. I've been silenced. I can only rely on myself, but it's not a problem for me. Xia Niming said with a serious face. After all, he was still an elite human being with outstanding intelligence and confidence. It was just that he had been led astray by those idiots. According to my observation, the aesthetic appearance of the humans in this world is roughly the same as that of us Earthlings. They are handsome and perfect, and they seem to be highly developed in civilization. It seems that they have lost the ability to deceive and are full of trust between humans. As an alien, although our technology is not as advanced as theirs, I can still conquer them. He had a plan for this, and there was a case on Earth. Meow. Meow aliens' combat power was not high, but they could easily conquer Earthlings. By acting cute and looking at humans with innocent and cute eyes, they could turn humans into shit-shoveling officials and cat slaves. Alien with fish lips. Xia Niming lay in the cage and continued to observe these perfect humans who were as handsome as gods. He looked for all kinds of angles and continued to lie on the ground to look at the girls and observe the customs of this human. My species are ever-changing. They can scare people to death, but they can also act cute. A pen can calm the world, a martial artist can decide the universe on a horse, and he can oppress Zhang Tai. As he thought of this, the balloon fish suddenly bounced slightly and turned into a cute little cat. It kept walking elegantly in the cage and acted cute. Wow! This species is so cute. He can turn into many cute little animals. A group of girls who were watching exclaimed, blinking and taking pictures with their eyes. As expected. Xia Niming smiled. Although he couldn't hear the humans' conversation, he could still tell from their facial expressions that they had taken the bait. Furthermore, he also obtained a more important piece of data. They don't have any cameras. It seems like they are taking pictures with their eyes. What kind of advanced civilization was this? It's too terrifying. He found it even more outrageous. Woo. He turned into a cute puppy, looking at the crowd with watery eyes and wagging his tail crazily, which caused another round of screaming. One day, my species will become a cat-like pet in this world. After all, balloonfish have very low IQs, not higher than cats and the like. However, they are raised in every family, but they steal information and form a huge network of connections. He thought. All of a sudden, he thought about it carefully and had an unbelievable thought. Could it be that the cats on Earth were from a race that was even more inferior than Earth and had secretly invaded the world like him? They live in every human home and collect information about humans? For ordinary humans, television and computers were technology that they could not even imagine. When one thought about some things the other way around, one would feel a little creeped out. However, he was still determined. If I can't win with force, I can only act cute. This was his only way out. You're quite smart. Su Ji was stunned for a moment, then he laughed involuntarily. This was indeed the best choice. It could be said to be wretched or unrealistic, but there was no other way. What's wrong? Do you have any ideas about this balloonfish? Caroline smiled and asked curiously, ever changing. It's indeed a wonderful creature. Nature is always amazing. It's nothing. Su Ji shook his head and looked away from the player who was trying to survive in the zoo. To him, this was just a small interlude in his life. This player was too far away from himself and the height of this civilization. Su Ji continued to visit the Izodal people's technology and research results under her guidance. His main goal for this trip was still to build a mechanical armor. This was because he was only a level 6 god, and there were 2 major levels between him and a level 8 god. Only gods had the ability to cross the universe and wander in space. He was still too far away. During this period of time, he had to get a mechanical armor as a means of transportation. Otherwise, if he suddenly had to go to space, he would be completely helpless. Perhaps he could go to space to build a sandbox in the future? In the solar system? And no matter what, a mech armor would have the ability to protect itself. It's a tier 7 combat strength. Su Ji continued to move forward. He was of great use to himself in all aspects. He was a very realistic person. The mechanical armor would greatly increase his convenience in reality. It was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. He was worthy of a certain amount of attention and effort. This is space technology, quantum entanglement. Perhaps in the distant future, we will be able to achieve quantum communication. Caroline stopped in front of a glass cabinet and introduced Su Ji to the future. Not bad. An impressive magic technology civilization. Su Ji said. All of these pieces of advanced technology were already extremely terrifying, and they were all enough to produce progress and influence that transcended the times. Every country would have to pay a heavy price for these scientific research results if they were to be left on Earth. What a terrifying civilization! This is the technological boom of the technological side. He continued walking. After walking through the ecological park in the biotechnology area, they came to a huge 8-story dome exhibition hall. This was the research institute of the machinery civilization. At this moment, the entire research institute had used a lot of their financial resources to specifically research vacuum mechas for Su Ji. Although Caroline's main research was in the field of biology, the mechanical scientists of the Isodarian people still had many. They insisted on the romance of magical machinery, and because they had opened up the potential of the brain, mechanical technology was updated countless times faster than before. Now, a research institute made up of 10 new humans, with their updated technology, is already comparable to Levis. Caroline also smiled. You can imagine how terrifying the speed of our civilization is. Su Ji understood. Their physical levels were not high. After all, cultivation could not be achieved overnight. However, their technology could already mass-produce high-end mechanical armors. They had even reached the level of a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor. Although their combat strength was not at the level of a top-tier Heavenly Emperor, it was still shocking. In the ancient lava domain, the magical beasts were also developing rapidly, and many celestial emperors had appeared. However, they had no advantage over machines. The current Isodar only occupies 4% of the ancient lava domain, but their combat power is comparable to that of all the magical beasts in 30% of the territory, and it is still growing rapidly. Carolyn sighed and said with incomparable pride, even without me, the current human society can still maintain order and operate stably because the order of civilization has completely matured. I can already retire after my success. As she spoke, Carolyn's words were filled with pride for her own race. This was a feeling and pride that came from the bottom of her heart. Just like when she rejected the gods back then, she had an unbelievable self-confidence. She took Suji to a secret research base. How's the match test going? Has the human selection plan been tested again? Under the faint white light above their heads, human scientists in white coats walked back and forth in a hurry. After going around one corridor after another, Caroline brought Suji to a secret core room. A long, sleek black mecha was placed in a glass cover. This is our vacuum magic-powered mech. It's made from lava, altered its molecular structure, and forged using mana techniques. Caroline's brain waves slightly flickered. She had already activated a mechanism somewhere, and the air in the entire glass cover was quickly sucked out, forming a vacuum state. Not only can it resist vacuum, but it also contains the wisdom, performance, and power of the entire Izodal race. It is the best. Not bad. Suji took a look at it. This mechanical armor was very sci-fi and handsome, and it suited his aesthetic very well. Furthermore, it could completely achieve vacuum pressure resistance. It could be said that Caroline had put in endless effort and paid a great price for it. I still have to test it out in practice. Caroline looked at Suji with a face full of desire. Suji was speechless. He knew what she wanted to do. She was curious about the empty world. However, this mecha indeed needed to be tested in reality and let them improve it. It didn't matter if their wishes were fulfilled. Wasn't it just a vacuum? To them, it was an extremely rare domain, but to outsiders, it couldn't be more common. Sure. Suji replied with a smile. Really? Carolyn's eyes were bright. Of course. Suji was not that stingy or short of money. He said, I can take you and some researchers to the vacuum world for field exploration. Kakat. 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 In the next second, the entire 8-story research institute quickly twisted and rose from the ground. Layers of soil fell off, revealing a black mechanical and exquisite metal body, which turned into a huge mechanical spaceship. The human scientists were walking around, and their thoughts echoed in the rooms. For the glory of the Izodales. I've been preparing for countless years for this moment. 13 superdrive furnaces, test adjustment complete. Vacuum emergency shield, ready. Optical camouflage stealth shield activated. The lava cannon is fully charged. The human ecological species, 138,000 animals, plants, and magical beasts have all been brought along. We are ready to test the living environment in the vacuum at any time. A solemn voice reverberated throughout the huge mechanical spaceship. Suji stood in the room. He didn't even have time to react. The entire research institute had already been prepared to this extent. But in the next second, he couldn't help but laugh. In fact, Suji had also thought of taking advantage of the Izodal people's test to go to the universe to take a look. He had never been there before, and the highest distance he could go was only the Earth's atmosphere. Suji suddenly wanted to say. Like you, I have the great dream of the Sea of Stars. However, he didn't say anything, because he wanted to maintain his dignity in front of this unbelievably advanced technological civilization. Let's go. The entire research institute is built for the research results you want, the ancient gods. Caroline's eyes burst with a bright light. She stood in front of the core cockpit with Suji and looked out of the glass window. Great ancient god, how did we enter that world? Space travel? A wormhole? Space-time transfer? Chapter 395, The Journey in the Sea of Stars. The eyes of the scientists in white coats around them were also burning with anticipation. The researchers here were the most elite of the human race. It could be said that most of the Izodans' wisdom was gathered here. The leading scientist was a female assistant who had followed Carolyn for many years, Viviana. The fact that she was able to follow Carolyn had already proven that her talent was not low, and her degree of trust was unquestionable. Up to this day, she had already held a high position, and was the president of the Western Human Empire. As the president of a human empire, her arrival also meant a lot of things. As for the golden giant dragon, Michael, he was also standing on the ground. It was very smooth and beautiful, and his whole body was inlaid with shiny magic crystals. At this moment, this golden dragon was 3 meters tall. It stood on the ground and the fat on its stomach kept rolling up. It tried to stand up straight and serious, like a human soldier standing in the military posture, but it seemed to be very difficult for it. As soon as it relaxed and stood up straight, the fat on its stomach would roll down. Life is really good, you've gained a lot of weight. Su Ji was stunned as he looked at the group of scientists. This was really a small step for humanity, but a big step for Earth. It was an extremely memorable day for the people of Isodar, and for Su Ji, he was also looking forward to it. It was also a big step for his own Earth. He could finally leave Earth. Of course, he was just looking forward to it because he had seen the historical moments of many civilizations. He no longer had a strong sense of ceremony. He looked at these top human scientists and helplessly explained, "This is a trip. I'll only take you sightseeing. People of Ishtar, don't think too much about it." Su Ji continued, "I have a special way to bring you into the vacuum. Don't act rashly and listen to my command the entire time. And this period of time might not be short." Carolyn's expression turned serious as she replied, "I understand." A super ancient god had disappeared for so long before reappearing. Back then, she had guessed that it might be a long journey before they could reach that world. Caroline thought about it seriously and replied, "Without me, the current Isodal civilization can still operate normally. And this mechanical spaceship has prepared a power source that can be used for a long time." However, she could not help but ask, "How long will it take for us to come back? If we can come back alive?" Su Ji thought for a moment. "About 3 or 4 years. That was 1 hour in reality. Perhaps we will encounter a special race?" Carolyn's voice was heavy. Although she didn't point it out, in her eyes, it might be related to the enemy race that destroyed the ancient human civilization. Another world. Her heart was already filled with excitement. Su Ji's expression was calm. Although it was a little unexpected that Caroline had created such a big thing, it did not escape Su Ji's control. After all, he had already made preparations before coming here. Su Ji was also looking forward to and curious about letting them see the vacuum environment. They live in the underground lava world, and their horizons are too low. They are like frogs at the bottom of a well. This is the limitation of the environment. The vast universe that has never seen the sea of stars. How will their civilization develop if they see it? Hence, Su Ji formed a group of tourists. Otherwise, a mecha as a reward might not affect him. Su Ji gave her a heads up. "But be careful. There might be strange things happening." "I understand. Any miracle that cannot be explained by science is only something that cannot be explained by current science." Carolyn's expression turned completely solemn. "Ka ka ka." The entire mechanical spaceship quickly took off. Its vast, streamlined, and exquisite body was like a huge black cigar as it flew into the sky. After flying for a while, it left the human mechanical city and came to a forest. "It's starting. Turn off all energy sources. Otherwise, the interference of various energies may cause instability. We might be torn apart alive and disappear into the unknown space-time." Su Ji stood in front of the glass window of the cabin and looked at the entire land of lava outside. "Shut down." The surrounding scientists in white were stunned. Once it was turned off, the entire mechanical spaceship would instantly crash. "Close," said Carolyn with an unquestionable tone. In an instant, countless Isodar scientists shut down all the power sources. The huge mechanical spaceship descended rapidly as if it was going to crash into the mountains in the next second. Suddenly, there was a flash. Boom! A ripple from a teleportation array. Su Ji controlled the teleportation array to open up a huge black crack, and the entire spaceship was swallowed up in an instant. It disappeared. In the distant mechanical city, countless people looked up with shock on their faces. Dig! 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 In the mechanical spaceship, all sorts of alarms sounded. "Our spatial positioning device is sensing an unknown vibration. My God, the displacement device table shows unknown displacement data. There's a major malfunction. The scientists were shouting loudly as they looked at the electric meter. They were so excited. They had been guessing and even simulating 13 ways to arrive in the world of travel. With that, they had developed more than 100 monitoring devices to collect experimental data during the travel. We've already detected spatial fluctuations. Perhaps we're shuttling through space. Collecting data. Don't activate any energy-powered devices. Otherwise, we might get lost in the turbulence of space. This is a power that the current Isodanians cannot reach. Spatial travel, this is the power of God. One of the scientists said loudly, his face red. At this moment, they didn't dare to use any energy-powered devices at all. They allowed the mechanical spaceship to shuttle and drift freely. This was already a domain that they couldn't understand. As for Carolyn, she was standing in the distance. She quietly looked at the scientists' exclamations and did not move. She turned to look at the ancient god next to her. You're amazing. Just a single life form can transport an entire ship. Su Ji did not say anything. This was indeed the power of a god, and only a god could do it, which meant that it was a level 8 mythical creature. But it wasn't his. He was still too far away from being a god. This was Ermin's power. After a short teleportation through the teleportation formation, a black mechanical spaceship the size of a basin, smooth and beautiful, appeared on the red rosewood table in Su Ji's living room. This black mechanical spaceship was placed on the table like an extremely exquisite black toy. Beside it was a coffee table and a delicious meal. The moment they arrived, they had already given an order to the intelligent sub-brain. Block the images outside this ship. Su Ji was eating at the moment. He put down his chopsticks and looked at the mechanical spaceship somewhat helplessly. Its arrival was faster than he had imagined, and it was also more exaggerated than he had imagined, but in the end, it still did not escape his control. Su Ji thought about it for a while, but he did not put down his chopsticks in the end. After I'm done eating, I'll send you guys to the sky for a tour. After all, I've never really been there before. However, the Isotarian still felt that something was wrong with it. It was so stable that he even suspected that he had passed through space. Su Ji thought for a moment and suddenly looked up at the ceiling of the living room. It was a hanging fan, a large 3-page fan that was a few hundred yuan for an ordinary family. He stood up and used a black rope to hang the mechanical spaceship under the fan. First gear. Su Ji looked at the hanging fan on the ceiling of the living room and slowly started to rotate. He immediately returned to the dining table and continued to eat with his head lowered. This should be enough. And NBSP, wang wang wang. The entire isodal mechanical spaceship trembled like the earth was shaking. It was experiencing an unprecedented vibration. It spun wildly, and the dial of the testing instrument flashed red, indicating that the data was abnormal. Ah! This was an unknown displacement. Is this a spatial turbulence? I'm dizzy. It's spinning. Heavens! Is this the terrifying part of spatial travel? Record, hurry up and record. In the entire spaceship, countless Isodales faces were red and fanatical. They were swaying left and right as if they were sitting on a merry-go-round, but they were full of the fanatical scientists. They were madly checking the electronic instruments. This is precious experimental data. Chapter 396, A Hand That Passed Through the Void. Hwalala. The weather had been very cold recently, and the temperature in the living room seemed to have dropped a few degrees under the rotation of the fan. The lava world. I don't feel like winter is coming. It's hot all year round there, and the Isodalans are wearing very little and sexy clothes. Su Ji sat in the living room, holding his chopsticks and calmly eating the home-cooked dishes from the gourmet world. Occasionally, he would look up at the black mechanical spaceship that was spinning madly under the fan. Under the high-speed rotation, it had become a black top with a hazy shadow. Due to its irregular shape, it even jumped up and down as if a rubber band was tied to it. Su Ji suddenly had this strange thought. In terms of the span of our technological civilization, I'm like an Earthling holding an alien flying saucer from an advanced civilization that can fly across the universe and hanging it under an electric fan? He didn't feel that this was wrong. Because he had to give them something to do, right? After spending some time with them, Su Ji still understood the character of this race. Once they had time to think, these scientists would be able to do things for him. Only a ghost would know their intelligence. Would they discover any clues when they were idle and directly confuse them? Not being able to think was the best choice. There's no other way. I have to prevent you guys from imagining things and seeing through my flaws. Su Ji ate very quickly and finished his meal within 3 minutes. All that was left on the table were empty bowls and plates stained with yellow gravy. He brought them to the kitchen, turned on the tap, and soaked them in water. After I'm done with today's work, I'll send them to heaven and come back to wash the dishes. He washed the dishes every day. He suddenly felt that he might need to find a nanny. There was now someone to cook his meals. In the food industry, every meal was a unique delicacy, but he still lacked a butler who was in charge of the household chores and cleaning. But at the mention of the butler, Su Ji had an idea. A perfect butler. One of his first reactions is Xiao Wei. If I can get my hands on Xiao Wei, that would be pretty good. After all, the weird Xiao Wei is the most perfect woman in everyone's impression. She's beautiful, kind, smart, and hardworking. She causes people's dark jealousy, and they'll go back with hoes and shovels to dismember her body. He wouldn't dismember her body, so there were no side effects to himself. As a butler, he was very assured and safe about the grotesque gathering of the wish power of all living beings, but how to get it was a problem. And Xiao Wei was so small, what could she do? Only Dai could be a butler. This was a problem. For a monster to become so big, a giant that was 100,000 feet tall, the number of people's fears that it had to gather was quite terrifying. Maybe I can go to the Isoterian and get a housework robot. It's very simple and violent. However, it would be troublesome to build such a big one. These two thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still had to think about the specifics. As for finding a native from the universe to be a nanny, he had not thought about it yet. Let's not talk about the size, only the big bosses who cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art and the evil god of Thulhu could become so big. As for those who had these abilities, various factors did not allow it. Having a huge body is also a problem. As he thought, he stopped the fan and brought the mechanical spaceship down from the living room. Boom! In the mechanical spaceship, countless scientists in white lab coats were lying on the ground. If they weren't born powerful, they would have been foaming at the mouth after being dizzy for several days due to the space turbulence. At this moment, it suddenly stopped. The spatial turbulence that passed through worlds and time has finally passed. Perhaps we have to experience this spatial turbulence every time? Or maybe we were just unlucky and encountered a natural phenomenon by chance. This is too dangerous. He almost died. Have you recorded all the major data? Complete record. White lights shone. In the mechanical technology hall, in front of the sophisticated technology equipment, the top scientists of Ishodar were pale, but they were still examining the data. Their faces gradually became ecstatic. This precious data, what was it to experience these spatial storms? They had guessed from the beginning that the price to pay for crossing through space and worlds was very high. The risk was extremely high, and what was in front of them happened to be in line with their guess. A space-time storm was too scary, just like a small boat in the ocean that encountered a storm, swaying in the wind. At this moment, they finally experienced the power and vastness of nature. But the next second, the world spun again. The entire mechanical spaceship seemed to have been jolted by someone, and it jumped twice. After Su Ji unzipped himself from the fan, he used one of his hands to shake the mechanical spaceship. He was a little curious. Although it looks small, it's quite heavy. It's probably about 50 pounds. He stretched out his hand, and a rusty old scale with a scale pole that was placed in the corner of the orchard outside flew into the living room. This was used to weigh lychees in the orchard. He fiddled with the black weight. 53 caddies. My guess was right. This technological civilization is more advanced than I thought. It should be a lightweight alloy made of magic technology. The technological equipment made with extraordinary powers is similar to a magic artifact. There's no need to test the hardness of the equipment, as it can withstand vacuum. After finishing these things, he didn't have the mood to delay. It was better to finish this work as soon as possible. He took out a white woven bag containing rice and the mechanical spaceship, and walked out of the orchard. Invisible body of Qi. A hazy air-type spell turned into a faint distorted storm and blocked Su Ji's vision. He directly took off into the air with the bag on his back and flew towards the clouds. He was like a pillar of light that shot into the sky, straight into the atmosphere. Su Ji was no longer an ordinary rank 6. Now that he had experienced the world's extinction time and time again, his cultivation was close to that of an emperor-to-be, and his overall strength was twice as strong as when he had just entered rank 6. It would not take him much energy to fly into the atmosphere. Within the mechanical spaceship, there were all sorts of vibrations. Boom! 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 It's accelerating. The spatial displacement device told us that we are in the process of a stable displacement. The gyroscope device tells us that the direction is stable. It's very fast. Could it be that we've already passed through the spatial turbulence and are approaching a period of peace? We're about to safely arrive in another world. The machinery of precise calculation flickered. The scientists in white lab coats were fiddling with the equipment like crazy. The atmosphere of the entire mechanical spaceship was extremely tense. Even though they were extremely confident in their civilization and technology, this was the first time they had experienced such a thing. They were extremely nervous. After a round of inspection and reorganization, they could feel that the spaceship was still moving forward steadily. They immediately took a deep breath and relaxed. It had been very uncomfortable these days. After countless days of spinning and shaking, like the waves of the tide, they finally softened in their seats and heaved a sigh of relief. It was a wonderful feeling, like a ship that had survived a storm and welcomed the calm blue sea. Detect and analyze the data we just obtained. Now that it was safe, Viviana began her work. She sat on the mechanical control console and constantly analyzed the data she had just received. However, in the next second, her expression gradually froze, revealing a look of disbelief. According to the surface area of the spaceship and the mechanical inertia, a virtual force-bearing scene gradually appeared. Impossible! Is there something wrong with my brain? Cravey Fish screamed. She quickly hit the keyboard. After a few tries, she suddenly growled to an Eastern female scientist beside her. Li Bing! Let me use your brain for a while. Li Bing was stunned for a moment, then quickly used his brain to connect to the display screen in front of Viviana through wireless communication. These scientists seemed to have their own personal computers and worked in front of them, but in fact, it was just a screen. They connected it to their own brains as the computer mainframe, and the display screen was only for convenience of operation and communication with others. Viviana used Li Bing's brain to calculate, and the result was the same. This is... Her expression froze completely. What happened? The other scientists also noticed that something was wrong. They came to the screen and saw a terrifying virtual image on her computer. The image was a variety of data calculations. The virtual force-bearing image was a virtual analysis based on the surface area of the spaceship that was in contact with the outside world, as well as the take-off height and angle of the force. They could clearly see. It was like a human's giant hand, dragging their vast and huge mechanical spaceship with one hand and tossing it in the air. It was as simple as throwing a basketball. All the scientists present were stunned. This was not the most terrifying thing. Then, they saw a scale. Chapter 397, Unknown. The automaton universe ship continued to travel steadily. A scale? This is impossible. Someone among the scientists in white coats shouted. Then, the Isodolans fell silent. In fact, this was also what all the scientists were thinking. They were stunned on the spot, their minds full of disbelief. How could they encounter such a strange thing while passing through the turbulent flow of space? Just thinking about it felt ridiculous. Was there a life form that could survive in chaotic space? Or a vast giant? An unknown mysterious being that could lift up a mechanical spaceship single-handedly grabbed their spaceship, weighed it, and then left? Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end, as if he had just brushed past the god of death. What happened? Carolyn strode over. She noticed the commotion and asked the scientists, is it testing the survey data, is there anything unusual? Data loss. The main purpose of this mechanical spaceship was to probe the surroundings. Therefore, it carried more than 100 types of external environment detection instruments for only two purposes. First, research means of crossing worlds. Detect, collect data, and start research in the process of arriving in another world. Perhaps they can open up new scientific fields, and the technology of the Isodarian people can reach the height of crossing worlds. Second, investigate the vacuum environment. This might be an unknown world, dangerous and mysterious. Perhaps the previous super-ancient human civilization was destroyed here. It is necessary to investigate the various data. This mechanical spaceship was equipped with the most advanced testing equipment. Lady Caroline, according to our examination, this is the scene we saw through the spatial turbulence. The president of the human empire of the West thought for a while and finally spoke. Caroline's expression gradually froze as she looked at the virtual physical image. This. She took a deep breath. Not only was she not shocked, but she also smiled. It's a little strange. I didn't expect that there might be a big secret hidden behind the few tremors of our spaceship. Rededuction. All scientists in the laboratory, activate multi-core deduction mode. Yes. Countless scientists spoke. More than 30 of them quickly connected their brains to a special large mechanical screen in front of them. Dual core. Tri-core. Quad core. His computing power was constantly rising. Each of them was a computer equipped with super-fast computing power. When combined, their computing power reached an even more terrifying height. By gathering the wisdom of many people and complementing each other, the error rate of the deduction was greatly reduced. Recalculate. Caroline put on her white coat. Her face was serious and cold as she stared at the big screen. Voila! Loading. The large LCD screen on the spaceship lit up and began to display images. In the virtual image in front of him, there was a stationary mechanical spaceship. Suddenly, an unknown object grabbed half of it. The metal shell of the spaceship. Calculating the shape of the object holding the spaceship according to the surface area of the spaceship. A mechanical voice was heard. Gradually, a 5-fingered palm appeared in his eyes. The palm grabbed the spaceship and tossed it up. The palm pattern has been calculated. Ding! Ding! A precise picture of a pair of palms and fingerprints quickly appeared on their computer screen. What is this? A human's fingerprint. It completely matches the fingerprints of a human's palm. Heavens! What kind of human could have such a huge palm? It can easily hold an entire universe ship. The Isodal scientists turned pale. It was undeniable that their technology had reached an unprecedented level. It was so advanced that it was like a fingerprint unlocking. Just touching their spaceship was so precise. Caroline looked at the vast palm that had appeared out of the void and was holding onto their mechanical spaceship. Her expression turned grave as she said, "Continue with the calculations." Calculating. He continued to deduce. In their eyes, the hand that held the spaceship had opened for the first time. The palm of the hand throws the mechanical ship up 37 meters. The upward throw was not vertical, and the time taken to exert force was uneven, which was in line with the force of the object thrown by the palm. According to the angle, the inclined area, the palm has an elbow. In the virtual mechanics image, a virtual arm appeared behind the palm. Preliminary deduction: according to the angle of the throw of the mechanical spaceship, the length of the forearm is likely to be 3,710 meters. This length is in line with the calculated lever movement and various actual data. At the same time, the ratio of the arm length to the palm is exactly in line with the human body structure. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. In the cockpit of the entire Ishtar people, the sound of rapid breathing rose and fell. This was the joint calculation of a group of scientists, and it was almost impossible to be wrong. There was really a vast giant holding their spaceship. At the moment when their minds were blank. Continue the deduction. Caroline stared at the screen with a calm expression as she spoke slowly. However, her fingers were clenched so tightly that they were pale, showing that she was not calm in her heart. I'm calculating. 173 measuring instruments, collecting data. Only the sound of the operating machines could be heard in the research hall. In the following image, they saw a hook ruthlessly hooking onto the stern of their mechanical spaceship according to the force exerted on the surface of the spaceship's body. The entire mechanical spaceship was like a big black fish that had been overturned, and it could not resist at all. According to the displacement data, after being hooked by the hook, it is swinging in a circular manner. It is speculated that there is a suspension rope structure on the hook. With the calculation, the scene changed again. A large fish hook hooked onto the mechanical spaceship, and a virtual rope appeared on the hook. It was like a pocket watch swaying left and right, and a screen appeared. Their technology was too advanced. From the data of the movement of the mechanical spaceship, they could estimate the length of the elbow. From the hook to the mechanical spaceship, they could guess that there was a rope on the hook. At this time, after being suspended, the entire mechanical spaceship moved, causing a deviation in angle and force, similar to a lever balance deviation movement. It is suspected that it was placed on a scale and was being weighed. Ding! Ding! On the screen, a long scale was simulated with a fixed point in the middle. The hook on one side was hanging a mechanical spaceship, and the position was lower. On the other side, there was some heavy object. In the beginning, the position of the mechanical spaceship was very low, but it was slowly being raised. In the end, it was equal to the lever, and the weight of the two sides was equal. The force and inclination involved could be calculated by a supercomputer and placed on a lever to adjust the balance. According to the data, it's suspected that they are adjusting the scale to weigh the hooked mechanical spaceship. During the adjustment process, the entire scale shook slightly 7 times. It seems that the weight moved through 7 dents and finally leveled out. The data is being compiled. Real-time simulation in progress. The images gradually pieced together. They saw an arm with a palm grabbing the vast mechanical spaceship and tossing it into the air. At this time, the fingerprints and palm prints of the palm were quickly displayed on the virtual screen. Next, there was a hook that hooked onto the tail of the mechanical spaceship and hung on the scale. The hand moved the scale and kept weighing. The scale moved 7 scales and finally reached the same level. Then, the entire mechanical spaceship was released. It was as if it had entered a new space, surrounded by soft squares. He activated stable flight. This was the entire scene of the calculation. When the results of all the deductions appeared on the screen again, the Ishodens were shocked. Oh! It's unbelievable! This process, what exactly is this? The truth of the world. The universe, vacuum? An unknown giant that we encountered while crossing dimensions. They were excited and a little frightened. At this moment, it challenged the boundary of their understanding of the world. Chapter 398, The Arrogance Shattered. This has shattered our understanding of the world. At this moment, the scientists standing in the Science and Technology Hall had an indescribable complex feeling. This was the first time they had explored the outside world. Any unknown and unbelievable situation that appeared in front of them was worth studying to deepen humans' understanding of the world. After a moment of disbelief, the people of Isodar chose to accept it because their civilization was highly developed. What you think is impossible might exist. When you unconditionally believe in science, deny something, and criticize its feudal superstition, this is also a kind of superstition. In fact, it was not just the Isodaeans. The Earthlings had also been in the process of understanding the world and pursuing science, but they were also limited by the times. For example, if you were born in the 6th century BC, your perception of the world would be what modern people thought to be ridiculous. If you were born in the 16th century, that era was the battlefield between heliocentric and geocentric. You might even be a supporter of geocentric, burning heliocentric heretics to strengthen your own science. The so-called superstitions were relative and limited by the era. In every era, people would have a new understanding of the world. It wasn't until the moment humans walked out of Earth and saw a vast blue planet in space that they confirmed that the Earth was indeed round and that people wouldn't fall from it because of gravity. Giant? Hook? What was that? We, the people of Isodaros, may be limited by time. We are halfway through civilization, not the end of civilization that can overlook everything, the Supreme who knows the truth of all things. Looking at the simulation of the mechanical spaceship, Caroline's heart suddenly ached. She could not help but close her eyes. I used to think that the high civilization of the Isodar people was enough to make us proud. In our technological world, there was nothing that was incomprehensible. However, this scene was striking her heart. Vaguely, it was as if some pride he was proud of was breaking. Our world is like a flower vase. Only by breaking its self-sealing beauty can we see the outside world. Ancient God, is this the reason you brought us to the universe? The first thing we saw after coming to this unknown world was a terrifying unknown existence that shattered our laughable pride. She suddenly laughed. Her smile was bitter, but it was as if she had been relieved of a heavy burden. Before she came, she was very proud. They even brought the ancient gods to visit their scientific and technological research and biological achievements in a flaunting tone. At that time, the ancient god seemed very satisfied and kept nodding during the tour, but now it seemed that the god just didn't want to expose their poor research and hurt their confidence. She clearly knew that she had long been blinded by a single leaf. The other party only smiled gently as she led the way and introduced him, not pointing it out. All these years, we've lost the footsteps of the truth seekers, and as we grow stronger, a super-intelligent civilization with tens of millions of wise men has made us complacent, completely proud, and lose our original intentions. We should be arrogant, but this arrogance cannot be the reason for the destruction of our civilization. She suddenly opened her eyes. The only thing that science can't understand is now. I can't understand. Viviana. Viviana took a step forward and saluted with her back straight. Let's start our research, just like how we studied our own brains before. Let's go back to our original intentions and live up to the good intentions of the ancient gods. The moment Carolyn's voice fell, the surrounding scientists all withdrew their expressions and nodded their heads. They were extremely solemn, as if they were young and inexperienced students eager to learn as they sat in the classroom. They started to deduce and calculate the data. There was a reason why their scientific civilization had tens of millions of wise men. A series of detailed data analysis soon appeared in front of the scientists. They paid the most attention to the scale. In their discussion, they were more inclined to believe that it was a fishing rod with a weighing function. There was a hook. It was able to fish up things and weigh them in passing. It possessed an unbelievable amount of power. Gradually, in the virtual reality, a golden scale-shaped fishing rod appeared in their field of vision. This was the mysterious mythical tool that fit the image the most in their eyes. Perhaps it's some kind of divine artifact. It's a world-level divine weapon that can cross worlds. Some sort of hook or scale. Moreover, they had a heated discussion and came up with several speculations, which eventually formed the hypothesis of two universes. The scientist who pursued the theory of the world lake said, "Each world is made up of lakes of different sizes, and many fish live in the lakes. Some are big, some are small, some are strong, and some are weak. The rivers and creeks in the lakes are the passages between worlds, and anglers are the law keepers of worlds. They reject the smuggling of worlds, and they fish in the rivers between lakes. Any powerful fish that tries to sneak in will be fished by them, and their crimes will be measured according to their weight. The ancient gods paid a huge price, or perhaps they had already reached an agreement, and passed through the checkpoint to redeem us. Perhaps, without an ancient god leading them here and becoming their guide, they would have been caught and killed by the terrifying angler." However, the scientists who followed the time employment theory did not agree with this view. They said, "He wandered through the world gap and saved travelers who were lost in time and space. He also asked for a reward. Have you forgotten that we were trapped in the void? If we were to fall here and there, we might have died in this rare natural space storm. It was this vast giant who saved us from the space storm. As for the weighing of the scales, it was to calculate the reward. The ancient god paid the reward." This theory was about employment. The giant was a businessman who saved people and got paid. These two theories both seemed to have extremely reasonable arguments and evidence. The scientists of the two schools also argued with red faces. But no matter what, this world had displayed its vastness. That unbelievably vast giant had easily lifted up their mechanical spaceship with a single hand and weighed it, making them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. The world is too big. It's filled with unknown and unimaginable miracles and creations, gods, supernatural life forms, and even rules. Half an hour later, Caroline strode out of the research hall and entered the long corridor. In time and space, there is an indescribable vast existence, like a fisherman sitting on the shore of time and space, fishing all the things in the world. Such an existence, perhaps you can call it. She thought for a moment. Void dangling fisher. Chapter 399, Undercurrent Surging. After a day's experience, they had just passed through the world's tunnel, and they had already experienced such a terrifying and unnatural imagination. All the scientists in the mechanical spaceship were in a state of shock, and it might take a few months for them to recover. For the people of Ishtar, the impact was unprecedented. However, no matter what the two speculations were, they could not escape the rescue of the ancient god. They were both inclined to believe that the ancient god had met the vast giant and made a deal with him. "I thought that the people of Isodar had become a god, and even had their own cultivation system, the divine vein. I thought that we were already extremely powerful. I didn't expect that we were still ignorant." Carolyn lowered her head and looked at her fair and delicate palm. This was the combination of technology and extraordinary, a unique system of sacred sigil. Only the delicate and precise computer could do this. Her fingerprints had been transformed into totem patterns. On her fair skin, there were many array patterns. The emergence of the divine vein system also allowed the people of Ishodar to have their own path of cultivation. Their combat power was not weak even among the top genius magical beasts of the same level. They had thought that they had reached a high altitude, but they did not expect that the ancient god was still the only true god in the world. The people of Isodar still could not understand his existence to this day. Caroline came to the corridor and saw the ancient god standing quietly in the same place, still not knowing how to express the gratitude in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, but still said in a soft voice, "Thank you for bringing us to this unknown world and giving us the Isotardians a chance to face our weakness." Suji was at a loss for an answer. He stood at the window of the spaceship and suddenly interrupted Caroline's words. He said slowly, "Look, a vacuum has appeared." "What?" Caroline's beautiful eyes widened as she turned her head to look. The shielded windows of the spaceship seemed to have opened up like a prologue, revealing a vast and endless world. What a beautiful and vast world this was! The sky was vast and boundless, dotted with stars. The specks of the Milky Way scattered across the sky like a waterfall, enough to make any life feel weak. At this moment, while they were continuously studying and exploring, the main body had already flown to the atmosphere and gently opened the woven bag. He used his mental force sorcery to launch the entire mechanical spaceship. "I'll pick you up after a while." Boom! The entire mechanical spaceship left the atmosphere and slowly entered the universe. This is the void world. Caroline looked at the brilliant sea of stars and the vast universe's vacuum, feeling extremely excited. "We've successfully completed the world crossing. We can move freely now. Open the protective cover of the mechanical spaceship." Suji's words pulled Caroline back to reality. There might be unknown and terrifying life and civilization in this world. She had many questions to ask the ancient gods, but she choked back her words at this moment. She immediately used her spiritual power to communicate with the spaceship. "Everyone, we have entered the vacuum world. Activate the propulsion force and activate the protective barrier to prevent enemy detection. Prepare your weapons to meet the enemy that may appear. History will remember this moment." In an instant, all the scientists in the spaceship began their emergency work and trial and error. It really is vacuum pressure. It's not man-made, there really is a vacuum that exists in nature. Oh! The zero-gravity phenomenon has already occurred. As countless human scientists exclaimed in shock, the decorations in the spaceship began to float up and down. The entire person also floated up gently like a balloon. Suji had told them to shield themselves from the spaceship so that they would not be like Dichi and repeat the same mistakes. This would cause unnecessary chaos and cause a bunch of astronomers and satellite stations to observe. As for the Earth and the satellites, they were still blocked. In a sense, this spaceship is really a UFO to Earth. Modern humans can't detect it at all. Suji also floated up slowly. Through the window of the corridor, he looked at the decay of outer space and silently felt the beauty of all this. Outer space. This is my first time truly entering the universe. He was only at the 6th step, and when he had sent Dichi off earlier, he had only arrived at the edge of the atmosphere. At this moment, even he, like Caroline beside him, was filled with surprise as he felt the special zero-gravity environment. This was a completely new experience that could not be felt on Earth. It must be known that even on Earth, the number of astronauts who could enter space could be counted clearly. Moreover, it required years of tough training, which was simply unbearable for ordinary people. How should I put this? The universe? Is it a big step for our Zerg civilization? Suji looked at the vacuum scene outside and could not help but laugh. However, it's only a short-term 4-year exploration and sampling. For the sake of building mechanical armors, even further areas are not considered for now. The universe ship was still flying, exploring the outside. It was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly accelerating and turning into a streamlined brilliance. In the acceleration time, a month passed quickly. The scientists' emotions became more and more stable as time passed. They began to detect the entire vacuum environment in the spaceship. There is a large amount of radiation. This world is too strange. The rocks floating in the sky are even comparable to a world's huge round planet. It's too far away from us. Even if we fly our entire lives, we won't be able to reach it. Is that fiery planet of lava the same structure as our lava river? They exclaimed in disbelief. Su Ji turned his head to look. After a month of flight, the entire Earth had turned into a small, vast blue planet. It was grand, magnificent, and as vast as a legend. He still felt a sense of disbelief. Did I really leave Earth? What are you looking at? Caroline suddenly stood to the side and followed Su Ji's gaze, but she did not see anything. How's the research going? Su Ji asked. Caroline had a serious expression on her face, and it was hard to hide the joy between her brows. She was incomparably excited as she said, there are radiation sources everywhere in this world. It's a very good source of energy. Although the conversion rate was low, it was enough to support the voyage. Because this world is very unique, there's no resistance. In theory, we can continue to fly at a constant pace. As long as we don't stop frequently, we can almost break even. Caroline continued to analyze the situation, before excitedly saying, this journey will take about 3 to 4 years. We'll really have to live in a vacuum for some time. Furthermore, we'll be bringing a large number of species from our world to survive. We'll have to see how things go. In addition, they would also conduct various species reproduction experiments to see what the babies born here would be like. In fact, we've already experimented with live animals, and we've even conducted a body explosion test in a vacuum environment. And now, we're going to open the cockpit. Let's test out our magic vacuum mech. Do you want to come? Su Ji nodded. Caroline immediately brought Su Ji to the magical mechanical armor he had seen earlier and opened the cockpit. The magical mechanical model was ZK-004. It was a vacuum series mechanical armor, the most advanced technology of the Isodarian people. It had the capacity of 2 people and was more than 5 meters tall, streamlined, and beautiful. After entering the cockpit, the 2 of them sat in the pilot's seat, one on top of the other. After entering, the hatch closed, and a mechanical magic armor slowly flew into the vacuum through the exit passage of the mechanical spaceship. In the brilliant galaxy, you can try to operate it. The basic mechanical operation process has been transmitted to your memory. Reminded Caroline as she operated her mech. On Earth, Su Ji sent the mechanical spaceship off and gradually landed back in the orchard. For them, the flow of time was extremely fast. They had already been flying in a vacuum for some time, several months, while Su Ji had only just landed back in the orchard and completed his mission. He glanced at the small sandbox at the door and went straight into the living room. He continued to wash the dishes and turned to look at the little black pet in the orchard eating dog food. You finally have a place to be useful. It was originally a fusion creature, a large number of parts of the evil god of Thulhu's Rubik's Cube. It was originally planned to be used as the land of the gods, but plans could not keep up with changes. There was a good destination in front of him to make magical mechanical armor. The Thulhu evil god's version of the magical mechanical armor. Furthermore, he would have the help of the Magus community in his meditation. He could reach a very high level in the future. Its function is now determined. Su Ji smiled, and his expression gradually turned to look at the lava world on the other side. Taking advantage of the temporary absence of the overbearing Caroline, the civilization of the ancient lava earth magical beasts has also begun to revolutionize. A new form of society with mechanical hard disks has appeared. They are even more perfect Protoss. Su Ji looked into the distance. In every world, he did not want to be crushed. Without competition, there would be no surpassing, and it was the same for the lava world. He had placed his hopes on Finba to lead the magical beasts to fight, but he had not done anything. Finba, I've misjudged you. I've created a very high starting point for you, the most powerful talent in the entire lava world. You've always had it, and you've never lost it. You've been living too comfortably, but in the end, someone has risen for you. The Beast Clan, the Hinaga. Su Ji closed his eyes slightly and looked at this new, crazy ocean civilization. His heart was beating wildly. Caroline, an Isodarian, may die from dreams. Chapter 400, Coming. In the ancient lava world, the ocean took up a huge part, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a vast ocean. As the world continued to become vast, in order to shape this ocean, Su Ji had to use his own water tap for the South-South Water Diversion Project, but it was no longer enough. He had once gone to the ocean and stolen a large amount of seawater to irrigate this land. Today, the largest ocean was the size of 3 primordial worlds. It was more than 300 acres and could be called a real sea world. The land of lava, on the other hand, was extremely sealed off. It formed a water cycle, and the water vapor evaporated and fell. Su Ji had not replenished his water supply in the past few years, but he was able to maintain a very good ecological civilization. On this piece of land, a civilization had completely erupted. In the vast and mysterious ocean, the weak Naga race had suddenly emerged and conquered many sea magic beast races. They had already entered the era of ocean city-states from the era of ocean grazing. Beautiful underwater coral cities could be vaguely seen on the seabed. The city-state at the center of the ocean, Kavidaya, in the Naga language, meant the center of the world, the kingdom of God. On the street paved with shells, red corals lined both sides of the street, and night pearls flickered with light. There were murlocs riding on sea orzes and walruses, holding bone forks and walking back and forth. In a circular air bubble, a handsome man of Isodar was walking on the street, touring the unique foreign civilization. The world is too big. There are 13 regions, and it's extremely vast. I came to the Blue Water region to trade some special ocean treasures. The Naga race suddenly rose to power in the last 50 to 60 years. They had a great emperor, Helan Dong. He fought his way through, experienced countless deaths, and tribal wars, and unified the Naga race. He led the weak Naga race from the era of grazing to the era of farming, and then to the era of city-states today. He began to conquer all the sea demon beasts, but they were still a feudal monarch with slavery. Even the people of Isodar admired this great lord. He was a righteous man, and his love and life would not change until death. This great emperor lord is very powerful. He's extraordinary, but he still submitted to us and talked to us on equal terms. It had to be said that the Ishtar people loved beauty, and their attitude towards the sea tribe civilization was quite harmonious. They also respected all intelligent races. They stood at their height and looked down on all races. This was their pride, and they had the confidence to be proud. The sea tribe civilization was also unwilling to be enemies with this terrifying race. This was because both sides were equally matched. They had the extremely powerful 7th-level Emperor of the Ocean, Helan Dong, as well as several heavenly Emperor-level sea magical beasts that they had conquered as their guardians. But it was only a matter of time before the people of Isodar surpassed them. "Sir, do you need a tour guide? We can take you on a tour." Countless Naga siren girls came over to act as his tour guides. The girls' eyes were burning with passion. How could there be such a beautiful person in this world? The girls of the Naga race all wanted to marry the people of Isodar and have their high level of civilization. They would also get citizenship and become a Protoss after marriage. The Protoss could change the memories of other races at will and create and fabricate the ability to live. This was too terrifying. Only with nationality could one build a firewall to protect the brain, have divine authority, and rule over all the living creatures on the earth. Marrying an Ishtar man was the same as marrying an omnipotent god. A half-naked, handsome man with a shell necklace and pearls hanging from his ears stood in the corner with his eyes closed. The Isodar, Caroline, the perfect god. He was Helan Dong. He had suffered too many hidden injuries to be able to make it this far. He didn't have much time left. He was unwilling, but what was the point? After I leave, I have no power to resist. I can't change the trajectory of fate, even if I want this world to be ruled by the Naga of the sea. He returned to the sea god's palace. This was a vast illusionary 5-colored ocean coral, and the ocean palace was sitting on the branches above it. He sat on the throne and touched the resplendent ocean gems on the armrest. Next to them were shells and delicate coral decorations. He looked a little lonely. He was going to die, an inevitable death. Even the most talented ocean monarch could not escape. Suddenly, he saw a pure and beautiful woman arrive. It was the first princess of the Naga siren, Miko. His wife had also taught him well. When he was still a down-and-out teenager, eldest Princess Miko met him when they were out hunting in the tribe. She fell in love with him at first sight and eloped with him under the objection of countless people. They went through countless pursuits and trials. In order to protect the woman he loved, he grew up and reached where he was today with glory and peerless martial strength. He also led the marine tribe to develop civilization. My life can really be written into a wonderful biography. Hai Landong, the emperor of the sea tribe, was silent for a while. He held the hand of his beloved woman and closed his eyes. Miko, the girl you love, the pure and kind you, in order to prove that your judgment was not wrong, I went through all the obstacles and came to this day. Let the world believe that you've made the right choice in choosing me. Miko. Harland whispered again. Surrender to me after I die. They are an invincible race, and no one can defeat the gods. Harland Dong looked at the horizon and thought of the day when his fate changed. A beautiful princess in gorgeous clothes eloped with a poor boy from the slums. They left the ocean and ran on the beach. On the beach. The princess and the young man. That scene and the footprints on the beach seemed to be engraved in his memory for eternity. I'm very happy to have you. Hai Landong finally closed his eyes. His memory was gradually fading away. The great sovereign of a generation was dying. View. The silent conch's muffled hum spread out along with the sea water, echoing throughout the entire ocean city of Kavadaya. A faint singing voice drifted in the air. Vast water, when will you gather into the spring of the vast ocean, condense into the heart of the ocean of all living beings, and let your ancient people offer their piety? Oh, the great Harlandon! You're our beacon of light, and all the water in the world is born because of you. In the ocean city, countless people of Isodar raised their heads slightly. They seemed to hear the wails of the entire sea race, and the song that penetrated everything spread with the ocean. They could clearly see the crying Naga princess holding the body of the king of the ocean, Harland, flying into the air like a meteor across the sky above the entire ocean. It was as if she was wearing a colorful butterfly coat, walking on the golden beach of the ocean, gradually moving further and further away. Their king has slipped away. However, an unbelievable thing happened 3 days later. A miracle happened. Harlandon returned. He had lived a second life. A treasure of the ocean named Heart of the Ocean appeared on Harlandon's neck. Only the Naga princess had disappeared. That crystal is a magic core. Is it the magic core of the first princess, Miko? There were rumors that their love had moved the sea god. The Naga princess used her life to pray to the sea god in exchange for a second rebirth. Harlandon wore the magic core of the Naga princess on his neck as a sacrifice for their eternal love. The emperor of the Naga sea race, Harland Dong, had a narrow escape from death. After he regained his youth, he was talented and bold. It was as if he had put away the grief of his wife's death. He waved the brave and hot-blooded king of the sea in his youth and led the Naga race to continue developing their civilization. 3 years had passed. Harlandon was either trying to develop technology or to learn from the Isodalans and create his own divine language. However, he found that their technology was far inferior to that of the Isotardians. They had managed to develop their own language and change the code of life, but it was still easily deciphered by the Protoss. His brain was still no secret to them. Another 13 years had passed. Caroline led the top scientists of Isodar to an unknown world. This is an opportunity. His expression was grave, and his eyes were filled with wild ambition. He chose to challenge the most terrifying being on this land, the god of magical beasts, who was known to possess the most powerful strength. Finba lived in the palace. He still chose to immerse himself in the programming in his mind and play games. However, his strength was slowly increasing at every moment, even if he did not cultivate. He had never cultivated, but he was already standing at the most terrifying height in the world. This was the strongest existence on Earth. The battle went on for 7 days and 7 nights. One day, Harland Dong returned, bathed in blood. He held Finba's head in his hand. Just as the people of Ishtar thought that Harlandon was going to start a war with them, after studying the magic core of Finba for several months, Harlandon's fighting spirit, which had been stimulated to the limit, suddenly disappeared. He chose to surrender. We, the merfolk, swear that we will never be enemies with the people of Ishtar. He said. That's a wise choice. The people of Isodar left. No one in the higher-ups of the merfolk knew why their king of the seas, Helandong, would make such a choice. In the sea god palace. Harlandon closed his eyes and held the heart of the ocean crystal on his neck. He was full of love. A clear female voice suddenly came from his body. Harlandon, I finally understand. I can't defeat her for you. Only the race can defeat them. She suddenly laughed and muttered as she recalled the past. It seems like the young man eloped with the innocent princess and young girl. He braved through all difficulties and became stronger for their love and came to this point. In fact, it was the princess who eloped with the innocent boy. For their love, she constantly created an environment for the boy to become strong, silently guarding him, secretly eliminating enemies for him, and allowing him to obtain endless glory and the capital to marry her. Miko smiled, but her smile gradually turned cold. Not every kind, great, and hot-blooded hero can rise and live to the end. She lived behind the scenes and had the smartest intelligence in the world, but she fell in love with an innocent and hot-blooded teenager. She eloped with him and gave up too much for him. Even today, she was willing to become another him and live with his identity. In a sense, Carolyn. You advance for your idol Levis, and I live for my lover, Harlandon. We are the same kind of people. She had originally wanted to have a battle between races. Her talent was not inferior to Carolyn's. She was like Levis, a chosen one who was born with perfect wisdom. Otherwise, she would not be where she was today. Even Harlandon thought that he had worked hard to get to where he was today, and that his wife was just an innocent girl. But now, she had chosen to give up the battle of destiny that was destined for her, the battle between races. I smell destruction. We, who are hiding in the deep sea, may not be spared. She lowered her eyes and opened her palm, staring at the magic core of Finba that the Isodarian had taken away. This core contains the most perfect life code and tells me a terrible secret. Caroline, your pride made you respect intelligent life and did not kill Finba. Therefore, you do not understand. Tainting life, desecrating life. The entire Isodale will be destroyed. I can't defeat you, and I don't need to defeat you. You'll only bring about your own destruction. Since then, the sea race had retreated and lived in peace with the Isodar people. At the same time, they developed new technology and lived in peace with the Isodaeans. They studied the system of divine patterns, but they didn't reform their own civilized society. They still relied on their mouths to communicate, and they even refused to establish the internet to maintain their primitive social civilization. Each of their brains could not communicate with each other. Because of their lack of communication and memory transmission, they couldn't pass on wisdom. They could only build Ocean University and various education schools for the newborns of their future generations to learn. Furthermore, their main course of study was to construct the brain's spiritual sense barrier, which was also a firewall, and to modify the brain's original C language. He had to reconstruct the original programming that constituted his life code. They required every adult citizen to be a programming expert and to learn to build their own protective wall language. The brain language of every clan member was required to be unique. Such a primitive move left the people of Isodar speechless, and even amused. No memory inheritance? It's clearly forbidden brain bridging and communication between races. He could have learned the knowledge of the entire civilization in a minute, and the father could have passed it on to his son, but he insisted on building up his learning and going through a long period of learning. Every Naga of the sea has to build a firewall to prevent outsiders from invading? It's ridiculous. Their simple firewall can't stop us Isotardians if we really want to break in. It's hard for them to progress if they don't exchange and learn. The most terrifying thing about the Ishtar people was their ability to connect. The scientists could implement multi-core deductions, and the personal firewall of the Naga of the sea was like a piece of paper under the combined computing power of the Ishtar people and the multi-core computing power of the network. But the sea race was still stubborn. 4 years had passed, and a war that was supposed to break out had yet to break out. On this day, the people of Isodar sent a piece of exciting news. Caroline had returned to the lava world with her mechanical spaceship. She had brought back a large amount of data, enough for the people of Isodar to make another great leap forward. Sitting in her room, Caroline was reading a report on the Sea Tribe as well as the changes that had happened in recent years. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. Prepare for me. I want to pay a visit to the scientific civilization of the Sea Tribe. The people of Isodar around them did not understand. Why did they have to visit that self-proclaimed marine civilization? However, they still followed Caroline's wishes. Half a day later, Caroline saw Harland. She immediately noticed that Harland had changed his brain, but it didn't matter. She didn't care who was in his body. What did you find? Caroline asked. A destined destruction. Do you still remember the human experiment you did back then? Harland asked softly. The perfect gene baby, Adam, who went berserk and killed people. Carolyn's expression changed slightly.